The principle of sufficient reason. The principle of sufficient reason, PSR, says that all contingent facts must have explanations. In this volume, the first on the topic in the English language in nearly half a century, Alexander Pruss examines the substantive philosophical issues raised by the PSR, which currently is considered primarily within the context of various cosmological arguments for the existence of God. Discussing several forms of the PSR and selected his historical episodes from Parmenides, Aquinas, Leibniz, Hume, and Kant. Pruss defends the claim that every true contingent proposition must have an explanation against major objections, including Hume's imaginability argument and Peter van Inwagen's argument that the PSR entails modal fatalism. Pruss also provides a number of positive arguments for the PSR, based on considerations as different as the metaphysics of existence, counterfactuals and modality, negative explanations, and the everyday applicability of the PSR. Moreover, Pruss shows how the PSR would advance the discussion in a number of disparate fields, such as metaethics and the philosophy of mathematics. Alexander R. Pruss is Assistant Professor of Philosophy at Georgetown University. He has published many papers on metaphysics, philosophy of religion, applied ethics, probability theory, and geometric symmetrization theory. With Richard M. Gale he is co-editor of The Existence of God. 1. Introduction. Nothing happens in vain, but everything for a reason and under necessitation. Leucippus, Diels and Krantz, 1985, 67b2. 1.1. The significance of the PSR. An airplane crash is investigated thoroughly. No cause for the malfunction is found. The investigative team reports that the plane crashed for no cause. We naturally object, you mean, it crashed for no apparent cause. But the team insists that in fact there was no cause. 1. Of course we might question the epistemic bona fides of this finding. After all, there could always be some cause beyond our ken. But can we do more? Can we insist that there must have been a cause? The principle of sufficient reason, PSR, claims we can. Everything that is the case must have a reason why it is the case. Necessarily, every true or at least every contingent true proposition has an explanation. Every event has a cause. The PSR in various guises is as old as philosophy. Parmenides used it to argue that there was no such thing as change. St. Thomas proved the existence of God with a version of it apparently based on his distinction between being and essence. Spinoza's version implied that there is no contingency. Leibniz attacked Newtonian absolute space for violating it and, together with Spinoza, used the PSR as part of an argument against libertarian free will. Kant grounded a nominal version of it in the causal nature of time and, arguably, based his transcendental idealism on a noumenal version, cf. Rescher, 2000b. 1. This example is taken from Rescher, 1995, p. 2. In late 20th century Anglo-American philosophy the PSR was primarily the preserve of the philosopher who, following St. Thomas, came up with increasingly rigorous cosmological arguments for the existence of God. There must be an explanation of why there exist contingent beings at all, and this explanation, at the pain of vicious circularity, cannot itself essentially involve the existence of a contingent being, so there must be a first cause whose existence is itself necessary. Indeed, despite some notable dissent, it now appears generally established that once one grants an appropriate version of the PSR, it follows that there is a necessary first cause of the cosmos, that is, of the aggregate of all contingent beings. This leaves two issues for the cosmological arguer to settle: whether this First cause can be identified with the God of traditional theism and, more basically, whether the PSR is true. And much of the 20th century discussion of the formulation and truth of the PSR took place in this context. But it would be a philosophical mistake to leave the PSR to purely theological uses. Philosophy starts in wonder, and wonder impels us to find reasons for things. As the opening example shows, scientists and ordinary people do presume events to have causes, though they do not always reflect on whether the PSR is exceptionless and necessary. But even a PSR contingently true and only true most of the time calls for reflection. What kind of a reason do we have to believe in the PSR even to this extent? And is it not then a puzzling fact about the universe that the PSR is in fact true in as many cases as it is? Does this fact itself have an explanation, or is this fact itself one of the exceptions to the PSR? On some accounts of scientific practice, the scientist makes an inference to the best available potential explanation. Philosophy of science has not given us a fully satisfactory account of how we are justified in assuming that the best available potential explanation is in fact true. Does this problem become any more pressing if one allows for the possibility that not only the best available potential explanation is not true, but in fact there is no true explanation? Quantum mechanical indeterministic transitions are often taken to be reasons to reject the PSR. But at the very same time, the indeterminism, and hence the apparent violation of the PSR, motivates some, perhaps even some as brilliant as Einstein, to prefer deterministic theories. One of the most powerful arguments against traditional Humean regularity theories of laws of nature is that mere regularities are not explanatory, that AS are always followed by BS does not explain why a given token of A is followed by a given token of B. If the PSR is accepted, one then has reason to reject regularity theories, since then the things that we normally think have causal explanations do not in fact have causal explanations. But if the PSR is false, then the Humean can simply accept the charge that mere regularity is not explanatory, but continue to talk with the vulgar by using a stipulative notion, explains, such that a token of A being followed by a token of B is explained by A's always being followed by B. A decision on the PSR is, thus, prima facie most relevant to the debate on laws of nature. In the philosophy of mind, the PSR would allow the objector to property dualism to make the following opening gambit: the property dualist needs to explain why it is that in fact the beings that have such and such physical states, for example, the physical states we have in virtue of having human brains, also have such and such mental states. If the PSR were not true, the property dualist could simply insist this is a brute contingent fact about our universe, one not having any explanation. But there are cases in which bringing in the PSR could conclusively clinch an argument. There is a discussion since the time of Molina, Modi, vat by concerns of providence, grace, and free will, about whether there are any non-trivially true conditionals about what a person would freely do in non-actual circumstances. The question is particularly vexed in the case in which the person in question is herself non-actual. Are there any contingently true conditionals of the form, were there to exist a person X satisfying C, then X would freely do A, where freely is understood in the libertarian sense and where no person identical with a person satisfying C exists? Alvin Plantinga insists that there are. David Manley, in Conversation, offered basically the following refutation. By the PSR. Perhaps in some limited form, such a conditional would have to have an explanation. But there is nothing in terms of which the conditional could be explained in a world in which the agent does not exist. For instance, there cannot be a nomological explanation, since that would require a law of nature that persons satisfying C do A, which would vitiate the supposed libertarian freedom of the agent. Nor can there be an explanation in terms of the action of any person, since the only possible candidate for such a person would be the non-existent X, as it is inconceivable how anybody else could bring it about that such a conditional would hold without thereby vitiating the hypothetical freedom. This is an instance of a general argument form. 1. The proposition F is such that if it were contingent and true, then its obtaining could not be explained. 2. But all contingent true propositions have explanations. 3. Therefore, F is necessary or false. For another case, consider the following argument against Hartree fields. View that mathematical objects do not exist but could have existed. If the PSR is true, then there must be an explanation of why mathematical objects do not in fact exist, and if the PSR is necessarily true, then in the possible world at which mathematical objects exist, there must be an explanation of why they exist. On the plausible assumptions that the explanations of the existence or non-existence of contingent objects are necessarily causal and that mathematical objects cannot stand in causal relations, 2. We see that Field's philosophy of mathematics is incompatible with the PSR. Similarly, we may argue on the basis of the necessity of the PSR that mathematical truths, including unprovable ones such as the ones Godel showed to exist, are all necessary. For what could explain, were it a contingent truth, why a mathematical proposition, especially an unprovable one, in fact holds? Descartes did think mathematical truths could be given a causal explanation in terms of divine causality. But the notion of causing a mathematical truth to be the case is most dubious. Another example would be the following argument for the necessity of moral truths. Specifically, the thesis to be argued for is that there is no world just like ours in its non-moral features but in which there are different deontic truths, say, torturing the innocent is a duty. Therefore, if C is a complete description of the non-moral properties of our cosmos, and P is any true deontic proposition, the proposition C proper superset symbol P is a necessary truth. Moreover, this is true in every possible world. Thus, necessarily, any deontic proposition P is a necessary truth when the circumstances of application are sufficiently elaborated. Alternately, this can be put by 2. Field himself holds that mathematical objects cannot be causes and therefore would not impinge on our consciousness if they existed. This is in fact a part of his reason for thinking that they do not in fact exist. But it is hard to see what reason there is for thinking that they could not be causes that is not based in general considerations according to which they are the sort of being that simply cannot stand in causal relations at all. Moreover, if in fact mathematical objects could be caused, then there would be a possibility that somehow our minds might be capable of causing them to exist, and thus that we could know their existence through our intentional knowledge, our knowledge of that which we intentionally bring about. If this were so, then Field's argument for the non-existence of mathematical objects would be weakened. Saying that the deontic features of our world supervene on the non-moral ones. 3. How to argue for a claim like this? The idea of a possible world just like this one non-morally but where torturing the innocent is a duty seems absurd. One might try to argue by simply saying, don't you see the evil of torture? Once you see it, you will see that torture couldn't be right. But there is a more metaphysical argument. If the PSR is a necessary truth, we can explain what is absurd about worlds differing in deontic features. But not in other features, we simply cannot see what could explain such a difference. If contingent truths are ultimately to be explained causally, then this is particularly clear. What could cause it to be the case that torturing the innocent is a duty? The very idea of causing a deontic proposition to be the case, other than by causing the non-moral circumstances of Its application seems to be absurd. If we were utilitarians, we might say that if evolution caused it to be the case that somehow torturing the innocent were to cause them extremely intense pleasure 10 years later, then torturing the innocent might increase utility. But this difference in deontic features would be achieved precisely through a difference in non-moral features. We might, of course, admit some cases of non-causal explanation of contingent propositions. Thus, if P and Q are contingent propositions with P true and Q false and with the disjunction P or Q itself contingent, we might want to say that the disjunction is explained by P's being true. But ultimately we still will want a causal explanation. For instance, we may want to get to a causal explanation of P's being true, unless P is itself disjunctive. Likewise, if P is reductively explained by Q, say the metals being hot by its molecules moving rapidly, we will still want a causal explanation for Q or for something that Q is in turn reductively explained by, and it appears that an endless chain of reductive explanations, with nothing ultimate that things are reduced to, is explanatorily unsatisfactory. The idea of some things directly causing a moral truth, without causing some set of non-moral circumstances to be actualized, seems absurd. Moral truths, properly qualified in the form C proper superset symbol P where C is a sufficiently precise description of the non-moral circumstances, just do not seem to be the sort of thing one can cause. The one example on the books of such causal interaction is a divine voluntarism. God directly brings it. 3. This claim is quite close to that which occurs at the locus clas psychus of the notion of supervenience, which is the claim that goodness supervenes on non-moral properties, Hare, 1964. About that some actions are duties, some are impermissible, and some are neither, even though he could have brought it about differently. He does not do this by engaging in some speech acts such as engraving thou shalt not murder on a clay tablet, but by directly bringing about some moral propositions. One is likely to be puzzled by this kind of a view precisely because deontic properties just do not seem to be the sorts of properties that can be caused except by causing the non-moral circumstances of application of a moral truth. Once we admit that the deontic properties of this world, if not supervenient on the non-moral properties, could not be explained, then, given the PSR, we have good reason to hold to the thesis that deontic truths, when properly qualified in terms of non-moral circumstances, are necessary truths. This is not a knockdown argument, but it shows where the discussion should be focused. What would deontic facts have to be like if they were contingent and capable of being brought about not through bringing about non-moral facts? It at least seems likely that something like divine voluntarism would have to be true were moral facts to be contingent. 4. Neither does it really help here to note that causal explanations need not have the state of affairs reported in the explanans causing the state of affairs in the explanandum. The relationship can be more complicated. For instance, that E caused F is a paradigmatic explanation of why F occurred. But E's causing F does not cause F. This is a case of a causal explanation, but for categorical reasons we do not want to say that the state of affairs reported by the explanans causes that reported by the explanandum. Similarly, an agent or substance causation account can provide an explanation, but there is no state of affairs causing anything at all. There. When we say that some event happened because Fred, a substance, caused it, there is no causal relation, except perhaps as a facion de parler, between any state of affairs or event and an event. The whole point of the theory is that the relation is between a substance and an event. There may be more complicated relations. For instance, I will argue in chap. Ter 7 for the prima facie strange claim that it makes sense to say that in 4. Observe that social constructivism would not be a counterexample here. Either social constructivism is an error theory about morality that says that there are no moral truths but only moral truths, or else social constructivism thinks that there are moral facts but they are produced by society. The first view does not provide a counterexample. But on the second view, the social constructivist does not hold that society directly brings about certain moral truths. Rather, society brings about moral truths, given social constructivism, through engaging in certain speech acts. The occurrence or non-occurrence of such speech acts can be thought of as part of the circumstances. Some cases it could be self-explanatory that an agent freely chose some thing. This is a causal explanation in the sense that causation is invoked. The agent freely chose something. But since nothing can be causa sui, this is another case in which what is reported in the explanans does not cause what is reported in the explanandum. Nonetheless, none of these other kinds of causal explanation seems to help us explain an allegedly contingent moral claim. Similar things could be said in favor of other supervenience claims, such as that of the aesthetic on the known aesthetic or of epistemic statuses on things other than epistemic statuses. Consider the latter case. If the PSR were false, we could give a very simple epistemology, which the attentive reader will notice is a straw-man version of Plantinga's reformed epistemology. Some belief-forming processes just happen to be early functioning and truth-directed. There is no explanation as to which processes have one or both of these properties. This is just a brute, unexplained contingent fact. Any true proposition delivered by properly functioning truth-directed belief-forming processes is knowledge. No counterexample can be given to this theory. Suppose you give me some case where it seems that knowledge arose not from a truth-directed belief-forming properly functioning process. Then I can just say that the process in these particular circumstances happens to be truth-directed and properly functioning. Or if you give me a Gettier-type case where a truth-directed properly functioning process delivers a true belief that is not a case of knowledge, I can say that appearances notwithstanding, in these circumstances the process happened not to be truth-directed and properly functioning. You might criticize my naive epistemology on the grounds that the contingency involved is contrary to our modal intuitions. We have the modal intuition that there is no world like ours in terms of features other than epistemic statuses, but in which peering into a crystal ball on some particular occasion, and only on that occasion, delivers knowledge of the distant future. But I can explain your intuition as simply based on our firm knowledge, that is, the deliverance of a truth-directed properly functioning process, that in our world crystal ball peering is not a properly functioning truth-directed process. And if you do not accept this, then I can just make a modal move. Yes, indeed, crystal ball peering is necessarily not a properly functioning truth-directed process in a world with laws of nature like those of our world. But I refuse to give you a criterion for which processes are necessarily like this. There just is no explanation for the fact that some processes are necessarily properly functioning and 9. Truth-directed and others are not. Given a sufficiently strong PSR, 1 can reject this whole line of reasoning. If there is no explanation as to why some processes have this epistemic status, contingently or necessarily, and others do not, then it cannot be a fact that some have it and others do not. However, the version of the PSR invoked here is stronger than the one defended in this book. A PSR for necessary truths would be required to make this argument go through, while I will defend one only for contingent truths. Nonetheless, this should motivate us to investigate the PSR in general. Finally, observe that while the PSR does not solve the problem of skepticism, it may let one at least infer that if one's perceptions are contingent, then they have causes, and this at least takes us to some extent beyond our perceptions. If the PSR is true, and if our perceptions are contingent, then they cannot be all there is. There must be an explanation of why we have these perceptions and not others. Thus, were the PSR self-evident, it could be the start of a climb out of skepticism. 1.2. A restriction to contingent truths. The PSR that I will defend will not be general enough for all of the preceding applications. I will only defend the claim that, necessarily, every contingently true proposition has an explanation. The restriction to contingent propositions is natural and forced by the current state of the art. We simply do not have a good handle on the nature of explanations of necessary propositions. Aristotle's account of science supposes there are such. In Aristotelian scientific explanations we start with propositions that are in themselves more understandable and proceed to propositions that are less understandable in themselves, though of course in the order of knowledge we first know these less understandable propositions, say, that there are rainbows, and proceed from them to the more understandable ones, say, the laws of optics, to give a contemporary example. Thus, if we could identify which necessary propositions are more understandable or objectively more basic, for instance which mathematical propositions are more properly considered as axiomatic, then we might have hope of an Aristotelian account of mathematical explanation. Unfortunately, given the plethora of different logically equivalent axiomatizations for a single mathematical theory, it is not clear which axiomatization counts as objectively more basic, and the PSR is, after all, concerned with objective explanations. We could include among the 10 other axioms of Euclidean geometry the parallel postulate that given a line and a point not on the line there is a unique parallel line through the point and derive the Pythagorean theorem. Or we could instead make the Pythagorean theorem among the other axioms and derive the parallel postulate, which is the genuine explanation. Traditional geometry used the former approach, but a mathematician accustomed to thinking in Cartesian ways might start with the Pythagorean theorem, which lays down a Euclidean metric on the plane, and proceed from there. While the mathematician Paul Erdos talked of some proofs from the book, where the book was the imaginary heavenly book of the optimal proofs for each theorem, no one knows exactly what it means for a proof to be from the book. At the same time, we know that some proofs are more explanatory than others. A proof of a geometrical fact that is done in a Cartesian algebraic fashion will sometimes quite obscure the geometrical issues, while a different such proof will, the mathematician may say, clarify the issues where a geometrical proof would obscure them beneath the complexities of a diagram covered with myriad lines. The four-color theorem, that every map can be colored by using only four colors without countries that share a border ever having the same color, was proved by a computer checking over 1,000 different cases. Appel and Haken, 1989. The proof could in principle be written out, but the proof thus written out would no doubt be quite unenlightening to us. It is not an explanatory proof to us. For all we know, the proof might be quite enlightening to a smarter being who could understand all the cases at once. What counts as an explanation in the sphere of mathematical necessary propositions, thus, may paradoxically be quite contingent and mind-dependent, in a way in which the explanation of contingent propositions is not. On the other hand, Thomas Sullivan, Conversation, 2002, might be right in thinking that when we subsume a number of mathematical theorems under a single more general theorem, we do explain things, by showing how such and such results follow from such and such general properties of mathematicals. Perhaps more worrying is that given Gödelian unprovable mathematical truths, it is not clear what could explain those truths, 5 whereas it seems unlikely that they are self-explanatory. Thus, the PSR extended to them might be false, unless of course mathematical truths are grounded in something deeper yet, say, the nature of modality itself, i.e., whatever 5. This argument is due to the father of Joanna Tumberino, an undergraduate student of Richard M. Gale. 11. It is that in virtue of which it is impossible for there to exist a concrete counterexample to a mathematical truth, or the nature of God's mind. All this suggests that there may be a significant difference between the cases of contingent and necessary propositions with respect to explanation, and hence the restriction of the PSR to contingent propositions is not ad hoc, in the way that a restriction to single events would be. Nonetheless, there is some reason to think that we have a commitment to a PSR for necessary truths. Defense of such an argument is beyond the scope of this book, but we may sketch a possibility. Consider a certain species of the phenomenon of refusal to philosophize. The species in question refuses to move to general principles behind judgments. Yes, our interlocutor claims, it is necessarily wrong to kill brown-eyed people, but it is never wrong to kill blue-eyed people. Our request for the principle behind this is rebuffed. That's just the way it is. Brown eyes, good. Blue eyes, bad. What about people with one brown eye and one blue eye? That depends on which eye is brown and which is blue. If it is the left one that is blue, killing is good but supererogatory. If the right one is blue, killing is prohibited. What if someone had 4 eyes, 2 brown and 2 blue? I have no view about this case. There is obviously something irrational about this attitude. One sort of irrationality here has to do with warrant. How could our interlocutor justify her moral beliefs? But she might well justify them on the basis of testimony. She might claim that she witnessed great miracles of prediction of the future that made it likely that an infallible supernatural being was speaking to her, and this being told her these things. Or she might claim that she had a very clear moral intuition, of the same sort that we may have with regard to the wrongness of torturing babies. We could dispute an epistemology that allows for such clear moral intuitions, but one feels there is something more deeply wrong here than just lack of warrant. A version of the PSR is just what we need to solve the problem. There must be an explanation of the moral truths. The proposition, p, that it is right to kill the blue-eyed and wrong to kill the brown-eyed certainly would not be self-explanatory, the way Bentham would claim the proposition that pain is bad to be self-explanatory, even if, per impossibile, p were necessarily true. Nor can we possibly see how the proposition could be derived from self-explanatory moral truths, because we would not likely accept a moral truth as self-explanatory if it treated brown-eyedness, or some other property entailed by it but not by blue-eyedness, say, as significantly morally different from blue-eyedness, as a moral truth that entails 12. P would have to. Thus, by a PSR applied to necessary propositions, P cannot be true. One might think that there is a different way of arguing against P. One might argue that it is a basic moral truth which we know through some sort of moral intuition that there is no morally significant difference between blue-eyedness and brown-eyedness. But is not our use of the concept of a morally insignificant difference itself dependent on the PSR? Is not a morally insignificant difference just the sort of difference that cannot explain a difference in appropriateness of treatment, so that absent the PSR, we are still no further ahead? Or perhaps we might argue against the irrational view on the grounds that we have a clear moral intuition that killing innocent people is always wrong. However, the example can be modified. Take some difficult Cult case in which we do not have a clear moral intuition, and imagine someone claiming that the answer depends entirely on the eye colors of the persons involved, but again refusing to philosophize or adduce any principles. We have here a refusal to philosophize, a refusal we all see in less extreme forms in various cases. A different example would be the naive epistemology discussed in section 1.1, where it is a brute fact about which processes are warrant conferring and which are not. Much of philosophy rests on a rejection of these kinds of views, and we see the Socratic dialogues, in which Socrates seeks definitions of concepts and refuses to accept lists of items falling under the concepts, as cases of this rejection. We call views that refuse to philosophize, as in the naive epistemology, or in the moral case, ad hoc. Admittedly, in some cases we can criticize the views on the grounds that our interlocutors happen not to be warranted in believing them. But that surely is not the whole story. There might, thus, be a PSR for necessary propositions. However, investigating such a PSR will have to await an advance in our understanding of the concepts of mathematical and philosophical explanation. 1.3. Why accept the PSR? These observations, together with the distinguished history of the PSR, suggest that, indeed, whether the PSR is true is highly relevant to a number of disparate fields of philosophy. But while a significant amount of work in the 20th century was put into discussions of attempts to disprove the PSR, whether by counterexample or by reduction to absurdity, with some notable exceptions, there has been surprisingly little done to 13. Motivate the PSR. One explanation of this is that those philosophers who accept the PSR typically do so because they take it to be self-evident and hence in need only of refinement and defense from attempts at disproof, but not in need of proof. Moreover, some take the PSR to be a first principle in the Aristotelian sense, and if it is such, then any valid non-circular argument for the PSR will have to make use of premises less evident than the PSR itself. The claim that a principle is self-evident tends to be a dialectical dead end inviting the response, but it's not evident to me, or, worse, but its falsity is evident to me. And this is an unnecessary dead end, since the philosopher who accepts the PSR as self-evident can take the Aristotelian line that even if the PSR is in and of itself self-evident, it need not be self-evident to everyone, and one might still construct dialectical arguments based on principles that are, in themselves, less self-evident than the PSR but which the PSR's opponent accepts. Or, alternately, a principle can be justified in terms of its theoretical utility, much as David Lewis, 1986, section 1.1, justified his theory that every possible world exists as a concrete physical universe by citing the many apparent philosophical benefits of this account. A different explanation of the paucity of arguments for the PSR can be found in the view widely held by contemporary philosophers that we have good reasons to think the PSR to be false. Specifically, there are two reasons that appear to be quite common. First, with greater intellectual respectability, it is claimed that quantum mechanics on its leading interpretations is incompatible with the PSR, and hence the PSR is empirically seen to be false. Second, there is a fear that acceptance of the PSR will force one to accept various theological conclusions. This sort of a fear is only a good reason for denying the PSR if in fact, a. the existence of a first cause can be shown to follow from an appropriate version of the PSR, and b. there is evidence that that kind of first cause does not exist. Note for instance that the argument from evil against the existence of God is only relevant as an argument against the PSR if one can show That a first cause would have to be omnipotent, omniscient, and perfectly good. But while there is a long philosophical tradition of thinking that this can be shown, one suspects that the philosophical atheist is unlikely to give credence to the arguments of this tradition, even if, as I think, the arguments are defensible, and hence she is unlikely to be able to use the argument from evil justifiedly as an argument against the PSR. Since the history of late 20th century philosophy of religion strongly suggests that it is the argument from evil that is the only truly interesting 14. Positive argument against the existence of God, theophobia is no excuse for rejecting the PSR. I will begin by sketching 5 episodes in the history of the PSR. Parmenides, Aquinas, Leibniz, Hume, and Kant. The survey will show a variety of forms that the PSR has taken, for instance, as a causal principle in Aquinas or as a principle of the existence of explanations in Leibniz, and will naturally lead us to distinguish several forms of the PSR. I will argue that we should see the best of these as embodying the insight that contingent propositions always have explanations, though some of the forms are arbitrarily restricted, say, to the explanation of those contingent propositions that make certain existential claims. One of the central claims defended there will be that as soon as we accept even a relatively weak version of the principle, such as that ex nihilo nihil fit, nothing comes from nothing, we should for the same reason accept the stronger one that every contingent proposition has an explanation. This will allow us to harness the intuitions behind the ex nihilo nihil fit principle and arguments specifically tailored to this principle as evidence for the full PSR once we move on to giving arguments for the PSR. After having discussed the PSR itself, we will need to defend it against attack. The 2 main objections that will be considered will be the already discussed argument from quantum mechanics and Peter van Inwagen's modus tollens version of Spinoza's PSR-based argument for modal fatalism, the view that there are no contingent truths. The PSR entails modal fatalism. Modal fatalism is necessarily false, and hence so is the PSR. In doing this, we will need to discuss the interplay between the PSR and libertarian notions of free will. From responses to criticisms, we will move to a clarification of the notion of self-evidence. We will see that the fact that the PSR is under dispute is not an objection against the thesis of self-evidence. Other plausibly self-evident principles such as the law of excluded middle share this feature with the PSR. But if an interlocutor does not or will not see the PSR as self-evident, self-evidence will be a dialectical dead end for the PSR's defender. Hence, we will need to move on to giving a positive cumulative argument for the PSR. We will examine Thomas Aquinas's being essence argument. From his De Ent et Essentia, Kant's arguments based on his theory of time, as well as some contemporary modal arguments for the PSR. Furthermore, a better modal argument will be offered. I will show that, on plausible and non-question begging assumptions about the logic of counterfactuals, if it is possible that Y has a cause, then in fact Y has a cause. 15. I will, further, argue that an attractive Aristotelian account of the nature of possibility entails the truth of the PSR. Moreover, we will look at how far scientific practice assumes the PSR. For instance, I will argue that, on an Aristotelian conception of the laws of nature, taking the PSR, as we empirically must, to be a merely contingent and only for the most part true proposition is not a feasible option. It is just too unlikely that the PSR should be true as often as it is if it is not in fact necessarily true. Obviously an argument of this form will have to be very carefully defended. The PSR is a powerful tool in philosophy. PSR-based considerations may well get used in a covered way in much philosophical analysis. Is not all philosophical research itself a quest for explanation? Once we see that the PSR is itself capable of defense, there will be no need to be ashamed of it and to hide our use of it behind other labels. We will not need to say that Hartree-Field's theory is incomprehensible, we will simply be able to say that it posits uncaused contingent beings. We will not have to express our discomfort with epiphenomenalism by saying that it posits an excessive ontology. Dislike of the theory may well be caused by a puzzlement as to what could explain the correlation between the realm of the mental and that of the physical. At the same time, the version of the PSR that I will be defending will be a limited one, and hence one that will not be sufficient for every application in which someone may wish to make use of it. I will end up restricting the PSR to the explanation of contingent true propositions, and not requiring that the explanation have any teleological component. Whether stronger versions of the PSR hold is a fruitful subject for investigation and, as we have seen in the case of the naive epistemology, one that has philosophical application. But we will have our hands full with the more limited version. 1.4. What are we talking about? Throughout we will be using the notions of explanation and of a cause, but nowhere will the reader find an analysis of these notions. Rather, through the investigation as a whole, we will learn more about what explanation and causation are like. Pace Socrates, we do not need a definition of a commonly used notion in order to make use of it. We know many things about explanation and causation. We know that explaining A by B and then B by A is viciously circular. We know that the apple was dropped and gravity was operative explains why the apple fell. We know that it is 16. Both true that I am the cause of this book and that my writing this book caused this book to come to exist. At the same time, more needs to be said about the notions to make clear argumentation later and to make explicit some assumptions. Explanation is always a relation between two facts, that is, two true propositions. I will stipulatively use the word fact to mean a true proposition, unless stated explicitly otherwise. Thus, necessarily, if P explains Q, then the explanans P and the explanandum Q both hold. As the preceding examples show, the notion of explanation does not, however, require that the explanation be final or ultimate in the sense that no mystery remains. An ultimate explanation is one in which the explanans itself does not call out for further explanation because it is either self-explanatory or necessary or both. However, we will usually require explanations to be full. This notion requires some explication. An explanation is full provided that it does not allow a puzzling aspect of the explanandum to disappear. Anything puzzling in the explanandum is either also found in the explanans or else explained by the explanans. It would not do to explain why John is sad and excited by saying that he was made sad by the death of his dog, Fido. That would miss out on a part of the explanandum, namely, why he is also excited. One way to give a full, though not ultimate, explanation is to say that John is made sad by the death of his dog, Fido, and excited by a job offer he has received. But there are other ways to give a full explanation that do not require that one actually explain both conjunct. For instance, one might simply say that John is excited and the death of his dog saddened him. This does not give an explanation of all of the explanandum, but it also does not let a part of the explanandum slip from grasp. In fact, the PSR ultimately will require that every contingent conjunct have an explanation. For we can apply the PSR again. Why is it that his dog died and he is excited? Either we will generate an infinite chain of explanations with no ultimate explanation, or we will have come to the ultimate explanation. If we have an ultimate explanation, then we must have arrived at something self-explanatory or necessary. Since the claim that John is excited is neither it follows that along the way we must have explained why John is excited. On the other hand, as we shall see in chapter 3, the PSR is not compatible with an infinite chain of explanations that has no ultimate explanans. Thus, proceeding chain-wise, it does not matter whether we insist that a full explanation explain every conjunct, as long as whatever puzzling aspects remain unexplained in the explanandum are carried over into the explanans. 17. If a full explanation explains every contingent aspect of the explanandum, then I will call the explanation complete. We will not make any scientistic assumption that science is the ultimate arbiter of what is an explanation or of what is a cause. Scientific explanation is one species of explanation, with deductive nomological explanation, where the initial conditions and laws of nature are cited as an explanation of a later state of affairs that is entailed by these initial conditions and laws, as a distinguished subspecies. But there are other species. There is mathematical explanation, for instance, which we have touched on already. And there is personal explanation, as when we explain an event by saying that a person freely brought it about. It is prima facie possible that some forms of explanation can be reduced to others. Thus, an occasionalist thinks scientific explanation can be reduced to theistic personal explanation. A reductive physicalist thinks personal explanation can be reduced to scientific explanation. Spinoza thinks all explanation can be reduced to something very much like mathematical explanation. But no such reductionist assumptions will be made, and indeed it will be tacitly assumed that Spinoza is wrong because there really is contingency. A guiding intuition to be kept in mind is that there are a close connect ions among explanation, wonder, and mystery. One commonsensical way to look at explanation is as a removal or transfer of puzzlement or mystery. If knowing that Q does not leave rational room for puzzlement about why P holds, then Q explains P. Of course there will be a different puzzlement as to why Q holds, unless Q is an ultimate explanation. The opponent of the PSR may argue that this is a problematic notion of explanation, for the concept of a puzzle or mystery entails the existence of a solution. To see this, suppose we have some contingent proposition that lacks an explanation, say, the proposition that this plane crashed. Then once one knows that there is no explanation, one thereby has removed all room for puzzlement about why the plane crashed. Thus that there is no explanation for the crash explains the crash on this view of explanation, which is truly absurd. Note that the proponent of the PSR might accept this as a reductio ad absurdum, though not of this notion of explanation but of the possibility of the denial of the PSR, if there were no explanation. Then saying that there is no explanation would remove all puzzlement. But if all puzzlement were removed, an explanation would thereby be given, hence if there is no explanation, there is an explanation. But both the opponent and the proponent would be wrong, for were one to learn that the airplane crashed for no reason, the mystery would not thereby be removed, it would deepen, if anything. 18. Likewise, no analysis of causation is offered. However, it is assumed that causation is non-Humean. That A's are always followed by B's is neither sufficient nor necessary for A's causing B. There can be single-instance causal relations and it is quite possible that AS should be followed by BS merely coincidentally. There is a possible world with the same laws of nature as ours but in which, completely by chance, no shaman has ever clapped his hands except immediately before a rainstorm. All clappings by shamans are followed by rainstorms in that world, then, but it does not follow that the clappings cause the rainstorms. No prior assumptions are made about entailment relations between explanans and explanandum or between the fact of the occurrence of the cause and the fact of the occurrence of the effect. Hume thought that the connection in the latter case was always contingent, but that is not obvious. That Jones's intentionally brought it about that E happens causes E, even though it also logically entails that E happens. Many think that the explanans should entail the explanandum, but we will see in section 6.3 that this condition is dispensable, even if we are talking of full explanations. One might object that one cannot investigate the PSR and claim such as that all events have causes without a prior investigation of the notions of explanation and causation. But this is mistaken, I take it. At the same time, the various arguments I will end up making concerning explanation and causation will in the end be constraints on which accounts of explanation and causation are plausible. But to draw out such conclusions would be the task of another work. Aquinas thought that we could know that God exists, though our knowledge of exactly what God is like is quite shaky. Likewise, one might know that all contingent events have causes, while not knowing what exactly causes are. After all, do we not all know at least that some events have causes, while few if any of us know what causes are? Reflections on some historical episodes. Let us begin with some instructive historical episodes. Of these, Parmenides and the truth-maker principle will be crucial at important points in the book. Aquinas is important historically, and we will eventually extend his metaphysical ideas to provide Thomistic arguments for the PSR. Leibniz is probably the most famous proponent of the PSR, but we shall, alas, see that he does not seem to give us a sufficient argument for it. Hume's argument against the PSR is still one of the most powerful. And finally, Kant's arguments for the causal principle will give us an example of an original and interesting argument that simply fails. 2.1. Parmenides. 2.1.1. Truth makers and the first argument for the ex nihilo nihil principle. The PSR first shows itself clearly in Parmenides' second argument against becoming. If something comes to be, it does so from something or from nothing. It is against this second possibility that the PSR is ranged. Parmenides asks, what need would have driven it later rather than ear? Lyre, beginning from the nothing tou metanos archamenon, to grow. 8 francs, 9 to 10. 1. If we have a state where nothing exists, and then something comes to exist, think of a universe as a whole to make the argument particularly forceful. Why did it come to exist when it did, rather than, say, 1. Throughout, the translation of Parmenides will be based on that in Kirk, Raven, and Schofield, 1990, with occasional modifications, perhaps at times inspired by the commentary of Sider and Johnstone, 1986. 20. 5 minutes earlier? An empty universe is temporally homogeneous, the nothing was no different 5 minutes earlier than it is now. The case Shin calls for an answer, but the supposition that nothing existed makes an answer impossible. The unstated assumption here is that why questions of this sort do have answers, that is, that every proposition has an explanation. Thus, Parmenides employs the PSR to argue for the ex nihilo nihil principle. This may seem a little strange to us, because the ex nihilo nihil principle is likely to seem less controversial than the PSR. The PSR says that every true proposition, or maybe every contingently true proposition, has an explanation. The ex nihilo nihil principle states that no entity comes into existence out of nothing. If we grant that an entity that once did not exist is a contingent entity, then the claim that starting with nothing we will not get anything follows from the PSR restricted to the case of contingently true propositions reporting the existence of an entity that came to be in time. Thus, The ex nihilo nihil principle seems to be simply a special case of the PSR, and so a rational person who was unsure about the ex nihilo nihil principle would for the same reason be skeptical about the PSR. We would not convince someone who was not sure whether all material beings are in flux by baldly telling her that in fact all beings are in flux. However, in fact, the ex nihilo nihil principle is not in the first instance a principle about explanation or causation. In one of its cosmological forms, it says that a universe with an empty past will not have a non-empty present or future. Parmenides has the insight that if we had an empty past and then something coming into existence, then this thing's coming into existence when it does would itself be unexplained. It would be unexplained because there would be nothing in existence for it to be explained by, and it makes no sense to explain something in terms of nothing. Behind this lies Parmenides' most basic insight, that it is not and that it is needful that it not be. That I declare to you is an altogether indiscernible track, for you could not know what is not, that cannot be done, nor declare it, since what is there to be thought of and what there is are the same thing, 2 to 3 francs. This insight is essential to seeing the connection between the ex nihilo nihil principle and the PSR. If one thought that explanation could invoke a non-thing, something that is not, then one might deny the ex nihilo nihil principle and accept the PSR. We will see later in chapter 4 that Nicholas Rescher thinks that explanations can be given not only in terms of what is, but also in terms of principles. If so, then we might well have nothing in existence, but nonetheless some principle might obtain that says that the universe is to come to exist at t0. 21. This might contradict the homogeneity of time but is not so absurd once one admits that one can explain beings in terms of non-beings. Henceforth we will take the ex nihilo nihil principle to be implied by the PSR. But this is a substantial claim about explanation. It is an acceptance, correct I believe, that it makes no sense to invoke a shadowy realm of principles poised between being and non-being in terms of which beings are to be explained. Once we look at the PSR as implying the ex nihilo nihil principle, we can modify the principle from merely being a principle about what time slices of the universe can follow what time slices of the universe, namely, that non-empty times cannot follow empty times, to being a principle that says that things that come to be in time always have causes. Once we see that causality and hence explanation is what the essential insight in the ex nihilo nihil principle is about, we might, while retaining the words ex nihilo nihil fit, abandon the requirement that the cause should precede the effect in time. The cause might, in fact, not be in time. Indeed, if the Big Bang singularity shows, as Grunbaum, 1998, argues, that the past is finite and yet there is no first moment in time. The set of moments in time is a set of t such that t0 and t0 does not mark an actual moment in time, then any application of the ex nihilo nihil principle to the universe will have to posit an extratemporal reality. It is worth noting that while Parmenides' basic insight that coming into existence out of nothing would violate the PSR is correct, since why the thing exists at all would be unexplained, his precise argument is one we should perhaps not embrace. In its cosmological form, the argument posits two ways things could be, the way they actually are and the way they would be if all events in fact happened earlier than they did. The claim made is that no reason can be given for why the former, rather than the latter, is in fact the case. This argument, if sound, shows a lot more than Parmenides uses it for. In fact, it shows that there cannot be change. For if there were change, then shifting over all events in time would produce a different state of affairs. Parmenides did not seem to see this further application, though of course he accepted the conclusion that there is no change. Crucial to this argument against change and becoming are two assumptions that can be challenged. The first is that the ways things could be, the actual way and the shifted way, are in fact distinct, pace those who accept a relational theory of time. The second is that no explanation could be given for one rather than another, pace Samuel Clarke's response to Leibniz, where Leibniz argued on the basis of the PSR against a uniform 22. Absolute Newtonian space, and Clarke responded that there might be a libertarian free will explanation in terms of the will of a creator. In these days of doxastic timidity, rather than concluding from Parmenides' argument that there is in fact no change, one is more likely to conclude that the PSR to which he appeals is false, assuming that the controversial auxiliary hypothesis about the non-relational nature of time holds. This, of course, is not the only way to get out of the argument. We could instead adopt a relational theory of time. We will, however, consider a very similar argument in greater detail in Chapter 9. 2.1.2. The second argument. But back to the historical Parmenides, where we get two more arguments. For the ex nihilo nihil principle in its acausal form. The first of these is simply that it makes no sense to talk of something's coming to be from nothing, that is, from non-being, because then we are talking of non-being, and it is not to be said nor thought that it is not. 8 francs, 7-8. This is a restatement of Parmenides' proscription of talking about what is not. This proscription can be read as a statement of the controversial truth-maker principle. To be true, a proposition needs to be true of something, indeed of something that exists. Truth requires a responsiveness to reality. There must be an aspect of reality of which a true proposition is true. Something that is not about something is not the sort of thing that can be true or false, and hence is not a proposition. The truth-maker theory in the form that will interest us here states that for every true proposition there is an aspect of reality in virtue of which the proposition is true, a truth-maker for the proposition. That Socrates is sitting is true in virtue of the sitting Socrates or the sitting of Socrates or Socrates being seated. In fact, we can always express the truth-maker of a proposition in terms of the participial nominalization of the sentence that expresses the proposition. That Socrates was a war hero who taught Plato is made true by Socrates having been a war hero and having taught Plato. Depending on what one's underlying ontology is, what this item, Socrates having been a war hero and having taught Plato, is will differ. It might be an accident of Socrates. It might be some sort of relational entity. It might be a state of affairs, considered not just as a true proposition but as a concrete entity that exists when and only when the state of affairs occurs. The point is made by Parmenides in saying that we can only think of what is, that is, any proposition we think is a proposition about something, namely, about its truth-maker. 23. The defender of the truth-maker theory will hold that it simply spells out what is implicit in realism. Realism claims that true propositions correspond to realities. Well, these realities are the truth-makers of the proposition. But the truth-maker theory is more controversial than realism. For instance, one might worry what existent reality can make true a negative claim such as that there are no seven-legged dogs. One could posit a negative state of affairs, such as there not being any seven-legged dogs, but that might be thought to trivialize the truth-maker theory, unless one supposed that the negative state of affairs was a bona fide positively existing being, say in a Tractarian ontology, as well as undercut Parmenides' argument. Alternately, one could follow Gale, 1976, and say that what makes it true that there are no seven-legged dogs would be something like everything's being either A1, or A2. Or an A1s having some positive property incompatible with being a seven-legged dog, A2s having some positive property incompatible with being a seven-legged dog. and ends having some positive property incompatible with being a seven-legged dog. Some, however, reject the truth-maker theory in favor of a more general theory espoused by David Lewis and possibly even Aristotle in his famous claim that to speak truly is either to say of what is that it is or of what is not that it is not. To anina kai to me on meina, Metaphysics, 1011b27. The more general theory says that while true positive propositions have truth makers, false negative propositions have false makers. I, or perhaps I considered insofar as I am human, am a false maker for the proposition that there are no humans. We can then say that at least for some set of relatively logically simple propositions, a true proposition is true either in virtue of being a positive proposition having a truth maker, or of being a negative proposition lacking a false maker. This allows purely negative realities, the absences of false makers, to have a role in making true propositions be true. For many purposes it does not matter whether we take the simple truth maker theory or the more complicated truth maker / false maker theory, and so I will confine myself to the truth maker case. For instance, suppose an ethicist seeks truth makers of moral propositions. It is of little help to be told that perhaps the search should be for false makers. It is as hard to find a false maker for the negation of the claim that it is wrong to torture little babies as to find a truth maker for it, and if we find a plausible candidate for a truth maker, then in the absence of a simpler false maker account of the proposition, we will opt for this candidate truth maker. However, for Parmenides' argument against things coming into existence to work, it seems we need a pure truth maker theory. A truth maker / 24. False maker theory appears insufficient. Yet, one may object, a truth maker / false maker theory is superior to a pure truth maker theory. Moreover, one might object to the argument that we are talking of nothing when we are talking of something come to be ex nihilo, as this confuses. For, xy comes from x. And 5, xy comes from x and x is nothing. Clearly, 5 is absurd, but should not be confused with 4, which is only absurd if one accepts a sufficiently strong version of the truth maker principle. One might accept a limited truth maker principle only for positive states of affairs and then claim that 4 is a negative state of affairs and hence the truth maker principle does not apply to it. 2.1.3. The third argument. Finally, Parmenides has a third argument against coming into existence out of nothing. This is a general argument against coming into existence. Suppose X comes into existence. Imagine ourselves at a time prior to X's coming into existence. At that time, X did not exist. What are we talking about, then, when we say, truly, X will exist? If it will exist but does not now, then it does not exist, and hence we are talking of an X that does not exist, for if it came into being, it is not, nor is it if it is ever going to be in the future. Thus coming to be is extinguished and perishing unheard of. 8 francs, 20-21. The ways out of the argument should be familiar, of course. One might deny the existence of facts about the future that cannot be sufficiently grounded in present states of affairs. One might hold that future things exist simpliciter, for instance by becoming a B-theorist. Or one might go for determinism, claiming that it makes sense to talk about the future, because we are really then talking about the present states of affairs that determine the future ones. Note that this last solution does not work in the special case of coming into existence ex nihilo, for then there are not going to be enough present facts, presumably, to determine the future states of affairs. So if one does not wish to go for the B-theory or to deny future states of affairs, one may find this a sound argument for the ex nihilo nihil thesis. 25. Observe that this argument, specialized to a case of coming into existence out of nothing, is stronger than just the Parmenidean argument that it makes no sense to talk of coming into existence out of nothing. For while the simpler argument needed an unrestricted truth-maker thesis, the new argument can observe that future states of affairs are obviously not negative states of affairs, and hence there should be some positive present state of affairs in which they are to be grounded. But of course the B-theoretic approach is still available as an attractive way to avoid the argument. 2.2. Thomas Aquinas. The PSR shows up in the guise of causal principles in Aquinas's 5 ways, at least 4 of which demand explanations. Why is there movement? Why are there causal connections? Why do contingent things exist? Why is there order in the universe? While no one of the ways invokes the PSR in its full generality, it is in the background. It is assumed that, indeed, these things have explanations, and given the wide categorical range that these things takes, this would be most implausible unless in fact just about everything had an explanation. Each way makes an explanatory demand and then claims that the only thing that can fill that demand is something godlike. The succeeding articles in the Summa Theologica then try to argue that this thing is indeed God. The explicit way the PSR enters into the 5 ways is through causal principles. CPS nothing moves without being moved, contingent beings have causes, and so on. However, there is an implicit way that the PSR also enters in. A causal principle, as such, is compatible with an infinite regress. The cause of A can be B, and that of B can be C, and so on. Thomas Aquinas rejects infinite regresses on many grounds. They may involve an actual simultaneous infinity of movers, for instance, whereas an actual infinity is impossible. This argument does not impress us as much, since Cantor showed us how to talk coherently of actual infinities. Or a regress may violate some aspect of Aristotelian physics, but once again we are no longer Aristotelians in physics. But there is a deep way in which the PSR can be seen as entering in. The best objection to an infinite regress with no initial element is that it just does not constitute an ultimate explanation. One could still ask why the whole infinite chain took place. By the PSR, we need something over and beyond the infinite chains with no initial elements. Observe here one of the differences between a PSR and a CP. The CP is prima facie compatible with infinite chains with no initial elements. 26. Note that this argument does not rule out the possibility of an infinite chain with an initial element. Consider, for instance, the infinite number of states that a cannonball goes through from firing to landing, given the continuity of time. 2. This is an infinite chain with an initial element, namely, the firing of the cannon, and this initial element explains the whole infinite chain. An Aristotelian theory of time on which there is only a finite number of actual moments of time in any interval, with the other moments being merely potential, would rule out this example, but Thomas accepted a different kind of example. He was willing to entertain the logical possibility of the cosmos as having in fact always existed, as long as God had, from outside time, created it. That would be an infinite chain with an initial element. In the Summa Theologica, St. Thomas does not give us an argument for the PSR or the CP. But we do get hints of an argument in the earlier De and et essentia based on the distinction between existence or the act of existing, esse, and essence or quid deity, essentia, quid deitas. In Thomistic ontology, the existence of a thing is that by which the thing exists at all. The essence of a thing is that by which it is what it is. I can know what a man or a phoenix is and still be ignorant whether it exists in reality. From this it is clear that the act of existing, esse, is other than the essence or quid deity, unless, perhaps, there is a being whose quid deity is its very act of existing. Aquinas, 1949, Chapter 4. The latter exceptional being would be a necessary being, one that exists simply in virtue of the kind of being it is, that is, in virtue of its essence, though Thomas has not yet argued that there is any such being. The distinction between esse and essentia is more basic than the hylomorphic distinction between form and matter. For instance, it would apply to contingent beings that have no matter. For them, too, there would be a difference between their act of existing and that which defines their identity. The distinction is parallel to a distinction one can draw in a somewhat Phrygian context between a property P and the meta-property of P's being instantiated. The important point is that unless a being is a necessary one, it must have two different principles in it, the esse and the essentia. Both of these are thought of as real principles found in a given thing. Socrates is a human being by virtue of his essence, which is not something extrinsic to him that he merely participates in, as the Platonists claimed. 2. A similar example was given by Kane, 1995. See also Hill, 1982. 27. Socrates exists by virtue of his act of existence, which is something real in him. 3. Thomas concludes from this that there is a CP for contingent beings. That is, for all beings in which existence differs from essence. Now, whatever belongs to a being is either caused by the principles of its nature, as the capability of laughter in man, or it comes to it from some extrinsic principle, as light in the air from the sun's influence. But it is impossible that the act of existing be caused by a thing's form or its quid deity. I say caused as by an efficient cause, for then something would be the cause of itself and would bring itself into existence, which is impossible. Everything, then, which is such that its act of existing is other than its nature must needs have its act of existing from something else. Aquinas, 1949, Chapter 4. Thus, we have a CP for contingent beings. St. Thomas goes on to argue that there must be a first cause, but our interest right now is just in the CP. At first sight, Thomas's argument simply begs the question. The esse of a thing must arise from its essence or from outside. But in saying this, Thomas leaves out precisely the option an opponent who denies the CP will choose, the esse of a thing not being caused by anything and not following from the thing's essence. A simple explanation why Thomas does not feel obliged to discuss this option, crucial as it appears to philosophers these days, might be that it is intuitively obvious to him that if you have a composition of two factors, in this case the existence and the essence, there has to be an explanation of why there is such a composition. Obviously, this will not do if we are trying to find an argument for the CP in Aquinas. What we need to do is ask whether a Thomistic esse essentia ontology does not in fact commit one to the impossibility of the indicated third option, a commitment that might have been obvious to Thomas. I will argue in Chapter 12 that indeed this is so. Thomistic ontology does commit one to the CP. 2.3. Leibniz. If there is one philosopher who is most famously associated with the principle of sufficient reason, it is Leibniz. Our reasonings are founded on two great principles, that of contradiction, and that of sufficient reason, in virtue of which we consider that no fact can be real. 3. C. Miller, 1983, for a philosophy of language, based justification of the esse essentia distinction. 28. Or actual existent, and no proposition enunciation true, without there being a sufficient reason for its being so and not otherwise, although most often these reasons cannot at all be known by us. 4. Leibniz uses the PSR most famously in his arguments against Newtonian absolute space and time. If space and time are absolute, then the world would have been different had things been shifted over in space or time. But the homogeneity of space and time means that no reason can be assigned why the universe occupies one position in space and time rather than another, contrary to the PSR. Hence, space and time cannot be absolute. We already saw the ingredients of this argument in Parmenides. Samuel Clarke responded that a reason can be given, namely, God's free choice to create the universe in such and such a place and time rather than another. Leibniz, in turn, queried what grounds God had for such a choice. Clarke as a libertarian grounded this in a reasonless free choice. Leibniz found such a choice incomprehensible. Nowadays, the Leibnizian argument is not likely to be used for showing space and time to be relative. In fact, the argument is more likely to act as an attempt at a reductio ad absurdum of the PSR. We will consider it under that head in Chapter 9. Can Leibniz give an argument for the PSR? In the Theodicee, section 44, quoted in Rescher, 1990, p. 116, he writes of the PSR, were it not for this great principle we could never prove the existence of God, and we should lose an infinitude of very just and very profitable arguments, whereof it is the foundation. In a more skeptical age this argument sounds less impressive. On the other hand, the argumentative pattern here is perhaps not one we should dismiss immediately. We saw in the introduction that the PSR does give us a number of useful arguments for the plausibility of theses such as the falsity of a completely ad hoc epistemology. Is it only wishful thinking to think that this counts a little in favor of it? Or is it that the plausibility of those theses in fact derives from the intuitive plausibility of the PSR? And consider, after all, what may be one of the main reasons driving the acceptance of the axiom of choice by mathematicians. Accepting the axiom of choice lets mathematicians prove many handy theorems, such as the Hahn-Banach theorem. Admittedly, this kind of pragmatic argumentation is a little strange from a rationalist such as Leibniz, but perhaps the pragmatic aspects of his thought need more examination. 4. Monadology, 31-32, Rescher, 1991, translation modified slightly. 29. Leibniz also offered an argument for the PSR based on something like the truth-maker principle and his inherence account of the properties of a monad as found within the complete individual concept of a monad, cf. Rescher, 1991, pages 124-125, Gerhardt, 1960-1961, Volume 7, p. 300. When we say that Napoleon was short, that is because the complete individual concept of Napoleon is, with the ellipses indicating infinitely many omis. Zions, the concept of someone born on August 15, 1769, in Corsica. Who was short? Who lost at Waterloo? Thus, an explanation can be given of why Napoleon is short. He is short because his complete individual concept, which itself is an eternal and necessarily existing idea in the mind of God, contains shortness. At the same time, this very reason is what makes it possible to predicate shortness of Napoleon. Thus, the ground of predication is the same as the explanation of the proposition on this way of looking at Leibniz, cf. Heidegger, 1974. It is true that this way of looking at the matter will only give a PSR for propositions of the form X is F, where X is a monad. But because monads and their properties are all there is, it seems that the Leibnizian account explains everything. All truths supervene on truths about monads, and all truths about monads are of the form X is F. The PSR follows from Leibniz's take on what the grounds for predication are, that is, on Leibniz's take on what the truth-maker principle implies in the case of X is F propositions. However, Leibniz's account neglected existence. The explanation of why Napoleon is short, namely, because his complete individual Sept includes shortness, is exactly parallel to an analysis of Y share. Locke Holmes is tall, the complete individual concept of Sherlock Holmes. Includes tallness. But all this fails to explain why Napoleon Bonaparte, and not Sherlock Holmes, exists. It is here, of course, that Leibniz will bring in the principle of optimality. Napoleon Bonaparte and not Sherlock Holmes exists because there is a possible world that is better than every other world, and this best possible world includes Napoleon but not Holmes. But here the PSR and the truth maker principle seem to part ways. It is not because of any truth maker based consideration that Napoleon exists. Instead of admitting this apparent parting of the ways as real, one might distinguish between two PSRs in Leibniz, the weaker holding in all possible worlds, and simply consisting in the inherence principle, and the stronger being the principle of optimality that holds only in the best possible world. On this account, we can say that the weaker PSR is grounded in the 30 truth maker principle, while the stronger is an independent principle. 5. But if so, then it is the stronger principle that I am interested in. For instance, only the stronger one is sufficiently strong to support the claim that ex nihilo nihil fit. This does not mean that there is no argument showing that the PSR cannot be reduced to the truth maker principle. We will see in chapter 12 that there is a way of looking at Aquinas's being essence argument for a version of the causal principle as based on something like truth makers. But be that as it may, the two principles are prima facie different. They both talk of ground, but there are many kinds of ground. The PSR talks of explanatory ground. The truth maker principle talks of the ontological ground of truth, and the epistemologist talks of epistemic grounds. There may be times when all three grounds coincide. For instance, perhaps Leibniz's account of predicative truths holds at least for statements such as that bachelors are unmarried. What makes this statement true is that the concept bachelor includes being unmarried. What explains its truth is just this, too. And what gives us knowledge of this fact is this very fact. But this is a very special case. There may be a deep unity among these three kinds of ground, but it is not clear what it might be. 2.4 Hume 2.4.1 The basic argument. The PSR understood as a necessary truth entails a CP that claims both that a contingent event cannot occur without a cause and that a contingent being cannot come to exist without a cause. But Hume insists that there is no absurdity in imagining a brick's coming into existence without a cause. Hence, the CP is at most contingent, and hence the PSR cannot be a necessary truth. This argument may be thought to parallel the argument from the self-evidence of the PSR that we will consider later, since the claim that a brick's coming into existence without a cause is non-absurdly imaginable appears to be taken to be self-evident. This argument does not lead to the conclusion that the PSR is false, but only that it is not necessarily true. But this itself would seriously damage the credibility of 5. See also Rutherford, 1992, which shows how one can read texts that appear to suggest a distinction between a contingent and a necessary PSR as showing a distinction not between two PSRs but between the PSR and a principle of intelligibility. 31. The PSR. For instance, it would make it untenable that the PSR is self-evident in the sense of being such that to understand it is to see that it is true. 6. 2.4.2 The annihilation principle. There can be more to the argument than the bald assertion that a brick can come to exist without a cause. The argument might further be based on Hume's principle, Hume, 1779, Part 9, that anything thought to exist can likewise be thought not to exist, supplemented with the additional qualification that everything other than the denied item can be thought to continue existing. We can imagine the bricks coming to exist from the clay under the hand of a craftsman. Just hold that in the imagination. But remove the clay and the craftsman from the picture, and you will have imagined the bricks coming to exist ex nihilo. Or, alternately, the argument can simply take a more logically minded form. There are perfectly coherent mathematical models describing possible worlds in which the only thing that exists is a brick, or a brick-like entity, if bricks conceptually require brick makers and a society that has certain purposes for them, and its parts. One way to construct such a model is just to take a list L of the states of the particles of some actual brick, take the time series to start at some time t0 at which the actual brick exists, and posit that the states in L are in fact instantiated at t0. Then, a brick exists at t0, without a cause. But bricks are not necessary beings, and so an uncaused contingent being exists in this model, and since the model is coherent, the PSR cannot be necessarily true. Now a quick caution is needed. Actually, the world described in the model contains no bricks. To be a brick is to play a certain role in our society, to be made for certain constructive purposes, say. But no. 6. I do not say it would entail that the PSR is not self-evident, because there might be contingently true propositions, such as that I exist, that could be argued to be self-evident in this sense. For it might be that for me to understand the proposition that I exist is for me to understand it to be true. Whether this implies self-evidence depends on contract-overt questions about de se propositions. If there are de se propositions, then that I exist might be a de se proposition that is self-evident, because anyone who grasps it sees that it is true, of herself, for that is the nature of a de se proposition. If there are not de se propositions, and I exist is a rigid designator, then that I exist will be self-evident only if it cannot be communicated, only if no one other than I can grasp that proposition. Example, your attempt to grasp it can at best get to he exists or pruss exists, which are different propositions. How one should answer these questions is unclear. But it is deeply implausible that the PSR is a contingently true self-evident proposition analogous to that I exist. The issues with the latter seem to be specific to index-ical propositions. 32. Matter, whether we have modeled a brick or some other brick-like aggregate of particles, we have modeled something contingent and uncaused. However, this should caution one in general about Humean intuitions. That we can always coherently excise parts of worlds while keeping everything else fixed, cutting humans out of the picture, for instance, brings it about that none of the things that would otherwise have been made by us are artifacts. We must be careful in our imaginative world constructions. There can be unintended logical effects. 2.4.3 Modal imagination. But is it indeed intuitively clear that a brick can come to exist ex nihilo? Note, first, that the can here is a can far removed from ordinary usage. In daily life, most of our uses of modal language indicate either epistemic possibilities or causal possibilities. An epistemic possibility is something that might be true for all we know. It is certainly not self-evident that a brick comes to exist ex nihilo for all we know. On the contrary, we know, inductively, if in no other way, that such events do not in fact happen. On the other hand, there is no causal possibility of a brick's coming into existence ex nihilo, because P is causally possible if and only if there in fact exists or existed a causal agent X such that X could have initiated a causal chain capable of leading to its being the case that P. But, by definition, nothing can initiate a causal chain capable of leading to the existence of an uncaused brick. Of course it will immediately be objected that this is quite unfair as an objection. Surely, it will be pressed, I know perfectly well the sense of Ken involved in the claim that there can be an uncaused brick, and it is neither causal nor epistemic but logical. While that may be correct, the important point here is that purely logical possibility is not an item in everyday conversation. It is not something about which the ordinary person has much in the way of intuition. The ordinary person thinks primarily about causal and epistemic possibilities. It will even be argued in Chapter 19 that the right account of modality has causal possibility at its heart. Now, a proposition containing a term that has a meaning far removed from ordinary life is not a proposition in whose self-evidence we can be very confident, unless of course the proposition is self-evident in the sense of being a tautology, which the Humean claim is not. This is not to say that a self-evident proposition cannot reach beyond the concerns of everyday life. Modus ponens, while applicable to propositions about groceries and dogs, is also applicable to the most abstruse parts. 33. Of mathematical physics. However, the statement of modus ponens does not take us beyond the ordinary uses of language. We use conditionals every day, and the concept of a conditional is certainly one we all have mastered. Thus an argument from the alleged self-evidence of the claim that an uncaused brick could exist would not be particularly strong. And while Hume's own argument is from the self-evidence of the imaginability of an uncaused brick's coming into existence, we know that the inference from imaginability to possibility is fallible. Now, of course, if one restricts the logical possibility sufficiently narrowly in the Humean claim to be merely a claim that within some specified system of logic no contradiction can be proved from the proposition that there is an uncaused brick, the claim may become true, but it will also become irrelevant to metaphysics. For if mathematical truths are all logically necessary truths in the metaphysically relevant sense, then by showing the existence of unprovable, within appropriate first-order systems, mathematical truths, Gödel has shown us that there are mathematical falsehoods that are in a sufficiently narrow sense logically possible. Since these falsehoods are metaphysically impossible, and since the PSR is meant to be a metaphysically necessary thesis, showing that the PSR is not narrowly logically necessary will not challenge the claim that the PSR is metaphysically necessary. Or a weaker point can be made. We can imagine an evolutionary process by which a one-horned horse-like animal, call any such an animal a unicorn, could have come to exist. We cannot sketch the process in detail, any more than we can sketch the evolutionary history of any animal, but we have a rough idea that the DNA could mutate in such a way that a unicorn comes to be born. The story does not have to be probable, but we are confident that a story can be given. In fact, it is plausible that the only way to have full confidence of a claim of metaphysical possibility is to have a story about how the supposed possibility had come about. But this is precisely what we cannot do in the case of a contingent proposition that violates the PSR. If something violates the PSR, then obviously there is no story to be told about how it came to be true. But besides all this, the alleged Humean possibility, as has been noted, is an outlandish one. Let me imagine the bricks coming to exist ex nihilo. Do we not feel an impulse to ask, how did this happen? Do we not feel a pull toward saying that there must have been some physical process that brought it about? And while the Humean will reject these intuitions, is not their presence, especially when added to the preceding considerations, at 34. Least evidence for the Humean possibilities not being self-evident? It may be that the intuition here can be captured by the weaker notion that such events are very unlikely, but as we shall see much later, it is difficult to account for this unlikelihood, see section 17.4.2. The second argument was from the idea that any part of reality can be denied while holding everything else fixed. This is the basic Humean intuition. But this intuition is questionable. it implies that it was possible for nothing to have existed. But that possibility is a dubious one. For instance, such a possibility would violate the unrestricted truth-maker principle that every true proposition is true in virtue of some positive reality, X hypothesis. In a world in which nothing existed, it would be true that nothing exists. Furthermore, it certainly is at least not obvious that it might have been that nothing existed. Moreover, the Humean intuition implies that various sorts of holism are false. For instance, if material reality consists of global fields, then the possibility of making local changes while keeping everything else fixed is questionable. Nor is the intuition supported by ordinary thought. When faced with a claim like the David could have existed without Michelangelo, or Kennedy could have died of a bullet wound even if Oswald had never lived, we do not generally try to imagine a world where everything else is fixed but Michelangelo or Oswald did not exist. Rather, we try to imagine a world where someone or something other than Michelangelo created the David and where someone else shot Kennedy. If we have a Kripken view of the matter, we will think we cannot even imagine the Davids being made by someone else, but this stronger claim is irrelevant here. All I need is that ordinarily when we imagine possible modifications of reality, we do not imagine the effects staying in the total absence of any cause, but simply in the absence of the particular cause that caused the effect. And when asked to imagine a world where the cause did not occur, we imagine a world where the effect does not occur as well. Because such imagining is ordinarily associated with counterfactuals, and the counterfactual were no cause of E to occur, E would not occur is generally true for a caused event E. Thus, the exercise in modal imagination in this Humean principle is again removed from ordinary use. This does not mean that the exercise is hopelessly flawed. But what it does do is force us to be careful here. If there were good conceptual reason to think that the matter cannot be imagined coherently, if there were good conceptual reason to accept the PSR, the weak intuitive evidence for Hume's principle would be defeated. 35. 2.4.4. A possible diagnosis. It is worth noting that Hume's own intuitions about the falsity of the CP or PSR might have been colored by his view of causation. If causation is nothing but constant conjunction, then the denial of the necessity of the CP is just the claim that a contingent event can happen that is not the second term in any constant conjunction. But just about everyone's modal intuitions will support this. For instance, consider the rotation of a star's causing the formation of a planet, indeed the universe's first planet. It surely might have been the case that after the first planet was formed, the universe was annihilated. But then the formation of a planet would not have been the second term of any constant conjunction, since it would have been a one-time event and hence uncaused, while the star's rotation would have preceded it, it would not have caused it. On Hume's view of causation, then, the non-necessity of the CP is not a controversial matter. Now Hume's view of causation is highly implausible. For instance, it makes the question of whether X causes Y sometimes depend on future events, as in the preceding example, in which it depends on whether the universe is annihilated right afterward. But whether X causes Y certainly should not logically depend on anything in the future of X and Y. Once X and Y occur, apart from exercises of exotic backward causation, if such is at all possible, nothing can bring it about that X did or did not cause Y. But on the Humean view, one could bring it about that X did not cause Y without any exotic exercises of backward causation, but simply by preventing future tokenings of A, where A is the type that X falls under. Given the implausibility of Humean views of causation and the possible contamination of a Humean's intuitions about the PSR by these views of causation, the Humean's intuitions about the PSR are indeed a little suspect. Moreover, on a Humean view, one might well argue that there is nothing more mysterious about a brick's coming into existence after a brickmaker has been laboring than there is about a brick's coming into existence ex nihilo. This is because both are equally unexplained. If causation is just constant conjunction, then causal statements do not explain, just as everybody does it, is not only not a justification but also not an explanation of why one did it, unless supplemented with additional claims about a common human nature. Thus, in fact, Hume is committed to the necessary falsity of the PSR in just about all cases, simply because he is committed, though he will deny this, to there being no causal explanations. All this is reason to reject the Humean view of causation, but at 36. Also shows that a Humean's intuitions about the PSR may be biased by the necessity of her rejection of the PSR. A new and scientifically informed version of Hume's argument, inspired by some remarks by J. Bryan Pitts, will, however, still need to be discussed in Chapter 4. 2.5. Kant. In his second analogy, Kant tackles the problem of the direction of time. We perceive time as having a direction of two non-simultaneous events. One precedes the other. Not only do we perceive the events successively, that is, first perceive one and then the other, but we also perceive them as successive, which is of course quite different. Indeed, we might note that it is only a coincidence that we usually perceive the earlier event first. If I see a puff of smoke from a distant cannon and hear the explosion later, then I have orally perceived the explosion after I have visually perceived its effect, the smoke. Moreover, perception of events as successive is essential to beings like us having experiences at all. Furthermore, when we actually successively perceive two events, we at least sometimes perceive our phenomena to be successive. Thus, we simply cannot get away from the fact that somehow we must be capable of perceiving successiveness. What makes one event be later than the other is, according to Kant, the relation of cause and effect. Of these two, the cause is what determines the effect in time, and determines it as the consequence. Therefore experience itself, i.e., empirical cognition of experiences, is possible only inasmuch as we subject the succession of appearances, and hence all change, to the law of causality. Kant. 1996, pb 234. Thus, what makes B later than A is nothing but that A causes B. Next, Kant argues that there cannot be something empirical without something empirical preceding it as a cause. For an actuality succeed ing an empty time, i.e., an arising not preceded by any state of things, cannot be apprehended any more than empty time itself. Kant, 1996. PA 192/B 237. Kant has already argued in the first analogy that time can only be perceived through the perception of substances persisting in time, thereby ruling out the possibility of an empty perceptible time, that is, an empty time in the phenomenal realm. But if succession arises from causation, then it is nonsense to say that some phenomenal event occurred after no cause, since the after is to be analyzed in terms of causation, and 37. Hence one would be saying that the phenomenal event was caused by the absence of causes, which is nonsense. The argument here resembles Aristotle's argument for the eternity of time, which we will discuss in section 3.2. It may seem to share a flaw with it, due to an ambiguity in the claim that no cause preceded X. This claim can be disambiguated in two ways. 6. Before X it was the case that there is no cause of X. 7. It is not the case that, before X, there is a cause of X. Of these, 6 makes no sense if temporal succession depends on causation, in the way Kant suggests. But 7 seems to make perfect sense. However, in fact, even 7, will not be acceptable on Kantian grounds. We are dealing here with the phenomenal order. Truths within the realm of the phenomenal must be empirical. But how could 7 be empirical? To verify it, we would need to search thoroughly the region of space-time. That is before x, and make sure that it lacks a cause for x. But we can only designate that region of space-time in reference to the cause of x, which x hypothesis does not exist. Of course, it is plain that we cannot search all of space-time for the cause of x. However far we searched, we could not have perceived empirically that we had searched it all, even if in fact we had. It is thus crucial to the Kantian argument that it should refer to the phenomenal realm. However, the argument seems to have a serious shortcoming. To derive an order for time, it might be thought that we do not need all pairs of successive events to be causally connected. This is certainly going to be true if we are allowed to help ourselves to a non-directed betweenness relation that lets us say when an event B is between events A and C, without the relation saying which events occur first and which do not. It is simply a mathematical fact that if we have a timeline with a betweenness relation isomorphic to that had by the real numbers, where we say that y is between x and z providing x. For instance, if x and y are such that a lies between x and b and y lies between x and a, then we can stipulate that x, y, and we can easily formulate a number of other such rules, which will yield a linear ordering. Thus, while the order of time may require some instances of causation, just one instance of causation between non-simultaneous events is enough given a timeline with a betweenness relation. And we could 38. Get a timeline with a betweenness relation on it simply by attending to our empirically most successful physical theories without reference to an asymmetric notion of causation, CFGR Unbaum, 1974, Chapter 7. Admittedly, the physical theories may not yield an order of time by themselves. Unless we choose stipulatively simply to define this order in terms of something like entropy, 7, but as long as we can perceive one instance of non-simultaneous causation we will be fine. And we can perceive one instance of non-simultaneous causation. When I drop a rock, my act of will causes the rock to hit the ground. However, this neglects just how far Kant's critique cuts. Kant is not simply trying to solve the problem of the arrow of time, the problem of distinguishing past from future, while taking for granted a timeline with a betweenness relation. The timeline is itself a problem. If we are to build a timeline out of causal relations, we cannot take for granted any particular betweenness topology. Similarly, if we could take for granted simultaneity relations, then we could define how an uncaused event A stands with respect to the past, by seeing how it stands with respect to the causes of events simultaneous with A. But it is also puzzling how simultaneity is to be perceived. The simultaneous perception of objects is not the same as the perception of the objects as simultaneous. However, there is available a different solution here. Kant does not need the strong principle that every event has a full cause. All he needs is that every event is affected by past events. For instance, we now know that every object in the universe is affected, at every moment of its existence, by gravitational forces exerted by other objects in its past. The Newtonians thought gravity was instantaneous, but they were wrong. Gravity only propagates at the speed of light. If some item came into existence causelessly, from the first moment of its existence it would have been affected causally by the influences of various past events. And these influences might be sufficient to define a timeline in the absence of a full CP. 7. It is not at all clear how one should relate the asymmetry in entropy with what is arguably the crucial intuition about an asymmetry of time, namely, that the future is open in a way in which the past is not. See the discussion in Sklar, 1993, pages 397 to 404. Unfortunately, the one view surveyed by Sklar that had much plausibility as a way of grounding intuitive asymmetries with the entropic asymmetry was the work of David Lewis, 1979, on counterfactuals and the arrow of time, which has been refuted now. Elga, 2001, Pruss, 2004b. For these reasons, one might be skeptical about the philosophical significance of the undeniable entropic asymmetry. The causal intuition that causation goes from past to future, or at least tends to do so, seems much more significant. 39. But even if these counterarguments work contingently in our universe, one might still seek something stronger, especially if one puts more weight on intuitions than Kant does. As a necessary principle, the principle that every contingent event is affected by other events is intuitively inferior to a CP that claims that every contingent event is affected or caused by other events. Even though the principle of affectedness is formally weaker than the CP, all of its intuitive force is derivative from the CP. We do not have any independent intuitions about the principle of affectedness. The discovery of universal forces such as gravity was a surprise. Thus, it can only be plausible that the principle of affectedness is necessary if it is plausible that the CP is necessary. But, of course, one could say that the existence of a past-future distinction, and indeed of a timeline or space-time structure even remotely like that which we have, is only a contingent fact, and so its being grounded in a merely contingent fact is no worry here. The people who would like to ground the past-future distinction in entropic asymmetries are quite willing to accept the contingency of the distinction, after all, but see Elga 2001 and Pruss 2004b for a critique of the most prominent such account. 40. 3. The causal principle and the PSR. 3.1. Chains of causes. 3.1.1. The Hume-Edwards-Campbell principle. Say that a chain of causes is ungrounded if it does not contain a first cause that causes everything else in the chain, and if, further, there is no cause outside the chain that causes the chain as a whole. One major difference between a causal principle and a PSR is that a CP, prima facie, is compatible with an ungrounded infinite chain of causes, while a PSR is not. Since there is no explanation for the whole chain, the latter incompatibility claim can be objected to, however. Hume writes, "Did I show you the particular causes of each individual in a collection of 20 particles of matter, I should think it very unreasonable, should you afterwards ask me, what was the cause of the whole 20? This is sufficiently explained. In explaining the cause of the parts, Hume, 1779, Part 9. The Hume-Edwards principle, C. Edwards, 1959, states that if one has explained each conjunct of a proposition or each member of an aggregate, then one has explained the whole. One might then try to explain why some aggregate of all contingent beings exists by saying that being A exists because it is caused by B, being B exists because it is caused by C, ad infinitum. The Hume-Edwards principle, however, is false. The principle depends crucially on explanations being agglomerative. If one has explained the conjunct, one has explained the conjunction. But explanation is not agglomerative, as Gale, 1991, pages 254 to 255, has argued. For instance, even if one had explained why one mason was at the corner in terms of his desire to buy bread at the bakery on the corner, and why another mason was at the corner in terms of his desire to eat at the cafe on the corner. 41. And why a third mason was at the corner in terms of its being his usual way to work, and why a fourth mason was at the corner in terms of his having to get his watch repaired at the jeweler's there, it does not follow that one would thereby have explained why the four masons were there. For all of the preceding is compatible with the proper explanation of the conjunctions being a Masonic conspiracy that took them to that location, and ensured that the fourth went to this jeweler rather than to another. And so on. But as Campbell, 1996, has noted, to refute the incompatibility of the PSR with the existence of an infinite ungrounded chain, it is not necessary to show that conjunctions are always explained when the conjunct are explained, but that for any one conjunction it is epistemically possible that it would be explained were the conjunct explained. If there were no conspiracy that took all the Masons to the same location, then in fact, the full and correct explanation of the conjunctive fact would be given by the explanations of the conjunct. 3.1.2 The problem with the principle. However, the Hume-Edwards-Campbell, Heck, principle that it is epistemically possible that one has explained the conjunction whenever one has explained the conjunct is only true in the special case in which either at least one of the explanations goes beyond the set of conjunct or at least one of the conjunct is a self-explainer. In the case of the four Masons, the explanations offered were indeed in terms of something outside the set of conjunct. Or, if the presence of one of the Masons was somehow self-explanatory and it explained the presence of the other Masons, then we would have a fine explanation. But if, on the other hand, we explained the presence of each of the Masons in terms of the presence of the other Masons, we would not have thereby explained the conjunction. Our explanation, on the contrary, would have been viciously circular. Even if causal circles were logically possible, they would not be explanatory. The question of why the whole circle exists would still have to be answered. The plausibility of the Heck principle lies in examples in which the agglomerative explanation does not become viciously circular or viciously regressive. Presumably, Hume's 20 particles are to be explained in terms of something outside the set. It is not the case that particle A caused particle B to be present, and so on, for all the particles. That would be viciously circular, since given the finite number of particles our causal chain would eventually have to loop back on itself. 42. 3.1.3 Regress of explanations. It is, admittedly, not immediately obvious that a regress of explanations is as vicious as a circle of explanations. But there is a way of closing the gap between these two. Suppose we admit the Heck principle, and therefore claim that we might have an infinite series P1, P2 of distinct propositions such that Pn is explained by Pn plus 1, and such that the conjunction of them all, P1 and P2 and has thereby been explained. There is no conspiracy in this case, there is nothing more to the explanation of the conjunction than the explanation of the conjunct. Let P indicate the conjunction of all of these propositions. Let E be the conjunction of the even-numbered ones. Let O be the conjunction of the odd-numbered ones. Every conjunct of E then has an explanation in terms of O, since P2n is explained by P2n plus 1, with none of the propositions being self-explanatory. Therefore, O has the resources for an explanation of E, if we are dealing with a case in which the conjunction can be explained simply by giving explanations of the conjunct. But by exactly the same reasoning, every conjunct of O has an explanation in terms of E, since P2n plus 1 is explained by P2n plus 2. Therefore, E has the resources for an explanation of O. Thus, we explain E in terms of O and O in terms of E, once we admit the sort of reasoning that the Heck principle posits. But it is highly plausible that two conjunctions of distinct propositions, having no propositions in common, cannot be mutually explanatory. That would be just a vicious circularity. Indeed, the only way two conjunctive propositions could be mutually explanatory, I suspect, is if they have in common a self-explanatory proposition that explains all the other propositions, or perhaps if their mutual explanatory power is derivative from some further explanation. An example of the latter case could be that when looking at two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that fit together, we can explain the shape of each piece in terms of the shape of the other, and vice versa, but the explanatory power of this shape is completely derivative from a further explanation, namely, that someone designed the jigsaw puzzle so that the pieces should fit. In fact, one might argue that in a case like that, the initial circularity in explanation ends up being only apparent, because the description of the two explanations was elliptical. The further explanation should have been mentioned. The argument above going from regress to circularity can be put more vividly. Suppose we have an infinite sequence of chickens and eggs, each egg giving rise to a chicken and each chicken giving rise to a subsequent 43 egg. Then, the above argument shows that if we accept infinitely regressive explanations, then we should be willing to say that the existence and activity of the members of the set of eggs are explained by the existence and activity of the members of the set of chickens, while the existence and activity of the chickens are explained by that of the eggs. This is circular and clearly fails to answer the question of why there are chickens and eggs at all. 1. 3.1.4 The cannonball's causeless flight. There is also another way to see that the Heck principle fails. Consider a cannon that is fired exactly at t0, and the cannonball flies until t1. Let Bt be a proposition reporting the state of the cannonball at time t. Then, Bt causally explains Bt whenever tt. Let P be the infinite conjunction of the Bt where t0 t less than or equal to t1. Then, by the Heck principle, P could be self-explaining. For each conjunct of P, say, Bt, is causally explained by Bt where t is chosen such that t0 t, and hence each conjunct of P explained by another conjunct of P. But surely P not only is not but could not be self-explaining. The path of a cannonball could not be self-explanatory. At best, it could perhaps be unexplained if the PSR were to fail, whereas of course it is the contention of this book that it does not. 2. One objection to this example is that Bt does not explain Bt. A full explanation must make reference to the operative causal laws of nature. But no worry. Just as P could not be explained by itself, neither could P be explained by P and L, where L are the laws of nature. For that would basically mean that L is doing all the explanatory work. But to explain the path of a cannonball one needs more than the laws, one needs initial conditions. 1. For a very similar argument see Forrest, 1996, p. 92. See also Rowe, 1970. In Pruss, 1998. We also find an objection to the Hume-Edwards principle based on the related observation that even were circularities in causation possible, say, through consistent time travel, the whole circular cycle would remain unexplained, Pace Hume and Edwards. 2. William Vallicella, 1997, has offered a variant of Hume's account. On Vallicella's story, we are mistaken if we think that we always explain a proposition with a proposition. Sometimes we explain a proposition with more than one proposition. A conjunctive proposition, then, is explained by its conjunct. Why is P and Q true? It is just because P is true and Q is true. Unfortunately, the cannonball example shows this account to be false, too, for on this account we have nothing left unexplained after we have explained every conjunct of P in terms of another conjunct and then explain the conjunction by the conjunct. But it is plain that something is left unexplained by this, and it is natural to say that this is P itself. 44. But perhaps the opponent will be willing to bite the bullet and allow that P is self-explanatory. We can then give the following argument against P's being self-explanatory. Let x0 be the position of the cannonball at t0. And let p0 be the proposition that this is the position at that time. Let p0 B. The proposition that the limit of cannonball positions at t0 as t tends to t0 is x0. Observe that neither p0 entails p0, nor p0 entails p0, it is, after all, logically possible that a cannonball's movement be discontinuous at t0, perhaps in which case the limit of positions at t as t tends to t0 will not match the actual position at t0. However, assuming we are working within classical mechanics, p0 and L entails p0. Since L entails that movements are continuous. Unlike p0, proposition p0 is not about what happens at t0 but what happens at times t such that t0 t less than or equal to t1. Observe, too, that p0 is entailed by p, since we calculate the limit in terms of the positions that are reported by p. Now, if we have an explanation of p, I claim we can make this explanation into an explanation of p0 just by appending a necessary truth. Let n be the true proposition that the sequence of cannonball positions mentioned in p has limit x0 as t tends to t0. Even though p is contingent, n is a necessary truth, because propositions have their meanings essentially, indeed, propositions could even be thought of as identical with meanings, and hence claims about what follows logically from the meaning of a proposition, even a contingent one, are necessary truths. It is clear that once we have explained why p is true, and tacked onto that explanation the necessary truth n, then we know why p0 is true. Thus, if q explains p, then q and n explains p0, there is no further mystery about p0, assuming we have a genuine explanation of p on hand. Therefore, if p is self-explanatory, p and n explains p0. But this conclusion is absurd. To see this, note first that none of the conjunct bt in p individually does anything, even in combination with n, to lighten the mystery about why p0 holds. For, it is true for every t0 that p0 tells us about what happens before t, and bt plainly makes no contribution to explaining what happens before the time t. Now, it might be possible in general to have a conjunction no conjunct of which makes a contribution to explaining some proposition but in which the conjunction explains the proposition. However, the defender of the Heck principle cannot claim this in the case of p, because the Heck principle insists that there might be nothing more to p than its conjunct, and the conjunction of these conjunct introduces no new element to be explained. But by parity of reasoning, the conjunction should introduce no new explanatory element either. Surely the correct explanation of this limit is rather that the 45 cannonball was in fact at x0 at time t0 and that cannonball movements are continuous by the laws of nature. In fact, this last consideration connects with an important fact about self-explanation. The original Hume-Edwards principle claims that p is self-explanatory in every case. But if there was a cannon firing, then there is another explanation besides p itself, namely, one in terms of the initial conditions and laws. We thus would have two explanations for p, it is both self-explanatory and explained in terms of something else. Admittedly, in general a proposition can have two actual explanations. For instance, in some cases explanation is transitive, so from R explaining Q and Q explaining P we also get R explaining P, so that P is explained both by R and by Q. Alternately, we might have a case of causal overdetermination, with each overdetermining cause providing an explanation. However, it is highly implausible that a self-explanatory proposition could have a further explanation. After all, if the proposition is by itself self-explanatory, that further explanation seems to have no force and there is no need for it. In the transitivity example of a proposition's having two actual explanations, one of the explanations is more final than the other. But if a proposition is self-explanatory, then it does not call out for any further and more final explanation. Nor can we have a case of causal overdetermination here. That would require us to deal with something that both causes itself and is caused by something else, and the first conjunct here is already absurd enough. Besides, in cases of overdetermination it is true that were one of the overdetermining explanations not to have taken place, the explanandum would still have occurred. Thus, if Q explains P and P explains P via overdetermination, then were Q not to hold, P would still hold. So far so good. But we would also have the absurd conditional, were P not to have happened, P would still have happened. Thus, it is highly plausible that a self-explanatory proposition cannot have a further explanation. Since P has a further explanation, it is not self-explanatory. But what of Camel's variant of the Hume-Edwards principle? Perhaps P is only self-explanatory when it in fact has no further explanation, such as that in terms of the cannon firing. Thus, it is self-explanatory if and only if it lacks a further explanation. But this cannot be right. A self-explanatory proposition is one in which the explanation is based on facts and relations reported by that very proposition. The internal structure of what P reports does not change on the basis of whether P has a further explanation or not. If in the one case P explains itself, it does so in the other. 46. 3.1.5. Chains of causes. Thus indeed the Hume-Edwards objection to the claim that the PSR rules out ungrounded infinite chains fails. The CP, prima facie, does not rule out such chains. Now, the intuition behind the CP is something like this. If we take some event in the world, say, a plane crash, we can trace back a series of causes for the event. There is some set of events significantly before the crash that causes the crash, whether it be the metals being fatigued or the planes being boarded by terrorists. But the CP by itself does not actually give us this conclusion, for the CP by itself is compatible with the following scenario: the airplane's crash, E0, is caused by a certain event E1 half a minute before the crash. The event E1 is caused by some further event E2 2/3 of a minute before the crash. E2 is caused by an event E3 3/4 of a minute before the crash. And so on. N1 is caused by an event N that happened 1/n+1 minutes before the crash. But there is, in fact, no cause 1 minute before the crash or earlier responsible for the crash. Rather, right after 1 minute before the crash, an ungrounded infinite chain of events eventuated, for no reason at all, that led to the plane's crashing. For another example, recall the flight of the cannonball. Thus, principles such as the CP that are compatible with ungrounded infinite chains cannot yield any principle of the form, for every event E in time there is an event C an hour, say, before E that causes E. For we can always have an ungrounded infinite chain of duration less than an hour that causes E. The CP can be applied to events or to the existences of contingent beings. In the latter case, the CP might say that every contingent being existing at a time t has a cause of its existing at t. This can be taken to be a spelling out of intuitions behind the ex nihilo nihil principle, but in fact, given the preceding observations, this CP is quite compatible with a bricks popping into existence ex nihilo. All that is needed is that there not be an initial moment of time at which the brick exists. If the brick exists at all times t such that t0 t1, all is well vis-a-vis the CP, the existence of the brick at a time t in this interval is just caused by the existence of the brick at an earlier time t also in this interval. But the brick has no cause located at t0. If one objects that it is incorrect to speak of an earlier time slice of the brick as an object that causes a later time slice of the brick to exist, imagine instead that there pops into existence an infinite sequence of distinct brick-like objects, all densely sandwiched into the interval of times t such that t0 t1, with each object that exists in this interval 47, causing the next and being caused by a previous one. This, too, would plainly violate the ex nihilo nihil principle. A related observation has been used by L. Eucasius, 1961, and quite possibly even Kant in some posthumously published notes, see Shapiro, 2001, to give an argument for the compatibility of determinism and free will. 3. If determinism only means that for every event or physical event there is a prior event or physical event that deterministically causes it, as it is sometimes sloppily defined, then this is just like a CP, except with causes strengthened to deterministically causes and event replaced by physical event. For instance, Roy C. Weatherford in the Oxford Companion to Philosophy, Honderich, 1995, p. 194, in the article Determinism discusses the very general thesis about the world that all events, without exception, are effects, events necessitated by prior events. Hence, any event of any kind is an effect of a prior series of effects, with every link solid. But even the staunchest Cartesian incompatibilist can accept the compatibility of libertarian free will with determinism as defined in this way, as long as it is restricted to physical events. Acts of free will, the Cartesian insists, are not themselves physical events, and so this definition of determinism is compatible with the claim that a free act of will at t0 initiates an infinite chain of physical events over the interval of time t0 t less than or equal to t1, up to and including the action's performance at t1. And so, from the preceding weak definition of determinism, even when one does not restrict it to physical events, one cannot conclude, as Weatherford goes on to, that future events are as fixed and unalterable as the past is fixed and unalterable, p. 194, at least if one does not assume something like the PSR. For the preceding weak definition of determinism is compatible with the idea that several different possible futures could occur tomorrow, as long as each were actualized by an infinite series of events starting sometime later today with no first event, and the series as a whole had no explanation. And Weatherford's claim may fail even if one does assume the PSR, since it might be that the infinite chain of events is explained by some non-event, such as a timeless divine willing, or that it is explained in a non-deterministic way by some event that causes but does not necessitate it. These arguments for the compatibility of libertarian free will and an open future with determinism should not satisfy anyone, for it is just too 3. Cf. also an argument that Ehrman, 1986, section 3.9, gives for the claim that Newtonian mechanics does not entail determinism. 48. Weak a formulation of determinism to say that every physical event has a prior physically determining cause. This formulation of determinism is too weak to do justice to the incompatibilist's intuitions. Minimally, the incompatibilist needs to define determinism by saying that for every physical event and every earlier time t there was a physically determining cause at t of the given event, and not just that for every physical event there is such an earlier time. Likewise, the CP, by itself, is too weak to do justice to the intuitions behind it, intuitions about back traceability of chains of causes, or the intuition that things cannot just pop into existence ex nihilo. To do justice to these intuitions, one should go for the full PSR. Note, though, that the analogy with determinism is not perfect. The analog of the better definition of determinism earlier would be a claim that every event has a prior cause at every moment of time prior to the event. while this kind of a quantified claim is enough for defining determinism, since the determinism of concern to the compatibilist tends to be of a scientific variety, the CP is a metaphysical principle, and because it is such, it is unnatural to restrict it from applying to chains of events such that there is no time prior to the chain as a whole, whether because time and the chain start simultaneously or because the chain goes back an infinite amount of time. I will argue further for a claim like this shortly. The preceding considerations strongly suggest that the CP is an naturally restricted version of the PSR, much as the principle that all blue-eyed human beings are mortal is an unnaturally restricted version of the principle that all human beings are mortal. There is no reason to suppose that being blue-eyed has anything to do with mortality, and in the absence of additional evidence suggesting how these may be connected, once one accepts that all blue-eyed human beings are mortal, one should also accept that all human beings are mortal. Likewise, once one accepts that all events have causes or that every contingent being's coming to be in time has a prior cause, one should more generally accept that all contingently true propositions have explanations. The CP is, essentially, the PSR as restricted to propositions reporting single events or the existence of contingent beings that come to be in time. But this is an evidently unnatural restriction, since it fails to do justice to the intuitions grounding the principles in question. One might question the preceding argument in the case of the CP. For events, though. Consider the chain of events E1, E2. With n happening 1/n+1 minutes before the plane crash. One might 49. Say that there is a further event, the temporally extended event of the chain as a whole. And this chain requires the CP. This is a reasonable response. After all, it may well be that all events are temporally extended. But this response is grist for the PSR defender's mill, for once one accepts that a chain of events is itself an event, the sort of thing that requires a cause, then much of the distance between the PSR and the CP is bridged. Anyway, what seems at first sight to be a punctual physical event, say a neuron firing, is likely to be temporally extended, and perhaps even in such a way that it can be broken up into an infinite chain of sub-events. For all we know, there might not be a first moment of time in the chain. I.e., the chain might stretch over an open or half-open interval of time of the form t, t0. The CP would be practically useless if it did not apply to the chain. So the CP should be extended to chains if the CP is accepted. Of course, there will still be some differences from the PSR even if one extends the CP to chains of events. One might argue, for instance, that the CP is compatible with a scenario on which every chain of events has a cause, but this cause is not always itself an event, and hence sometimes a chain of events is explained by a contingent non-event, which does not itself have an explanation and is not self-explanatory. This is a scenario compatible with the PSR but incompatible with the CP as extended to chains. But what reason would there be, then, to restrict the CP only to events, and not also to this mysterious contingent and non-self-explanatory non-event? Failing such a reason, we would want to extend the CP to these kinds of things, too. We would want the CP, in other words, to cover chains of contingent entities of a sort S sufficiently general that any cause of an entity or chain of entities of sort S would also be in S. This would be a very strong CP, for just as the cosmological argument, as we shall see in Chapter 4, allows one to conclude from the PSR that there is a necessary being, so too this version of the CP would let one conclude that there is a subset of S-type entities, each member of which is self-explanatory, and such that the members of this subset causally explain all the other S-type entities. 3.1.6 The Putnam-Meyer cosmological argument. 3.1.6. The argument. Let us make this precise. Suppose S is a set of entities, partially ordered under the relation. An entity more general than an event can be said to be self-explanatory provided the proposition reporting its existence is self-explanatory. Then, a chain is a set U of entities such that for any distinct entities X and Y in U we have XX. Suppose we have the following CP, for any chain U of non-self-explanatory entities in S, there is an entity Z of S which causally explains all the members of U, of course other than Z if Z is a member of U, and for any non-self-explanatory entity X in S there is an entity Y of S that causally explains X. It follows from this that in fact for any chain U of members of S there is a Z that causally explains all the members of U, other than Z if Z is a member of U, even though we have assumed this to be true only for chains of non-self-explanatory entities. To see this, suppose that U is a chain containing a self-explanatory entity, Z. Then, for every other X in U we must have XX. The latter is impossible since a self-explanatory entity has no causal explanations. As Robert Meyer, 1987, following Hilary Putnam has noted, it follows from these assumptions and the set theoretic axiom of choice that there is a member Z0 of S such that Z0 is not causally explained by any member of S. By RCP, this Z0 must be self-explanatory, since otherwise it would be causally explained by some member of S. The proof will be given momentarily in a more general form. More generally, for any entity X in S, let Sx be the set consisting of X and all members of S that causally explain X. Then, Sx is a nonempty, inductively ordered set under. An inductively ordered set A is one that under a partial ordering Z for all members Y of U, other than Z if Z is a member of U. That Sx is inductively ordered can easily be shown. Let U be a nonempty chain in Sx, the case of the empty chain is trivial, just let Z equals X. Then by RCP, there is a member Z of S such that Y. 4. Let Y be any member of Sx other than Z. Then 4. Note that S might have to be the set not just of events and other event-like things or of objects, but of aggregates of them, since sometimes the cause of something is not a single thing but an aggregate. 51. Either Y equals X or XY. Since YZ and hence Z is in Sx. Thus, indeed, Sx is inductively ordered under. Then, Zorn's lemma, see, example Lang, 1984, p. 697, which follows from the axiom of choice, states that Sx has a maximal element Zx, that is, an element such that Yzx for every Y in Sx other than Zx itself. If Zx were not self-explanatory, then there would be a U in S such that Zxu and hence U would be in Sx, and this would contradict the maximality of Zx. Then, let Z be the set of all the self-explanatory members of S. For any non-self-explanatory entity X of S there is a member of Z, namely, Zx, which causally explains X. Thus, indeed, the members of Z causally explain all the other members of S. This is a very strong conclusion that is drawn. Hence, if we strengthen the CP very naturally to cover chains of causes, it becomes a principle that gives global explanations, just as the PSR does when we apply the PSR to something like the conjunction of all contingent propositions, as we shall see later. One might, of course, question the use of the axiom of choice, AC, implicit in Zorn's lemma in the preceding argument. The AC states that for any set A of disjoint non-empty sets, there exists a set that contains exactly one member from every set that is a member of A. There is intuitive plausibility to this axiom. It functions in mathematics as a kind of principle of plenitude for sets. Mathematicians tend to accept the AC because it is needed for important theorems such as the Hahn-Banach Theorem on the extension of linear functionals on infinite-dimensional vector spaces, even though it has been shown that the AC cannot be proved from the other axioms of set theory. Of course, the AC does lead to some paradoxes, such as the Banach-Tarski theorem that a solid sphere can be disassembled into a finite number of pieces that can be reassembled to form two spheres of the same size. However, arguably, such paradoxes are not much stranger than the usual paradoxes of infinity, such as Hilbert's hotel, and how applicable our intuitions about space are to these cases depends on how well Euclidean R3 models the space that our intuitions are about. Giving up the AC would indeed be a high price to pay for whatever philosophical benefits might result from this. We will discuss the AC further in Chapter 11. Or, alternately, one might argue that there is a difference between infinite chains of causes that stretch back a finite amount of time, as in the case of the cannonball, and infinite chains of causes that stretch back an infinite amount of time, as one might have if one wanted to apply the CP to the universe's history, if this history is in fact infinite. However, 52. It is not clear what significant difference there is there. Consider the sets S equals T, 0. There seems to be no intrinsic difference between the structure of the time orderings on the two sets. In fact, the two sets are isomorphic. There is a one-to-one function f that maps S onto all of t such that f, t, u for instance, f, t, equals to 1/t is an example of such a function. Because of this lack of intrinsic difference, it follows that an infinite ungrounded chain stretching backward along t is just as unexplanatory as an infinite ungrounded chain stretching backward along S. The reason for extending the rationale behind the CP is that a finite temporal length infinite chain with no first member, as in the case of the cannonball's flight, fails to be self-explanatory, and the same rationale applies just as well to an infinite chain with infinite temporal length. But while there is no intrinsic difference between a chain stretching backward along T and one stretching along S, there is an extrinsic difference. In the case of S, there is an instant of time prior to the whole chain, while in the case of T there is not. It can be argued, in fact the existence of this instant of time prior to the chain that makes the case of the cannonball's flight so compelling a counterexample to the heck. However, consider now a thought experiment, one whose possibility the opponent here cannot deny. Start with the standard case of the cannonball fired at t0 and flying until t1. This happens in some possible world, say, W, at which one cannot explain the set of states that the cannonball takes at times strictly between t0 and t1 without saying something about the state at t0. Now, modify W into a world W whose whole time sequence is t0, just take W and lop off the instant t0 from its time sequence as well as everything before t0. Then the flight of the cannonball strictly between t0 and t1 does not in any way become more self-explanatory when we move from W to W. Nor does noting that the whole time sequence starts right after t0 do anything to render the flight any more explainable. Insofar, then, as it was intuitions about causal explanation that grounded the CP and its extension to infinite chains, then the question whether there is an instant of time prior to a chain is irrelevant. Of course, one might object that W is not a possible world. Perhaps time must go infinitely far back, despite apparent astronomical evidence to the contrary. 5 But even if so, then the construction of W still makes 5. This evidence consists in the astronomical evidence for the Big Bang, such as red shifts and background radiation, together with an interpretation on which there could not have been time before the Big Bang, CFGR Unbaum, 1998. 53. A point about the logic of explanation, a point that remains even if the construction is a per impossible one. 3.1.6. B. Duration. One might also object that duration is an intrinsic feature of time, and there is thus an intrinsic difference between order isomorphic time sequences. Note that if one makes this objection, then, as Peter Forrest has observed, one loses one way to refute arguments for the actual universe's having a cause. We have good empirical reason to think that the actual universe has finite age. The KALM claim that whatever has finite age has been caused to exist is highly plausible. One important objection to it has been that a finite age sequence can be isomorphic to an infinite age one, CFGR Unbaum, 1998. But once this objection falls through, the KALM cosmological argument can be made to run. That said, we can make two other responses. First, on Kantian views on which the order of time supervenes on the order of causation, it does not appear that there is room for duration to be an intrinsic feature of a time sequence. However, we rescale the spacing between events, if the causal interconnections remain, the same objective facts about time obtain. A similar thing may be true on Aristotle's view that time is the measure of motion, at least on one interpretation. But even if duration is an intrinsic feature of time, there does not seem to be any reason why duration should be relevant to what has a cause and what does not. Why is it that a sequence of events en plus 1 e that are respectively at times t0 would need a cause outside the sequence if the spacing between the events decreases as one goes left in the sequence in such a way that the tn converge to some finite value, but would not need a cause if the events are spaced sufficiently sparsely that Tn goes to infinity as n goes to infinity. At the very least, the onus of proof here would be on the one alleging such a difference, and she would need to explain why duration is relevant in this way to the CP. 3.1.7 Resisting the extension to chains. There is, however, a way to resist this argument. One's reasons for accepting the CP might not have anything to do with explainability intuitions. One might instead see the CP as grounded in the very nature of time by holding with Kant that an event at one instant of time succeeds an event at another instant of time only when the latter causes the former. This would mean that one would object to the possibility of a present event. 54. E that lacks a cause at some past existing instant of time, given that the pastness of that instant relative to E is constituted precisely by somethings at that instant causing E, without objecting to the possibility of a world like W, since there are no past instants at T0 or earlier whose pastness would need to be constituted causally. We have, however, seen in section 2.5 that the Kantian argument for the CP fails. Thus, the preceding arguments connecting the original highly restricted CP with less restricted versions that are much more like the PSR only apply if one's grounds for accepting the CP are explanatory type intuitions. But I submit that it is these intuitions that are what really ground the CP insofar as it seems intuitive to us. There is another way to argue against restricting the CP, inspired by Thomas Aquinas, who argues, in an ordered series of movers and things moved, it is necessarily the fact that when the first mover is removed or ceases to move that which it moves, no other mover will move that which it moves or be moved. For the first mover is the cause of motion for all the others. But, if there are movers and things moved following an order to infinity, there will be no first mover, but all would be as intermediate movers. Therefore, none of the others will be able to be moved, and thus nothing in the world will be moved. Aquinas, 1975, I. 13, 14, a similar argument is given in the third way. Edwards, 1959, has alerted us to the danger that Aquinas may commit in his cosmological argument, the fallacy of confusing removal of the first mover, which would indeed remove the series of movers as a whole, with removal of the firstness of the first mover, which would cause no such harm. Such an interpretation is uncharitable, but it does recognize that Thomas sees something special about firstness. There is a generic difference between a moved mover and an independent mover. The former only passes the motion along while the latter originates it. One thinks of the difference between an electrical generator and the cables transmitting the electricity from it to the outside world. Consider the case of the explanation of the Earth's failing to fall down. In terms of its being held up by a single tortoise. The tortoise's being where it is may well be accepted as causing the Earth to stay put until we learn that the tortoise itself is suspended in midair. Once we learn this, the explanatory power of the tortoise may be vitiated. We only accepted the tortoise as explanatory because we thought we were moving closer to the ultimate explanation of the Earth's failure to fall. Once we learn that we are no closer to such an explanation, we may no longer see 55. The tortoise as explanatory. And it makes no difference here how many tortoises we have, be it 1, 2, 3, or infinity, the Earth is still just as unsuspended. The perhaps legendary old lady's response, but it's turtles. All the way down, to the objection that on the tortoise theory nothing holds up the tortoise does not help. 6. To see this more clearly, imagine instead of antiquated cosmology, a rock. This rock is a couple of feet off the ground. Why is it off the ground? Because it is held up by a small tortoise. The tortoise itself, however, is also floating in the air, for no cause at all. This is a brute fact. The tortoise does nothing, in fact, to explain things. In fact, it is more puzzling that a rock and tortoise be suspended in the air than that just a rock be there. The tortoise's presence was presumed to have explanatory power, but the presumption was punctured by learning that it was in midair itself. To back this intuition up further, imagine a case of overdetermination. When an effect is overdetermined by two different sufficient explanations, the explanatory power of neither is thereby vitiated. But suppose that our rock, in addition to being suspended on a tortoise, is suspended also on a lobster beside the tortoise that is holding the rock. The lobster, however, does not float in midair. It is carefully perched atop a pillar of 20 other lobsters that is firmly anchored on the ground. It would be fine to cite the top lobster in an explanation of why the rock is at that particular height. But it would not do to cite the top tortoise to this purpose. In this situation, it is only the lobster that is genuinely explanatory. The tortoise is useless. Likewise, an infinite series of tortoises that did not touch the ground would be just as useless explanatorily. Imagine a series in which each tortoise is thinner than the one above it, so that the total thickness of the tortoises is finite and less than the distance from the rock to the ground. Tortoises and lobsters are intermediate supporters. The support they lend to that which they support is support that itself has been lent to them, and they have no supportive role on their own. An unsupported tortoise or lobster gives no support. Nor does an unsupported finite or infinite pillar of them give any support. Likewise, a chain, finite or infinite, of moved movers where each receives what it needs for motion from the previous mover is not explanatory, for no source is given thereby to that which the movers pass along the chain. Similarly, a chain of causes of existence, without a necessarily existent anchoring cause, is only a 6. The story has, apparently, been told of Russell and Eddington. See, for instance, The Beginning of Hawking, 1988. 56. Chain of things that pass existence along, without that from which it is passed. Unfortunately, it is not clear how well all the metaphors work. Is one event causing another relevantly like an object physically supporting the weight of another? is an event that itself is caused by another event, really like a cable passing on electricity, rather than a genuine cause that would be at least somewhat explanatory even were it to exist on its own, and that would be more explanatory, even if not completely so, were it to be caused by an infinite chain of causes, itself contingent and causeless. But once the CP is accepted as a necessary truth for single contingent events or objects, then we might well have to think of the analogies as good. If it is necessary that a contingent event have a cause, then it is plausible that this is necessary because something is lacking without a cause, something needed for its occurrence and thereby for its, in turn, having causal efficacy. Thus, if the CP is true, then it is plausible that contingent events exhibit a dependence sufficiently similar to the examples mentioned to ground the intuition that an infinite chain is no more helpful than a finite chain. Alternately, one might attack the analysis of the tortoise case. 1. Might claim that a single tortoise, even if itself unsupported, is explanatory. The puzzle shifts from the rocks being above the ground to the tortoises being above the ground. But, nonetheless, the tortoises being there does explain the rocks being there. The rock is genuinely pressing down on the tortoise's back. The tortoise genuinely exerts upward pressure on the rock. Admittedly, we have no explanation for why the tortoise is where it is. But perhaps we still have given an explanation for why the rock is in midair, though not an ultimate or final one. The unsupportedness of the tortoise does not, perhaps, entirely vitiate the explanatory prowess of the tortoise. Indeed, if A explains B, then A would still explain B even if A had no explanation. However, note what is going on all the time when we think of these cases. We cannot help but talk about them in terms of explanation. The notion of causation is so tightly bound up with the notion of explanation that when we wonder about the tortoise's causal activity in suspending the rock, we are wondering about the explanation for the rocks being there. Thus, even if this criticism were accepted, we would still see the CP as a principle of explanation. And there would still be no reason to limit the demand for explanation to a demand for the explanation of single objects or events. It would still remain true that there really is no significant explanatory difference between an infinite chain of contingent events and 57. A finite chain of contingent events, it may be that, Pace Aquinas, both do some explaining of the given event, but it is also clear that both leave much unexplained. And the reason why we could not rest with the given event as a brute unexplained fact was our intuition that an explanation of a thing, a cause, is needed for the thing to exist or take place. This reason, however, remains in the more global and general cases. 3.2. The ex nihilo nihil principle, the PSR, and the CP. The ex nihilo nihil principle, ENNP, can be given in two forms. There is a local form that says that no object that came to exist in time ultimately arose from nothing. Every object, A, is itself eternal, or, B, has a causal history stretching back to something that is eternal or had existed for an infinite amount of time, or, C, has an infinite causal history. And there is a cosmic version that says simply that the preceding is true of one special object, the cosmos as it is now, that is, the aggregate of all the contingent things that exist now. Observe that had existed for an infinite amount of time, cannot be replaced by had always existed, because the latter option would allow for an object to come to exist ex nihilo as long as time had come to exist simultaneously with the object. For if an object came to exist simultaneously with time, then that object could be said to have always existed, that is, existed at every past time, and we have seen in the last section that this case is just as mysterious as a case in which the object came to exist a finite amount of time ago but not simultaneously with time. itself. The ENNP in either form could be interpreted either as incompatible with the idea that the universe arises in time as a result of the causal influence of a timeless entity, or as compatible with it. The idea here would either be a theistic account on which a timeless God creates the cosmos in time, or an account on which the Big Bang originates from some timeless quantum vacuum kind of state, cf. Hartle and Hawking, 1983. Or some other scientific account based on an eternally existing substance or quasi-substance, say, whatever entity or entities it is that make the laws of nature be laws, lawmakers in the terminology of section 16.3.2. If eternal in the ENNP includes the possibility of a timeless existence, then it is compatible with an account like this. If eternal means existing in time, but at every time, then it is incompatible. Although the Greeks subscribed to the stronger ENNP that excludes the cosmos as coming to exist a finite amount of time ago because of the causal influence of a 58 timeless entity, there is really little reason to accept such a stronger ENNP. The weaker versions do just as much justice to the intuition that nothing comes from nothing, a timeless cause is not nothing. The ENNPs as stated previously are clearly causal type principles. 1. Might instead formulate the ENNPs in a weaker, non-causal way. 1. Might simply say, for the cosmic form, that either there is something eternal or there is an infinite past at every moment of which something existed, or both. Formulated this way, the ENNP is essentially a thesis about the non-existence of empty time slices, and about the infinity of the past if we take eternal entities to exist by courtesy at every time slice. The latter stipulation may seem awkward, but those who like abstracta such as propositions and numbers also like to say that these always exist, even if strictly speaking one might say that they exist at no time, because they exist timelessly. However, an acausal ENNP would be too weak. One of the aspects of change that worried the Greeks was that change seemed to be a type of replacement. The sophist Dionysiodorus presents the worry in Plato's Euthydemus. But now, said Dionysiodorus, you want Clinias to become wise. Socrates most certainly. But now, said he, is Clinias wise or not? He says, not yet, said I. Socrates. He's no boaster, you know. And you people, said Dionysiodorus, want him to become wise, and not to be a dunce. We agreed. Then you wish him to become one that he is not, and no longer to be one that he is. I was troubled when I heard this, and he, seeing me troubled, took me up. One further word. Since you want him no longer to be one that he is now, you want him to be destroyed, it seems. Indeed, precious friends and lovers they must be who would give a great deal of money for education to have their darlings done away with. Euthydemus, 283 c. d. in Plato, 1961. If change is replacement of one entity by another, then change is a kind of coming to be ex nihilo. To see this, consider the following three scenarios. In scenario A, a billiard ball appears at t0 with nothing having existed before t0. This clearly violates the ENNP in any reasonable form. But consider scenario B. Here, we have a universe that contains a rock. The rock exists up to but not including t0. Then the rock pops out of existence and a billiard ball appears at t0, coincidentally in the same place where the rock used to be. Scenario C is the same, except that instead of 59, a pre-existing rock, it is a blue billiard ball, and what pops into existence at t0 is a red billiard ball. Our intuitions are, I take it, such that we do not see any difference in the kind of paradoxicality that scenario A posits and that scenario B posits. And there is little difference between scenario B and scenario C. Thus, if we reject scenario A, we should for exactly the same reason reject scenario C, things do not arise from nothing, but the red billiard ball arose from nothing. What puzzled the Greeks, as illustrated by the preceding quote from the Euthydemus, was how to distinguish scenario C from scenario D, where the billiard ball changes color from blue to red at T0. They feared that all change would be replacement, and thus a violation of the ex nihilo nihil fit principle. This may be a yet further important reason why Parmenides, when arguing against change, took the trouble to argue for the ENNP. Finally, of course, Aristotle solved the difficulty by noting that the difference between scenario C and scenario D is that in D there is a persisting substance, which at first was actually blue and potentially red, and which actualized its potentiality for redness. If we take the ENNP to be a weaker acausal principle about empty times not being followed by non-empty times, then this development from Parmenides to Aristotle can no longer be understood as being prompted by the ENNP, for an acausal ENNP is satisfied quite well in scenarios B and C. Moreover, what reason could one have for accepting an acausal version of the ENNP? Any intuition we have about things not popping into existence out of nothing is surely violated by scenario B, but to rule that out we need a causal form of the ENNP. Thus, it seems that the evidence for the ENNP in its acausal form is also evidence for it in its causal form. Furthermore, if one thought that scenario B was possible, then it would seem that scenario A should be possible as well. Just imagine that rock never existed. Since the rock does not actually causally affect the billiard balls coming into existence in scenario B, it follows that it is true at the world of scenario B that had the rock not existed, then the billiard ball would still have existed. In fact, had the rock not existed, scenario A would have eventuated. Since it is plainly possible that the rock had not existed, it follows that scenario A is possible. For if we have the counterfactual were P to hold, then Q would hold holding, and if P is possible, then Q is also possible. Thus, indeed, one should not restrict the ENNP in such a way that it covers only scenario B but not scenario A. 60. But perhaps there is an argument for the ENNP in its acausal form. That does not imply an ENNP in its causal form. Suppose that 8. Necessarily, there is an infinite past. 9. Necessarily, time can only exist in the presence of concrete objects. It follows from 8 and 9 that at every moment in an infinite past concrete objects had existed. This yields a cosmic ENNP in an acausal form, with the objects being further required to be in motion or changing in the context. 9. Aristotle used this argument to argue for the eternity of motion in Book of the Metaphysics. However, what reason do we have to believe 8 in favor of 8? Aristotle says that priority and posteriority depend on time. Thus, without time there is no priority. Aristotle does not say how an absurdity follows from this, but consider this. Suppose T0 is the first moment of time. Then, plainly, 10, before T0, nothing existed. But priority depends on time. Thus, if there was no time before T0, then there was no before. It makes no sense to talk about what happened before the first moment of time. However, the argument here is fallacious. For we can disambiguate 10 into 11, it is the case before T0 that XX exists. 12, XX exists before T0. Of these, 11 is plainly nonsensical if T0 is the first moment of time. But there is nothing absurd about 12. It appears then that whatever good reason one may have for accepting The ENNP in its acausal form is also good reason for accepting it in its causal form. Moreover, any reason to accept the cosmic form of the ENNP will surely be reason to accept the local form. One object's popping into existence is not less innately absurd than the cosmos as a whole's popping into existence. Just imagine a walnut-sized cosmos, perhaps even one, where the whole of physical reality just is one walnut, and note that surely the actual size of the cosmos should not matter. 7. Thus, as soon as one accepts an ENNP in an appropriate form, one should accept a CP. 7. This thought experiment is inspired by Taylor, 1974, Chapter 10. 61. However, there are two kinds of CP. The event form of the CP was the chief concern of the previous section. The ENNP leads instead to an object rather than event form of the CP. Every contingent object has a cause. The CP in this form, when extended to chains as I have argued, it should be extended in the previous section, in part arguing precisely on the basis of the ENNP, and assuming the axiom of choice, leads to the conclusion that there exists at least one necessarily existent object, for the only way the existence of an object can be self-explanatory is if the object is a necessary being, even if there should happen to be contingent self-explanatory propositions, as will be argued in section 5.1. We have by now argued for a claim that was announced in the introduction. What we have seen is that the intuitions behind the CP and the ENNP are really intuitions for a PSR that says that every contingent proposition has an explanation, for the primary difference between the PSR and the CP or ENNP limited to single events or entities is globality. The PSR applies to more global states of affairs, such as the existence of chains of events. But if the CP or ENNP should not, on its own founding intuitions, be limited to local uses, then what we get is basically the PSR. Indeed, if we can apply the CP to every chain of causally connected events, then in fact we get the PSR simpliciter, since if we have explained every chain of causally connected events, then, plausibly, we have explained every contingent proposition, for, plausibly, the truth values of contingent propositions supervene on the actual events, as long as we construe events widely enough, in such a way that by explaining the events we have explained the propositions. 3.3. Resisting the extension to necessary truths. At the outset I have already restricted the PSR to contingent truths. But perhaps this restriction is ad hoc. Only a part of the motivation for the restriction was due to any considerations of the truth of the matter, such as that explanation in the case of necessary truth seems to be a different sort of thing from explanation in the case of contingent truths. Another part of the motivation was the fact that as yet we do not understand explanation in the sphere of the necessary. In fact, just as we gave arguments moving from the CP to the PSR, we might give an argument of Peter Forrest's going from the PSR for contingent truths to the PSR for all truths. For a reductio, assume the PSR to hold for necessary and fail for contingent propositions. Let P be a necessary truth that has no explanation. Let Q be a contingent truth. Then 62. P and Q is a contingent truth and must have an explanation. But if P has no explanation, then neither does P and Q. This argument can, however, be resisted. Why is it that the apple has fallen and 7 is a prime? It is because of initial conditions J, the force of gravity, and the fact that 7 is a prime. In other words, we can give an explanation of P and Q as P and R, where R is an explanation of Q. And we can keep on doing this, proceeding along a chain of explanations of Q, and keeping P as a conjunct. Of course, P never gets explained. But that is fine. There is, however, a variant of this argument that seems more powerful. In section 6.3.2, I will defend the notion of a contingent self-explanatory proposition. This is a proposition such that by understanding that it is true, we see that there is no further mystery as to why it is true. Suppose there is such a proposition, S. Let P be our unexplainable necessary proposition. Then, what explains P and S? There is no further proposition R that explains S, it seems, so we cannot say that P and S is explained by P and R. But neither is P and S self-explanatory, for then P would either be self-explanatory, or be explained by S, or be jointly explained by itself and by S. One move one can make here, however, is to stipulate that a self-explanatory proposition is explained by whatever conceptual or necessary truths make it be the case that there is no mystery in the proposition. If, for instance, a truth of the form God freely chose A for R is self-explanatory, it is self-explanatory in light of certain necessary facts about libertarian free choice providing ultimate explanations of actions. If so, then we can find a necessary R that explains S, and then say that P and S is explained by P and R. Since P and R is necessary, the PSR for contingent truths no longer applies. If one does not accept that P and Q is explained by P and R when R explains Q, then something else will have to be done. I will have to stipulate throughout this book that by explanation I mean explanation modulo necessary truths, and illustrate this notion ostensively, by saying that if P is a necessary truth and Q is a contingent truth, then any explanation of Q is also an explanation of P and Q modulo necessary truths. 8. Peter Forrest has suggested an alternative on which the PSR says that for every contingent proposition P, there is a logically equivalent proposition Q that has an explanation, where P and Q are logically equivalent, providing that, necessarily, each holds if and only if the other does. Unfortunately, this yields a PSR that might be too weak, at least given some Kripken intuitions. Let P be the proposition that Phainaret and Sophroniscus conceived Socrates. Let Q be the proposition that Socrates existed. Then, if the Kripkens are right, P and Q are logically equivalent. Socrates could not exist without being conceived by Phainaret and Sophroniscus, and clearly if Socrates is conceived, then he exists. Thus, the modified PSR. 63. 3.4. Resisting the restriction to positive states of affairs. One might, however, opt to follow Taylor, 1974, Chap 10, in restricting the PSR to contingent positive states of affairs such as that the light bulb is glowing or that Bucephalus existed, without requiring explanations of why there are no unicorns. This would have the advantage that it is prima facie compatible with the possibility that the cosmos might have been empty, in which case there would have been nothing to explain. However, as it turns out, starting from such a restricted PSR, RPSR, if one thinks this RPSR to be a necessary truth, and that is what it is surely supposed to be, at least insofar as it is argued for on grounds of a priori self-evidence, say, one can get to a full PSR for contingently true propositions. To see this, let a positive proposition be a proposition reporting a positive state of affairs. Let a negative proposition be the denial of a positive proposition. The RPSR then states that, necessarily, if P is a contingent true positive proposition, then P has an explanation. Now, suppose Q is a contingent true negative proposition. Then, Q is of the form S for some contingent false positive proposition S. We can now explain S as follows. By the RPSR, it is necessarily true that if S holds, then there is an explanation of why S holds. Let R be the set of all propositions R such that R could explain S, that is, propositions are such that in some possible world R explains S. Explanation has an existential commitment, necessarily, if R explains S, then R and S are true. Then, let E be the proposition that no member of R explains S. It is now a necessary truth that if E is true, then Q is true. For if Q were false, then S would be true, and by the RPSR, S would have an explanation. We can now say that E together with a number of necessary truths, such as the RPSR and the claim that all possible explanations of S are in R, explains why S does not hold. It does not hold because none of the possible explainers of it in fact explain it. I am not claiming here that any proposition R that entails Q also explains Q. But E does, since this case of explanation is very close to an ordinary language pattern of explanation. Why did the yogurt fail to ferment? It failed to ferment because none of the usual explanations of fermentation, namely, the presence, would be perversely satisfied in respect of P without our needing to give any explanation of the actions of Socrates' parents, for P is logically equivalent to Q, we have assumed, and Q does have an explanation, the explanation is P. 64. Of bacteria, were there to explain it, and there was no unusual cause. Why did the dog not bark? It did not bark because no stranger approached it and none of the other possible causes of barking caused it to bark. Thus, if the RPSR is necessarily true, it is also necessarily true that all negative contingent true propositions have explanations. If one thinks that given explanations of all contingent true positive and negative propositions, one could construct an explanation of all contingent true propositions, then the PSR follows. To argue for the claim in the antecedent, let P be the conjunction of all contingent true positive propositions. This itself is a contingent true positive proposition, and hence has an explanation. Let Q be the conjunction of all contingent true negative propositions. This is a contingent true proposition but need not be a negative one, unless one takes a disjunction of positive propositions to be positive. However, Q can be explained by citing the RPSR and noting that there is no explanation for any of the negations of the conjunct of Q. Let E be an explanation of P. Then let F be the preceding explanation for Q, namely, the claim that none of the negations of the conjunct of Q has an explanation while the RPSR holds. Then, although in general explanation is not agglomerative, it is highly plausible, if we think about it, that in this case E and F explains P and Q. Agglomerativeness can fail if some sort of vicious regress or circularity is induced. But none is induced in this case. It is genuinely true that once we have stated E and added that none of the negations of the conjunct of Q has an explanation, whereas by the RPSR they would have to have one if they held, then we have explained P and Q. Now, the truth values of all contingent true propositions can in principle be determined from P and Q if the truth values of all propositions supervene on the truth values of the union of the classes of the positive and negative contingent propositions, whereas from the truth of P and Q one can derive the truth values of all positive and of all negative contingent propositions. The latter fact follows from the observation that any positive contingent proposition either is true, in which case it is a conjunct of P, or is false, in which case its negation is a conjunct of Q. Likewise, any negative contingent proposition either is true, in which case it is a conjunct of Q, or is false, in which case it is the negation of a conjunct of P. Thus, knowing P and Q and knowing all necessary truths, one can in principle read off the truth values of all contingent true propositions. It is highly plausible that this implies that there is nothing more to the explanation of all contingent truths than a bunch of necessary truths conjoined with E and F. 65. 3.5. A survey of some principles. We have looked at two closely related principles, each of which has several different versions. First, consider the causal principle. 13. Every contingent event has a cause. 14. Every contingent event has a cause that is itself an event. 15. Every contingent being that once did not exist has a cause. 16. every contingent being that comes into existence has a cause. 17. Every contingent being has a cause. Some logical interconnections are obvious, 17, 16, 15, and 14, 13. If events are themselves beings, then, 17, 13. Since the coming into existence of a being is itself an event, 13. 16. This has been disputed by Adolf Grunbaum, who has argued, 1998, that the Big Bang, which is the universe's coming into existence, should not be thought of as an event. The argument relies on the claim that there was no initial moment of time at which the Big Bang happened, since such a moment of time would involve a singularity, a time when the universe has infinite density and other absurdities occur, and further, more, there was no time before the Big Bang. However, there is nothing absurd about an event's happening over a finite interval of time instead. Typical events, such as the waving of an arm or the explosion of a bomb, happen over intervals of time. It is not obvious that there is a fact of the matter as to when, on the standard interpretation of quantum mechanics, indeterministic collapse occurs. It occurs at the time of measurement. But specifying this more precisely is notoriously difficult, and it might turn out that there is no single moment of measurement, but an interval of time. Thus, the lack of a single moment of time at which to locate the Big Bang is not a problem. We can just think of the event of the universe's expansion over the interval t, t0 plus delta, where t0 is numerically equal to the limit of the times as we approach the beginning of the universe, and delta is small and positive. 9. Nor is there any reason why for something to be an event there should have to be moments of time before it. It is not clear whether there are converses to a number of the preceding implications. One can argue that, 13, 14, by arguing that if A causes 9. More precisely, T0 is the infimum of the times at which the universe is in existence, where the infimum of a set S is the unique largest number, possibly infinite, x such that x less than or equal to y for all y in S. Note that T0 is not itself actually a time if Grunbaum is right, but only a number, relative to whatever units time is measured in. 66. An event E, whatever kind of ontological item A might be, then A's exercise of causal power should count as an event. On the other hand, if it is a conceptual truth that if an event is a cause, then it should precede the effect in time, and if time began with the Big Bang, which itself is an event, then, 14, is in fact false. However, I will not actually be very much interested in 14, since my main interest is the PSR, which in itself does not further specify what sorts of causes or explanations are allowable, though of course some of the arguments for or against it will rest on such a specification. One could coherently hold to principle, 15, while rejecting principle, 16. To do so justifiedly, one would have to have a reason to think there is a relevant difference between comings into existence prior to which there was a time and ones, perhaps like the Big Bang, such that it is not the case that prior to them there was any time. Now, it seems that there is no intrinsic difference between such comings into existence, and the difference appears precisely extrinsic. It concerns whether time exists before the event. We do not see why the flight of a cannonball that was not preceded by a cannon firing should any less require a cause if it is in fact the first event in time. Just imagine such an absurdly causeless flights occurring yesterday, starting at noon, and then imagine that in fact time started yesterday at noon. The flight would become no less absurd. One might accept 15, without accepting 16, or 17, however, if one thinks that the very nature of time is constituted by causation in such a way as to make 15 true. The one way on the table for doing this is the Kantian approach. We have seen in section 2.5 that it fails, however. The most serious failing was that we did not need every event to have a cause to make the Kantian account of time work. I have argued previously that if one accepts any version of the CP for isolated events, one should likewise accept a version for chains of events, since a CP for isolated events is not in fact sufficient to do justice to the intuitions of dependency or explanation behind the CP. If we accept this, then although one can certainly coherently believe 16, without believing 17, it is not obvious that one can do so justifiedly. For the only difference between 17 and 16 is that 17 applies to a contingent entity that has always existed. But there is no reason why, once one has accepted a CP for a chain of entities, each causing the next, one should reject a CP for an entity that simply has perdured for an infinite amount of time. Moreover, in a sense there is no intrinsic difference, we saw, between perduring over t, infinity. If one accepts the CP for the latter kinds of entities, one should do so likewise for the former. If the reasons for accepting the CP are explainability or dependency considerations, then it seems that one cannot justifiedly accept any one of 13, 15, 16, and 17, without likewise accepting all of the others. The same is true if one's reasons are based on Thomistic ontology, since the Thomistic arguments, as we shall see in chapter 12, are dependency arguments starting with an esse essentia distinction. It is true that one might want to limit this distinction to substances, in which case one might get 15, 17, without however getting 13. But it is plausible that one will be able to get something at least analogous to an esse essentia distinction for events, or maybe one will be able to get it for the accidents of substances while insisting that all events supervene on the accidents of substances on an Aristotelian ontology. Point 10. After all, Socrates being seated seems to be something that corresponds to an essence, although one that the scholastics call an accidental essence, namely, something like being a seated Socrates, an essence one can know without knowing that it is in fact actualized. And if, as has been argued, there cannot be ungrounded infinite dependency chains, then the Thomistic arguments also imply chainwise versions of the principles. Admittedly, most of the arguments about chains were made in terms of explanatory chains, whereas the Thomistic arguments will not use intuitions about explanation but will be based on dependency considerations. However, the arguments on chains of support did concern precisely dependency chains, and a number of the explanatory chain arguments also apply in the dependency case. For instance, if we accept an infinite ungrounded chain of support as solving a dependency problem, then we might be stuck with saying that an infinite chain of chickens is supported by an infinite chain of eggs and vice versa, thereby showing that acceptance of infinite ungrounded chains implies acceptance of vicious circularities in the order of dependency. If this is right, then one cannot both justifiedly accept any one of 13, 15, 16, and 17, without accepting all the others, and moreover, accepting them all as applicable chainwise. Furthermore, if there are any other contingent items in our ontology besides events and substances, say 10. Thomas does not think accidents ordinarily have esse essentia composition, Summa Theologica 3, 77, 1, Objection 4, and Reply 4. However, this does not rule out the possibility of something analogous, such as a composition between the substance's act of sustaining the accident and the accidental essence. 68. Accidents, our reasoning is likely to apply to them as well, and we will extend the CP to such items as well. Now, if every individual contingent Item of our ontology has a cause and hence an explanation, and if likewise we can come up with causal explanations for chains, then it is hard to resist the conclusion that in fact every contingent true proposition has an explanation. There is a difficulty here in that it has been argued against Hume and Edwards that explanation is not in fact agglomerative. Explanations of the conjunct need not in general explain the conjunction, and so it is not obvious that we can agglomerate the explanations of the chains to produce a total explanation. But there are cases in which agglomerativeness holds, and I shall argue that we can make an agglomerative explanation work in this case. If P and Q are explained by one and the same proposition R, then R surely also explains the conjunction P and Q. The same will be true for infinite conjunctions. Now, we have seen in two special cases that a CP extended to chains of items will lead us to a first cause. In order to block a call for a further application of the CP, each first cause will have to be a necessary being. To block fatalism, at least some of the first causes will have to exercise their causal power in an indeterministic way. The essential nature of the first cause cannot determine the effects. I will for now assume that such exercise of causal power by a first cause is indeed explanatory of everything down the road in the chain. A detailed discussion of this issue will be found in chapters 6 and 7. Given this, let Q be a proposition reporting the conjunction of all the exercises of causal power by the first causes and the necessary existence of these first causes. Then, Q explains every contingent item in our ontology, since we could start our chain-wise argument for a first cause from any contingent item in our ontology. But if so, then we have, with a single proposition Q, explained every primitive contingent proposition such as that some substance exists, or that some substance has some accident, or that some event occurs. This proposition Q, together with principles of logic and the limited agglomerativeness thesis that says that if one and the same explanation explains every conjunct, then the conjunction is explained, explains every contingent true proposition, or at least explains its contingent aspects. The proposition that 2 plus 2 equals 4 and horses exist is a contingent proposition, but our proposition Q will only explain its contingent conjunct, unless one stipulates that all necessary truths are self-explanatory. 69. If all this is correct, then once we accept any version of the CP, we should also accept 18. Every true contingent proposition has an explanation at least of its contingent aspects. I will henceforth stipulate necessary propositions to be self-explanatory, or else to have their explanation in their necessity. The latter solution says that if P is necessary, then that LP, i.e., necessarily P, explains that P. This leads to a regressive sequence. Of course, LLP explains LP, LLLP explains LLP, and so on. But by our stipulation, we can explain the whole sequence by noting that every proposition in the chain is necessary and hence so is their conjunction, L, P and LP and LLP and LLLP and 11. If either solution is acceptable, then from 18, it follows that 19. Every true proposition has an explanation. If not, then all we have is 18. I will, stipulatively if necessary, assume henceforth that to explain a contingent proposition all that has to be explained are its contingent aspects. Given this, we see that once one accepts any version of the CP, one should also accept 20. Every true contingent proposition has an explanation. I will refer to this as the PSR, and it is this that I shall argue for in part 3. Some of the arguments will proceed by showing our commitment to different versions of the CP, a commitment that, by the preceding arguments, should also lead us to accept the PSR. It would be ad hoc to accept the CP but balk at the PSR. At the same time, a reader not convinced by this might find some of the arguments convincing her only. Of something weaker than the PSR, say, some version of the CP. Finally, a note on necessity. It is implausible to suppose the CP is merely contingently true. Our confidence in the CP goes beyond our confidence in something that we learned empirically. I will argue for this claim in section 16.4. Indeed, we judge empirical claims by means of the CP. And if the CP were contingently true, we could surely only know it empirically. Nor should we think of the CP as having merely gnomic. 11. One might wish to extend this regress up the ordinals, but similar considerations should apply, since one will be forming a class of propositions every member of which is necessary, and then it will be necessary that every member of the class is necessary, and this will be sufficient to explain the chain as a whole. 70. Necessity. Again, it would have to be argued for empirically then, and there will be further considerations given in section 16.4, based on a theory of laws of nature, against the gnomic necessity view of the CP. This makes the CP metaphysically necessary. And, by the preceding, once one accepts the CP as metaphysically necessary, one should accept the PSR as such. 2. Thus, versions 13, 15, 16, and 17 of the CP, the metaphysical necessity of these versions, the PSR, the metaphysical necessity of the PSR, and some versions of the ENNP should be accepted either all or none. Part 2. Objections to the PSR. A modern version of the Hume objection. 4.1. Toy models. An impressive variant of the Humean argument, inspired by ideas of J. Brian Pitts, is as follows. The cosmological literature is full of toy models, complete coherent physical models of universes. Those toy models that model a universe with a finite past, such as the Robertson-Walker hot Big Bang model, are models of universes that come to exist for no cause. Since models in physics generally do not include any universe-creating deity. Insofar as the models are coherent, we see that it is possible for something, namely, the universe, to come to exist out of nothing, pace. All the forms of the PSR that entail that the ex nihilo nihil principle is a necessary truth. Moreover, in fact, physicists think that the models are compatible with at least a subset of the laws of nature. But if so, then surely they are self-consistent and metaphysically possible. It will not do to challenge this argument on the basis of the claim that the physical laws the physicists invoke are false, for even if they are false, one might think that similar models could be constructed using the true ones, unless we are completely wrong about what the true laws look like. Moreover, even if the laws are false, they surely describe logically possible situations, and that is all that is needed. One way to gloss the argument is just to say that any internally coherent mathematical theory describes a possible reality. But this is not sufficient for the conclusion. Consider a first-order mathematical theory that can be given in full by us. This typically consists of a language and a set of rules for forming well-formed formulas, WFFS, as well as a finite or recursively generable set of axioms. We can then say that the theory describes a possible reality if and only if there is a possible world and an interpretation. 75. That assign to every constant term in the theory an object in the world. To every predicate term in the theory a property, perhaps understood as a set of satisfying objects in the world, and to every relation term in the theory a set theoretic relation in the world, such that a closed formula in the theory's language translates into a proposition about the world, and a theorem translates into a true proposition. I will say that in that case the theory is modeled by the world under the interpretation. I will restrict the discussion to first-order theories, which after all are the theories with which physicists typically deal. 4.2. A possibility principle. The claim that any consistent theory describes a possible reality is tanta. Mount to the following possibility principle. pp. For any consistent theory there are a possible world and an interpretation of that theory such that the theory is true at that world under that interpretation. But we will now see that this is not enough to undercut the metaphysical necessity of the PSR, because of the multiplicity of interpretations. I will make the point by means of an example, but the example shows the problem in general. Suppose our theory has a language with only three constants, x, y, and z, and one relation, c, which we intend to mean causes to exist. We suppose further that there are two predicates, f, and g, which we intend to mean is a particle of type 1 and is a particle of type 2, say. Our theory then is that x is a particle of type 1, y and z are particles of type 2, and x causes y to exist, and there is nothing else in existence and no other causal relations obtain. The model thus is of a system in which there is at least one uncaused item, namely, z. Our axioms, then, are 21, turned a x equals x or x equals y or x equals z, 22, turned a x turned a y, x psi proper superset symbol, x equals x and y equals y, 23, fx and gy and fy and gz and fz, 24, x equals y and y equals z and x equals z. 25, xcy. Then, it is supposed to be the case that any world that acts as a model will contain only three entities, of which only one is caused. Unless we think that in fact there exist two necessary beings, and indeed two necessary particles, it seems we will have to conclude that in that world there is at 76 least one contingent uncaused being, the one that corresponds to x or the one that corresponds to z. However, this conclusion does not follow all that our previous principle of possibility gives us is that there are a possible world and an interpretation of the theory under which the theory is true. If we are to have a contradiction to the necessity of the PSR, it is incumbent on the Humean to show that if the PSR holds, there is no possible world and interpretation of the theory on which the theory comes out true in that world. But the defender of the PSR might reasonably think there is such a world. For instance, the defender of the PSR might be a theist. Consider, then, a world W containing only God, who is supposed to be a necessary being, and two substances, say, Ed and Fred, and suppose that Fred knows nothing about Ed. We can now give an interpretation of the preceding theory. In this world, interpret X, Y, and Z as God, Ed, and Fred, respectively. Interpret F and G as the predicates is infinite and is finite, respectively. Interpret C as the relation knows to be identical with Ed. Then, God and Ed stand in this relation, but no other pair does. It is easy to see that 21, 25 come out true on this interpretation, and so the world models the theory under the given interpretation. And yet the PSR can hold, since God may have created Ed and Fred. Thus, 21, 25, holding in a world under some interpretation does not logically contradict the PSR's holding in that world. Thus, even though we seem to have had a nice and consistent mathematical theory about a situation containing a contingent uncaused being, the principle that every consistent mathematical theory is modeled by some possible world under some interpretation is seen to be insufficient to yield the contradiction to the PSR. The reason for this is that the under some interpretation condition allows enough leeway to reinterpret the theoretical language's relation term that was intended to signify causation to signify a relation other than causation. 4.3. A stronger possibility principle. The preceding response seems disingenuous. The Humean need only strengthen her principle to the strong possibility principle, SPP, and claim that this is what she meant all along. SPP, every consistent mathematical theory is modeled at some possible world under an interpretation that interprets the term C intended by the theory's proponent to signify causation as causation in that world. 77. While this principle as combined with the theory of 21, 25, is sufficient to yield a reductio of the necessity of the PSR, this principle is false. Consider the following consistent mathematical theory. 26, turned x equals x or x equals y. 27, x c y and x. 28, x equals y. While this theory is consistent, there is no possible world that models it under an interpretation that interprets C as causation. The reason for this is that there is no possible world at which there are two entities each of which causes the other. A causal circle would yield a circularity in explanation, and it is a conceptual truth that there cannot be any such. Thus, the original PP appears to be too weak to yield the desired conclusion, while the SPP is too strong to be true. 4.4. The empty world. But the preceding defenses of the necessity of the PSR do neglect one possible refutation. Consider the following consistent theory. 29, turned x equals x. This theory can only be modeled by an empty world. Therefore, the possibility principle with the interpretation unconstrained, that is, the PP, implies that it is possible for there to be an empty world. But the PSR is not satisfied at an empty world, because were an empty world actual, there would be no explanation of the fact that nothing exists. One might respond by restricting the PSR to explanations of positive states of affairs. At the empty world there are none such, and hence a PSR restricted thus is true by default. But there is no need to go this far. For, precisely to the extent that the PP implies that it is possible for there to be an empty world, the PP is implausible. We do not have any reason to suppose there to be an empty possible world. The idea leads to truth-maker-based paradoxes, as noted earlier. It implies the existence of a world at which it is true that nothing, not even the cosmos, exists. This possibility is itself sufficiently suspicious metaphysically that a principle that implies this possibility is thereby made dubious. In light of this, one might be tempted to suppose some weaker principle, such as that every consistent mathematical theory that is consistent with the existence of at 78 least one object is modeled by a possible world, or that every consistent mathematical theory is modeled by a subset of a possible world. But these versions do not threaten the necessity of the PSR. An alternate challenge to the original PP is that by implying that there can be an empty world, it implies that there are no necessary beings. Not even numbers, sets, or propositions are necessary. To overcome this unwelcome conclusion, one might weaken the principle by saying that every consistent mathematical theory is modeled by the subset of a POS Cybele world consisting of all the contingent objects of that world, so that quantifiers are interpreted as running over the contingent objects. However, a principle thus weakened is no longer a challenge to the necessity of the PSR, even if we impose the implausibly strong condition that causation is the interpretation of C. For instance, take the first example theory, 21, 25. Consider now a world in which there contingently exist three particles, one of type 1 that causes another one of type 2, and one of type 2, and in which there is a necessarily existent God who freely creates each of the three particles. The claim in the theory threatening the PSR is that the only two objects that stand in relation C are X and Y. but if the quantifiers in the interpretation are restricted to run only over the contingent objects, then this claim does not threaten the possibility of God's creating X, Y, and Z, if God is a necessary being. 4.5. Physicists are not merely logicians. However, the preceding ways of fleshing out the scientific form of the Humean anti-PSR argument neglects one important point. When dealing with toy models of universes, we are not dealing merely with models that logicians have created. Rather, we have theories that physicists have come up with on the basis of well-confirmed laws of physics. For instance, a physicist would not come up with the theory that says that X see Y and Y see X, because the physicist knows that causation is not circular. The argument is empirical and inductive. Competent physicists rarely come up with the sorts of theories on which the strongest possibility principle, that a consistent theory is modeled by some possible world under an intended interpretation, is violated. But now the argument becomes not only scientific but scientistic. Scientists are very good judges of what reality could be like in its physical aspects. If they say that some theory is physically possible, then probably there is a metaphysically possible world 79, whose physical aspects are modeled, under an intended interpretation, by the given theory. That is, the world is modeled by the theory if we restrict quantifiers to all physical objects. But unless we take a scientistic view that science is the measure of all things, the scientist need not be a good judge as to what reality could be like simpliciter, not just in its physical aspects but also in its metaphysical aspects. For instance, the scientist is not, qua scientist, qualified to judge whether there can be a world that contains no universals or no numbers or no deities or no forms. Thus, the scientist's intuitions behind a toy model that has a universe coming to exist with no cause only make probable that there is a possible world at which the physical universe comes to exist with no physical cause. But such a supposition is, of course, fully compatible with the necessity of the PSR, since the PSR does not assert that the causes of physical phenomena are always themselves physical. In fact, consider two physicists, one a traditional Western monotheist, and the other an atheist. They discuss some toy model of the universe. They agree on the models adhering to the standards of the profession and our best knowledge of the laws of nature. But they have a disagreement. The atheist says that the toy model could describe all of reality while the theist believes that, necessarily, there is a God, and hence the toy model could describe not all of reality but rather that part of reality that God created. This is surely not a disagreement about physics, but a philosophical disagreement. We cannot imagine what sorts of physical considerations, whether theoretical or observational, could possibly have a bearing on the discussion, unless the atheist can argue that her model excludes the existence of God on physical grounds. The only way I can see that it might do that, apart from considerations of evil, which are not in the province of physics, would be as follows. The toy model might be of a completely self-explaining universe. 1. Now, a self-explaining universe could not coexist with a God, because if God exists, then every contingent being is created by God and hence is not self-explaining but explained by God. But however much this kind of an argument might be a challenge to the ism, though because of the arguments like those in section 4 of the introduction to Gale and Pruss 2003 it would not likely be a very serious one. It would be no challenge at all to the necessity of the PSR, the self-explaining universe. 1. The philosophical interpretation by Quinton Smith, 1994a, of the already somewhat philosophically charged work of Hartle and Hawking, 1983, is somewhat close to this. See section 4 of the introduction to Gale and Pruss, 2003, for a critical discussion. 80. Certainly satisfies the PSR. It is only the toy models of non-self-explaining universes that can be a concern. Thus, the special competence of the physicist does not help settle the issue in favor of the toy models giving theories of possible worlds at which the PSR fails. We have seen, therefore, that none of the Humean arguments give significant reason to reject the PSR. 81. 5. The anti-theological argument that there are no necessary beings. 5.1. Cosmological arguments. One objection to the PSR is that it is simply false because it entails the existence of a causally efficacious necessary being. Consider applying the PSR, or, in the third case, a version of the CP, to one of these. 30. The proposition that there exists at least one contingent being. 31. The conjunction of all contingent true propositions. 32. The contingent existence of the actual aggregate of all contingent beings, i.e., of the universe. All of these explananda have the property that any explanans must entail the existence of a causally efficacious necessary being. The explanation of why there is a contingent being or why the aggregate of all contingent beings exists cannot itself, at the pain of circularity, proceed by citing the causal efficacy of any contingent being. The case of the conjunction of all contingent true propositions, call this conjunction the big conjunctive contingent fact, BCCF, takes a little bit more thought. Swinburne, 1968, has argued that human beings have available only two kinds of explanations, as a friendly amendment. We may add, in addition to reductive explanations, scientific explanations. In terms of boundary conditions and laws, and personal explanation in terms of the free activity of a person. No scientific explanation of the BCCF can be given, assuming for now that the laws are contingent. Alternate proposals will be discussed in sections 5.3.2 and 5.6. Then the laws of nature are themselves conjunct in the BCCF, and they are also not self-explanatory, so that it would be viciously circular for the laws of nature to enter into an explanation of the BCCF. This argument uses 82. The principle that only a self-explanatory proposition can enter into the explanation of a proposition of which that proposition is a conjunct. Nor are the boundary conditions self-explanatory, but they too are contingent. Thus, there is no scientific explanation of the BCCF. Therefore, by the PSR, there must be a personal explanation, in terms of a person's, or persons, freely bringing it about that P, where P is the BCCF. Now the person by whose free actions the BCCF is to be explained cannot exist contingently, for the contingent existence of this person would then be a part of the BCCF, and the person's free action would end up explaining her own existence, and that would be absurd. The person would be causa sui in the worst possible way. Thus the person must be necessary. The preceding argument neglects the possibility of a reductive explanation. Reductive explanations may or may not involve laws of nature. Thus, that a riding elected Fred as a member of parliament reduces to Fred's getting the greatest share of the votes legally cast in the riding and is also explained by it. That the iron is hot is explained by and reduced to the molecules in it having high kinetic energy. However, allowing reductive explanation really does not help to escape the necessary existence of the person whose free actions explain the BCCF. Reductive explanations are never final. If a contingent proposition R reduces to a contingent proposition Q, then the question of explanation resurfaces for Q. Why did the greatest number of votes fall to Fred? Why do the molecules have the high kinetic energy? If the explanation here, in turn, is reductive, we are off to a regress. But for exactly the same reasons as ungrounded causal regresses are not explanatory, infinite reductive regresses are not explanatory. Thus something beyond the regress of reductive explanations would be needed. And it is not plausible that ultimately everything, when seen as appropriately reduced, is self-explanatory. Besides which, in any case, the explanation of the BCCF must be either a necessary proposition or a contingent self-explanatory proposition. There cannot be a reductive explanation of a contingent proposition in terms of a necessary one, since propositions inherit their modal sta. Thus from that to which they reduce. On the other hand, what would a contingent self-explanatory proposition look like? The explanatory part of self-explanatory would not be understandable in reductive terms. Obviously every state of affairs can be trivially said to reduce to itself, but this is in no way explanatory. Nor can it involve a scientific explanation, since scientific explanations have non-self-explanatory propositions in the explanans. The only remaining option is a personal explanation. Granted, it is hard to see what the explanans would look like, but it is the only 83 remaining option and hence must be right. And the personal explanation, as argued, would have to involve a necessarily existing person, or it would have no chance for being self-explanatory. I will argue in Chapter 7 that we can coherently take this explanation to consist in the proposition that a necessary being freely brought it about that p, perhaps with the codicil, for reason r. In Chapter 6 we will consider a different attempt to refute the PSR, one in effect based on the idea that this proposition, being contingent, cannot be self-explanatory. But we do not need this here. All we need here is that the PSR as applied to the BCCF entails that there is a necessary being that is causally efficacious, since that is the only explanatory possibility. 5.2. Necessary beings and absurdity. But, it is often claimed, the notion of a necessary being is absurd. For it is propositions that are necessary, not beings, and hence talk of a necessary being is a category mistake. However, this is an uncharitable argument. Since the claim that A is a necessary being can be translated into the claim that the proposition XX equals A, is necessarily true, or perhaps that there is some individual essence E of A that is a property that only A can have and that is such that XX has E, is necessarily true. Talk of necessary and contingent beings will henceforth usually be understood in this way. Though there is also a Thomistic model on which a necessary being is one whose esse and essentia are identical. A better argument against the existence of a necessary being is that by a principle of Hume, anything that can coherently be thought to exist can also be thought not to exist. This by itself does not yield a satisfactory argument, however. It is not obvious that the totality of all existing things can be thought not to exist, that it could have been that there is nothing in existence. Moreover, this would imply that propositions, mathematical objects, and properties have merely contingent existence, an implication that may well be thought to be absurd, since the proposition that 2 plus 2 equals 4 would be true no matter what, and it could not be true unless it existed, as non-existent things lack properties, even properties such as truth. Moreover, the proposition that there is a solution to the equation 3x2 plus x7 equals 0 is also necessarily true. But the objector to the PSR will not bat an eyelash at this response. Propositions, numbers, and properties are abstract objects, whereas the necessary being whose existence the PSR implies when applied to the BCCF is explanatorily efficacious and hence non-abstract. 84. 5.3. Riesker's alternatives to invoking the existence of a necessary being. A different response to this argument is to deny that the PSR as applied to any of 30, 32, implies the existence of a necessary being. The classic way of responding in this way involves the Hume-Edwards principle that if one has explained every item in an aggregate, one has explained the whole aggregate. We might explain the BCCF by having one proposition in the BCCF be explained by another, ad infinitum. And we might explain why. There are contingent beings by explaining the existence of one by another. And so on. However, we have seen in section 3.1 that this response is not successful because the Hume-Edwards principle is false. 5.3.1 Systematic explanation. Nicholas Rescher has recently offered two other ways to escape the conclusion that the PSR entails the existence of a necessary being. The first distinguishes two sorts of explanation. One can explain a set of propositions subsumptively, by subsuming them under causal laws and connecting them without boundary conditions. Or, one can explain a theory systematically by its internal unity and coherence, and its fit with the observational data. Rescher, 2000a, Chapter 4. Thus, the contingent events of the universe might be explained subsumptively by a theory, whereas the theory itself would be explained systematically in terms of its internal unity and coherence, and the fit it has with the contingent events of the universe. As the internal unity and coherence of a theory is a necessary truth. About that theory, since it is a purely formal fact, what we have, modulo necessary truths, is the circular explanation of the events by the theory, and the theory by the events. One might try to reject this simply on the grounds that explanation cannot be circular. However, Rescher can respond that while it cannot be that A explains B and B explains A where the same sort of explanation occurs in both cases, nonetheless you can have A explaining B and B explaining A if the two explanations are of a radically different sort, as the subsumptive and systematic explanations are. But even if one can buy the idea of a circularity in explanation, there is a serious problem for Rescher's theory. It is just not clear whether systematic explanation constitutes explanation. Certainly, belief in a theory is justified by its internal unity and coherence, and its fit to the data. But justification and explanation often go in opposite ways. My 85. Justification for believing the proposition that Smith died is that I saw him being buried and I trust the funeral home not to bury people who are alive. But this justification in no way provides an explanation of the proposition that Smith died, that would only be provided by identifying the cause of death. Moreover, one might think that the explanation of contingent phenomena is always to some extent in the end causal. That is why we reject deductive nomological explanations of the form, tomorrow, the positions, velocities, and masses of the planets will be such and such, the law of gravitation holds, therefore, today the positions of the planets are such and such. The contingent events reported in the explanans cannot be later than those in the explanandum. The only way we could admit an exception would be if backward causation were possible. Then, indeed, we would allow one to explain a past event by a future one. And this case itself shows that what is at issue is causation. The reason we generally do not accept explanations of present events in terms of future ones is just that we do not think backward causation is very common if it ever occurs. Now, Rescher's systematic explanation is non-causal. Admittedly, it is not the explanation of a contingent event, but it is nonetheless an explanation of a contingent fact, namely, the fact that the theory in question is true. If one thinks that the explanation of contingent facts is always to some extent causal, one will reject Rescher's systematic explanations. Finally, there is just the argument that on a non-Humean view the laws of nature do not hold in virtue of the events governed by them. The laws of nature already held even before there were enough events for the laws to be explained in terms of the data they fit with, and the laws of nature might well still have held even if the boundary conditions were such that there would never have been enough data for the laws to be explained in terms of the data. 5.3.2 Optimalism. Rescher, 2000a, Chapter 8, also has a second account of how the argument from the PSR to a necessary being could be blocked. That argument insisted that one always explains the existence of things in terms of the existence of other things. But Rescher thinks the idea that we explain beings by beings is flawed. In addition to explaining beings by beings, we can explain beings by principles. Thus, Rescher proposes to explain everything by the principle of optimality, that everything is for the best. This principle is itself self-explanatory. Why is there a principle that 86. Everything be for the best? Well, surely because it is better for there to be such a principle than for there not to be. In fact, the principle, on Rescher's view, is metaphysically necessary. Other axiological explanations of the cosmos have been given by Ewing, 1973, Rice, 2000, and Leslie, 2001. Why should we believe such a radical view? Leibniz argued for his optimalism by first arguing for a God, and then arguing that God would only create the best of all possible worlds. Rescher, C.F. Rescher, 2000a. Chapter 8, has argued instead for optimalism on the grounds that it is the best explanation of why we have such beautifully simple laws of nature. But the sheer amount of evil in the world makes it prima facie implausible that this would be the best possible world. Rescher has two solutions here. First, he could say that our ordinary axiological notions are mistaken. Sure, there is a lot of pain and suffering, but the disvalue of pain and suffering is much less than the value of the symmetry of the global laws of nature. We must not be too parochial in our judgments of value. How plausible one finds this will depend on how plausible it is that moral values are not the most important ones. Second, Rescher can avail himself of some of the responses to the argument from evil against the existence of God. Probably, Rescher cannot avail himself of all such responses. The libertarian free will-based theodicies will not be available to an optimalist, since these responses, transposed to a view in which God is seen as trying to optimize the cosmic condition, would claim that God was justified in creating a world that would be less than optimal if the falling short of optimality were due to the free will of creatures. But an optimalist such as Rescher cannot take this response, because it presupposes that indeed conditions are worse than they could have been. Conditions would have been better had people made better free choices. Optimalism in fact has two disadvantages over theism vis-a-vis the problem of evil. The first was already alluded to: the optimalist cannot make the same use of free will considerations. The second is that the theist need not argue that this is the best world God could have created. The theist need only defend the claim that this world is such that God was justified in creating it, and this claim does not require that this be the best of all possible worlds. For instance, Robert M. Adams, 1972, has argued that God would not have been less than perfectly kind to anyone had he created a world than which there is a better, if it is at least true that a. none of the creatures of the actual world were such that it would have existed in the best world, b. no creature's life is such that it would be 87. better for it not to have existed, and c. no creature is worse off than it is in any other world. Thus, the first difficulty facing the optimalist is the problem of evil in a particularly virulent form. The second is that optimalism either does or does not imply modal fatalism, the thesis that all true propositions are metaphysically necessary. If optimalism implies modal fatalism, then it implies that there is no metaphysical contingency, and that implication is highly implausible. Modality collapses. The optimalist can still allow for a narrower notion of logical necessity such that some metaphysically necessary propositions are not logically necessary, but this does not seem to be sufficient as a response. For instance, even some compatibilists, though not Leibniz, think that the metaphysical possibility of having done otherwise, if not the physical possibility, is necessary for human freedom. On the other hand, if optimalism does not imply modal fatalism, it follows that there is more than one optimal world. Call a world maximal if there is no better world. All pairs of maximal worlds are then either tied or incommensurable in respect of value. If optimalism does not imply modal fatalism, then optimalism fails to explain why this one of the maximal worlds is actual rather than some other, and hence the principle of optimalism does not succeed in saving the PSR from having to imply the existence of a necessary being. Of course, an analogous objection can be made to the PSR given the existence of a necessary being, but given some theses about the free will of the necessary being, this objection can be overcome, as can be seen from the arguments in Chapter 7. 1. One solution worth mentioning in passing is that of Donald Turner, 1994-2003, who holds that there is a God who actualized all possible universes that are above the cut-off line, which are such that it would be better for them to exist than not. The super-universe consisting of all of these universes is arguably the best of all possible worlds, since it contains all possible goodness. To the argument that matters could still be better, namely, God could create two of every type of possible universe, Turner argues that indiscernible universes cannot be individuated from one another, since indiscernibles can only be individuated through spatio-temporal relations, and each universe has its own space-time structure, so there are no spatio-temporal relations between them. It is reported that Nicholas Rescher has criticized the view on the grounds that a super-universe of this sort is too complex and disorderly to count as optimal. But we may not share Rescher's axiology here. Apart from the incredulous stare objection leveled so often against David Lewis, a major problem with Turner's view is that if all possible universes above the cut-off line were made to exist concretely, then there would be a set of them, for surely there is a set of any kind of concrete entity. But there is no set of all possible worlds above the cut-off line, for exactly the same reason that there is no set of all cardinalities, that the argument in Pruss, 2001, extends to the Turner case is left as an exercise to the reader. Plenitude theodicies have also been given by McHarry, 1978, and Forrest, 1981, and are discussed in Forrest, 1996, section 8.2. 88. There may be one way to save optimalism from this dilemma. Suppose that as it happens there is more than one maximal world, and moreover, there are some libertarian free choices that persons in our world could make that are such that were they made, another maximal world would have been actual. In that case, the full explanation of why this world is actual involves the free will of some of the persons in it. This would escape modal fatalism and allow for some libertarian free will. But the libertarian would no doubt find implausible that there is no free choice in the history of the universe, that both could metaphysically have been different and was such that conditions would have been either better or worse had that choice been made. It is also worth noting that Rescher's own optimalism also arguably implies the necessary existence of God, for it is better that there be a God than that there not be a God, and hence by optimalism, there necessarily exists a God. Hence one does not escape positing a necessary being. But, in fact, we do not even need to talk about God. Socrates is a necessary being, too, on this view. The most serious objection to Rescher's account is in the question of what kind of a thing a principle is. To say that there is a metaphysical principle of optimality is to say more than just that everything is for the best. The principle here is not a mere rule of logical grammar. It would be absurd to think that it is a logical principle that everything should be for the best. Nor is the principle just a law of nature, at least not of the type we are familiar with, laws of nature do not seem to assert the existence of things, but how things that exist relate to one another, and occasionally how things that exist cause other things to exist. Substantivalist understandings of relativity theory may seem to be a counterexample, but even if we are substantivalists who think that in a real sense space-time pushes particles around, we have no reason to say that there is a law that space-time exists. Rather, it seems better to say that there is a law that if space-time has such and such properties, then as a result particles move about in such and such ways. In practice, there seems to be a difference in our nomicity attributions when we infer existential and relational claims. When I find that there is a common and particular cause behind a diverse group of phenomena unified in some way, say, a single mastermind behind a number of criminal operations that share a common feature, I do not infer that there is a law that that particular cause should exist. On the other hand, when instead of inferring an entity I infer a relation between entities, as I might upon finding that massive objects attract, I have prima facie grounds for 89. Supposing a law. Furthermore, the crucial distinction between an accidental and anomic generalization and the complex empirical/theoretical methods we use to distinguish between these do not appear applicable in the case of the existence of a particular entity. This does not rule out the possibility that we might have here a law of nature, but if so, it will be one of a sort that is quite unfamiliar to us. In any case, if one accepts the truth-maker principle, then the principle of optimality will have to be grounded in some existent reality that is such as to make it be the case that everything must be for the best. But if so, and if, as would be plausible, this existent reality is the same in every metaphysically possible world, then we have returned to a necessary being under a new name. Thus, Rescher must reject the truth-maker principle if he is to hold that his principle explains reality without explaining it in terms of a being. But it is most obscure and mysterious what the principle is. What is it we are saying about reality when we say that there is a principle of optimality, beyond affirming that in fact matters are optimal? 5.4. Is the notion of a necessary being absurd? It seems we cannot escape the conclusion that the PSR implies the existence of a necessary being that does the explanatorily relevant work. Recall now the response to the abstracta as counterexamples to the claim that there are no necessary beings. That response insisted that the necessary being whose existence the PSR implies is causally efficacious, whereas the unproblematic abstracta like propositions and numbers are causally inefficacious. A radical response to this is to question the dogma that propositions and numbers are causally inefficacious. Why should they be? Plato's form of the good looks much like the abstracta, but we see it in the middle dialogues as being explanatorily efficacious, with the Republic analogizing its role to that of the sun in producing life. It might seem to be a category mistake to talk of a proposition or a number as causing any thing, but why should it be? Admittedly, propositions and numbers are not spatio-temporal. But whence the notion that to be a cause one must be spatio-temporal? On the contrary, one might even opt for one of the views of time on which the notion of causality is prior in the order of being to the notion of temporality, cf. section 2.5, and hence temporality depends on causality, and that would leave only spatiality as a problem. But why should one think that only objects in space can be causes? It is by no means obvious that spatiality, as such, has much to do with making 90. Causation possible unless we are mechanists. If we agree with Newton against Leibniz that action at a distance is at least a metaphysical possibility, although present physics may not support it as an actuality, the pressure to see spatiality as such as essential to causality is likely to dissipate. Admittedly, a Humean account of causation on which causation is nothing but constant conjunction only works for things in time, since the Humean distinguishes the cause from the effect by temporal priority. But unless we are dogmatically beholden to this Humean account, to an extent that makes us dogmatically a priori deny the existence of deities and other non-spatio-temporal causally efficacious beings, this should not worry us. Moreover, there is actually some reason to suppose that propositions and numbers enter into causal relations. The primary problem in the epistemology of mathematics is of how we can get to know something like a number, given that a number cannot be a cause of any sensation or belief in us. It is plausible that our belief that some item X exists can only constitute knowledge if either X itself has a causal role in our formation of this belief or some cause of X has such a causal role. The former case occurs when we know from the smoke that there was a fire, and the latter when we know from the sound of a match struck that there will be a fire. But if something does not enter into any causal relations, then it seems that our belief about it is in no way affected by it or by anything connected with it, and hence our belief, if it coincides with the reality, does so only coincidentally, and hence not as knowledge. Of course, there are attempts on the books to solve the conundrum. But at least the puzzle gives us some reason to rethink the dogma that numbers can neither cause nor be caused. But even if abstracta like numbers, propositions, and properties are causally inefficacious, why should we think that there cannot be a non-abstract necessary being that is causally efficacious? One answer was already alluded to. Some will insist that only spatio-temporal entities can be causally efficacious, and it is implausible that a necessary being be spatio-temporal. But it was difficult to see why exactly spatio-temporality is required for causal connections. A different answer might be given in terms of a puzzlement about how there could be a non-abstract necessary being. The traditional way of expressing this puzzlement is Findlay's, 1948, though Findlay may have since backpedaled on his claims. A necessary being would be such that it would be analytic that this being exists. But it is never analytic that something exists. If XFX is coherent, so is XFX. Basically, the worry 91 is caused by the Humean principle that anything that can be thought to exist can also be thought not to exist, a principle we have already discussed in section 2.4. But it is by no means obvious why this principle should be restricted, without thereby doing something ad hoc, to non-abstract beings. Why should abstract beings be allowed as necessary? Why should LXX is a deity be more absurd than LXX is a number? Presumably the answer is going to be that we can prove the existence of a number. In fact, mathematicians prove the existence of numbers all the time. Already in ancient times, it was shown that there exist infinitely many primes. However, these proofs presuppose axioms. The proof that there are infinitely many primes presupposes a number system, say, with the P&O axioms or set theory. But a statement of the P&O axioms will state that there is a number labeled 0 and there is a successor function s such that for any number n, Sn is also a number. Likewise, an axiomatization of set theory will include an axiom stating the existence of some set. For instance, the empty set. If our mathematical conclusions are existential, at least one of the axioms will be as well. The mathematical theory XX equals X is consistent as a mathematical theory. If we are realists about numbers, we will be admitting something that exists necessarily, and does not do so simply in virtue of a proof from non-existential axioms. Of course, one might not be a realist about abstracta. One might think that we do not need to believe that there necessarily exist propositions, properties, or numbers to be able to talk about necessarily true scissions or necessarily true relations between numbers or properties. But if the critic of the PSR had to go so far as to make this questionable move, the argument against the PSR would not be very plausible. Note 2. That the main argument against mathematical Platonism is epistemological. But an epistemological argument can only establish that we have no reason to think there are mathematicals. It would require a dubious verificationist principle to conclude from this that the existence of mathematicals is absurd. Fortunately for the Platonist, not all necessity is proviability. We have already seen that the work of G. Odell questions the thesis that all necessity is proviability or analyticity, see section 2.4. Kripke, 1980, 2, has questioned the same thesis on different grounds. That horses are mammals is a proposition we discover empirically and not one we can prove a priori. But it is nonetheless a necessary thesis. So is the proposition that every dog at some point in its life contained a carbon atom. 92. Now, it is admittedly true that the Kripkean necessities are not necessities of the existence of a thing. But they provide us with a model as to how a proposition might be necessary even though it is not analytic. Another such model might be truths of a correct metaphysics, such as that it is impossible that a trope exists, or that it is necessary that a trope exists in any world containing at least two material objects that are alike in some way. A different model for a necessary being would be that provided by the ontological argument. The ontological argument attempts to show that from the concept of God one can derive the necessary existence of God. A necessary being would then be one for which there was a successful ontological argument, though perhaps one beyond our logical abilities. While the extant ontological arguments happen to fail, though not so much on account of being invalid as on account of being question-begging, thinking about them gives us an idea of what it would be like to have a successful ontological argument for the existence of something. Finally, a different account of necessity here could be that the true general metaphysics, the true ontology, might end up entailing the existence of a necessary being. 5.5. Philosophy of mind objections. A different necessary being based argument against the PSR would start with materialism in the theory of mind. The necessary being creating the universe would have to have a mind. There is much more plausibility in Humean arguments against necessary existence in the case of material beings. Given a material being M, it does not appear difficult to conceive of M as absent from any particular point of space-time. And it does not seem much more difficult to imagine it as absent from all points of space-time. Moreover, our best empirical theories seem to imply that there are no material beings that have existed at all times, or at least that no material beings capable of explaining the BCCF are like that, and we might think that a necessary being would exist at all times if it existed in time. But, the argument goes on, necessarily, all minds are material, and all material objects are contingent. However, the evidence for a materialism of a sort that claims that necessarily all minds are material is weak. It is highly plausible that even if our minds were material, nonetheless mindedness could be realized in some other material way, and if in another material way, why not in an immaterial one, too? But there are more sophisticated arguments available. For instance, one might think that intentionality is produced by, or at least requires, two-way 93 causal interaction with the world, whereas God, at least as traditionally thought of, is not subject to mutual interaction. If this objection were correct, it would constitute an argument for the non-existence of God, of course. In response, first of all one could try to argue that God could be at least in one way causal interaction with the contingent parts of the cosmos. by being their cause, and moreover has the potential for non-actual causal interactions, and the connection of the divine thinkings with this potential may be sufficient to give them intentionality. But this would be only a promissory note, and it would be unclear whether it could be filled out. Alternately, one can argue that there is no reason to believe that the correct account of intentionality will have to involve two-way causal interaction. For instance, the failure of the existing accounts that construct intentionality out of mere efficient causal interactions to handle the problem of reinterpretation, namely, the problem that any given functional system can have its beliefs interpreted in multiple incompatible ways along the lines of Putnam's paradox. C.F. Putnam, 1980, gives one little confidence for thinking that the correct account of intentionality will involve solely such interaction. And as to the intuition that causal interactions are necessarily at least a part of any correct account of intentionality, one might counter it with the intuition that intentionality at least sometimes can be had without causal interaction, namely, in mathematical thought. Finally, one might try to counter the materialist theory of mind objection by using a panoply of the standard arguments for the ism, since once it is established that there is a God, whether necessarily existing or not, it follows that indeed it is possible to have intentionality without two-way causal interaction. Note that someone who holds the PSR to be true does not need to presuppose the conceptual possibility of a necessary being. The existence of a necessary being is a consequence of the PSR. But when defending a principle that entails some other proposition, we do not need to start off by defending the possibility of the latter proposition. All we need to do is to refute arguments offered against it. Relativity theory, on a certain metaphysical interpretation, implies the non-existence of absolute simultaneity. But the theory does not need to presuppose the possibility of simultaneities being relative. The evidence for the theory, rather, gives two. I am grateful to Robert Brandom for this objection. 94. Evidence for the actuality of simultaneities being relative, and thereby gives evidence for the possibility, though of course the relativity theorist needs to defend herself against objections. Likewise for the PSR, even if it should happen, and we shall see in Part 3 that it does not, that the only evidence for the PSR is self-evidence. 5.6. Lawmakers and laws. But perhaps the necessary being is not a person after all, and so the worries about a necessarily existing person are out of place. For instance, one suggestion, due to Peter Forrest, is that the necessary being might be a necessarily existing lawmaker, where a lawmaker is the truth maker for the proposition that P is a law of nature, where P in fact is a law of nature, the lawmaker is that which makes the law a law. The notion will be further discussed in section 16.3.2. On Armstrong's account, for instance, the lawmakers are universals, and laws supervene on their relations. It is not clear, however, what kind of a lawmaker could do the job here. It cannot just be an Armstrongian universal, because on Armstrong's view, universals cannot exist apart from their exemplifiers. Nor can it be a universal of the sort contemporary Platonists believe in, since these are causally inert. Given the plausibility of the claim that all material beings are contingent, it would be an immaterial, non-personal being, rather like the forms of Plato himself. How plausible one finds this possibility depends on many questions that we cannot settle here. For instance, after the discussion in Chapter 7, the reader might come to think that indeterministic causation can only be explanatory in cases of agency, where in addition to a cause a reason is given. Likewise, a reader might think that there seems to be too much arbitrariness in the actual laws of nature for them to be both necessary and of the sort needed here. One might think that the only plausible account of Laws that makes them necessary is that they supervene on metaphysically necessary truths about the essences of existing things, as on Armstrong's view and other Aristotelian views. Such views allow one to make sense of the intuition that nomically necessary things could have been otherwise. By saying that although water could not fail to boil at 100 degrees Celsius, another substance that otherwise behaves just as water could, but metaphysically necessarily true laws of this sort are explanatorily inert. In the absence of the beings, such as water molecules, whose behavior they describe, the law that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius may 95 be true and gnomic in the absence of water. Even this is not obvious, given difficulties of reference to non-existent natural kinds, but it has no explanatory power then. For even if the essences on which these laws supervene exist necessarily, pace Armstrong, still it seems likely that their efficacy depends on the exemplifiers of these essences or on persons who think about them. Hoarseness accomplishes nothing apart from horses or people who think about horses. Note that this last objection applies not just to the idea of a necessarily existing lawmaker but to the idea of a necessarily true law as lying at the heart of the explanation of the BCCF. While it may well be that some or even all laws of nature are necessary, the most plausible accounts of such necessary laws will not let them do the explanatory work needed here. It may just be necessary for the PSR's defender to accept a necessarily existing deity. But this conclusion is not an absurd one, and there may even be independent evidence for it. 96. 6. Modal fatalism. 6.1. Van Inwagen's argument. Peter Van Inwagen, 1983, pages 202 to 204, has formulated an influential and elegant reductio ad absurdum of the PSR. Let P be the conjunction of all contingent truths. If P has an explanation, say, Q, then Q will itself be a contingent truth, and hence a conjunct of P. But then Q will end up explaining itself, and that would be absurd. We can formulate this precisely as follows. 33. If the PSR holds, then every true contingent proposition has an explanation. Premise. 34. No necessary proposition explains a contingent proposition. Premise. 35. No contingent proposition explains itself. Premise. 36. If a proposition explains a conjunction, it explains every conjunct. Premise. 37. A proposition Q only explains a proposition P if Q is true. Premise. 38. There is a big conjunctive contingent fact, BCCF, that is the conjunction of all true contingent propositions, perhaps with logical redundancies removed, and the BCCF is contingent. Premise. 39. Suppose the PSR holds. For reductio. 40, then, the BCCF has an explanation, Q. By 33, 38, and 39, 41, the proposition Q is not necessary. By 34, 38, and 40, and as the conjunction of true contingent propositions is contingent. 42, therefore, Q is a contingent true proposition. By 37, 40, and 41, 43, thus, Q is a conjunct in the BCCF. By 38, and 42. 44, thus, Q is self-explanatory. By 36, 40, and 43. 45, but Q is not self-explanatory. By 35, and 42. 97. 46, thus, Q is and is not self-explanatory, and that is absurd. Hence, the PSR is false. Versions of this argument have been defended by James Ross, 1969. Pages 295 to 304, William Rowe, 1975, 1984, and more recently Franken and Geerson, 1999. The argument is plainly valid. Thus, the only question is whether the premises are true. Premises, 33, and 37, are unimpeachable. Premise, 36, is hard to deny. Admittedly, the explanation of the conjunction might have more information in it than is needed to explain just one of the conjunct, but certainly it at least will furnish an explanation of the conjunct, though perhaps with some irrelevant data thrown in. This leaves the technical premise, 38, about the existence of a BCCF, and two substantive claims, 34, and 35, about explanation. Something like this argument is central to Spinoza's argument for modal fatalism. Thus, a defender of the PSR might embrace this argument as showing there are no contingent propositions. This would be a denial of 38. However, few contemporary defenders of the PSR other than possibly Rescher are willing to deny metaphysical contingency. Christopher Hill, 1982, has attempted to salvage the PSR from Van Inwagen's attack by restricting the PSR to propositions smaller than the BCCF, citing a maxim of minimum mutilation. Hill appears to accept all of Van Inwagen's premises, then, other than 33. Unfortunately, it is not plausible that such a restriction would be of any help. To see this, partition the BCCF into two subconjunctions. The first, P1, is the conjunction of all horsey facts, that is, contingent true propositions that entail that there is a horse. The second, P2, is the conjunction of all unhorsey facts, that is, contingent true propositions that do not entail that there is a horse. Then, by Hill's restricted version of the PSR, P1 has an explanation Q1 and P2 has an explanation Q2 since both propositions are smaller than the BCCF. If Q1 is itself a horsey fact, then the Van Inwagen argument applies to P1 and Q1 and leads to absurdity. Likewise, if Q2 is itself an unhorsey fact, then the Van Inwagen argument applies to P2 and Q2 and leads to absurdity. Thus, to escape the Van Inwagen argument, Hill has to claim that Q1 is an unhorsey fact and Q2 is a horsey fact. The horsiness of Q2 is plausible, since a conjunct of P2 might be that there are tracks as of a horse, whose explanation is the horsey fact that a horse made these tracks. But the unhorsiness of Q1 is more problematic, given that the main argument for 34 is that the explanans has to entail the explanandum, as we will see, and an unhorsey fact does not entail that there are horses, which the 98 explanandum P1 does entail. Moreover, even supposing that an unhorsey fact, say, some evolutionary story that falls short of entailing that horses exist, can explain why there are horses, we have a problem. Since Q1 then is a conjunct of P2, it follows that Q1 is in turn explained by Q2, since Q2 explains all of P2. By exactly the same reasoning, Q2 is explained by Q1. Thus, we have a case of viciously circular explanation. It certainly does appear, then, that some of Van Inwagen's premises will have to be questioned if one is to defend the PSR. 6.2. The existence of the big conjunctive. Contingent fact. We have already met the BCCF in Chapter 4. There, the existence of the BCCF was not questioned, because the BCCF was involved in only one of three arguments for the same conclusion. Here the BCCF needs to be subjected to more criticism. The following critique of the existence of the BCCF is based on the argument of Davy and Clifton, 2001, who were responding to a cosmological argument in which Richard Gale and I used the existence of the BCCF, except that instead of using T, P, they used E, P, the proposition that P has an explanation. If P is a proposition, then let T, P, be the proposition that P is true. If P is a proposition, so is T, P, since surely it always makes sense to say of a proposition that it is true. Now some formulas, such as the infinite formula 47, 1 equals 1 and, 1 equals 1 and, 1 equals 1 and, 1 equals 1 and, 1 equals 1, figure as proper subformulas of themselves. In this example, the second conjunct is itself the same as the whole formula. Let A be the conjunction of all contingent true propositions. Now let A be the subconjunction of all contingent true propositions P such that P is not a proper subformula of itself. Since the conjunction of contingent true propositions is contingently true, A is contingently true. Thus, T, A. But now we get a contradiction. Either T, A, is a proper subformula of itself or it is not. If T, A, is a proper subformula of itself, then T, A, must in fact be a subformula, proper or not, of A, since the only proper subformulas of T, A, are the subformulas of A. In fact, because T, A, is not itself a conjunction, it follows that T, A, must be a subformula of one of the conjunct, say, P, of A. But P is a subformula of A and hence a proper subformula of T, A. Therefore, P is a proper subformula of T, A, 99. Which in turn is a subformula of P, hence P is a proper subformula of P. But if P is a proper subformula of P, then it is not one of the conjunct of A, and hence we get the absurdity that P is both a conjunct of A and not a conjunct of A. On the other hand, if T, A, is not a proper subformula of itself, it will be one of the conjunct of A, and hence will be a proper subformula of itself, and that is absurd. Thus, whether T, A, is a proper subformula of itself or not, a contradiction ensues. This is not quite a reductio of the existence of the BCCFA. It is only a reductio of the claim that A is a proposition. However, if supplemented with the premise that for every conjunctive proposition any subconjunction is also a proposition, the argument becomes a reductio of the existence of the BCCF, since A is a subconjunction of the BCCF. However, the collection of all contingent true propositions is not a set. One way to see this is as follows. Where K is an infinite cardinality, let Pk be the proposition that there exist exactly K objects. If one dislikes talking of objects in general, then just be concrete and say photons, 1. In the universe. Then, every Pk is a contingent proposition. It could be but need not be that there are K objects in the universe. Furthermore, all but at most one of the Pk is true. If the collection of all contingent true propositions is a set, then the collection of all the true Pk is a set. But then the collection of all the Pk will be a set, too, since this collection contains at most one more member, namely, Pn, where n is the actual number of objects in the universe, if this number is infinite. But there is no set of all the Pk because, as is well known, there is no set of all cardinalities. See, for instance, pruss, 2001. If the collection of all contingent true propositions is not a set, then we cannot blithely talk of arbitrary subcollections, and likewise we can not blithely talk of arbitrary subconjunctions of the BCCF. On the other hand, once one has admitted that there are some properties P of propositions, for example, being contingently true and not a subformula of itself, such that there is no conjunction of all propositions having P, why should one think there is a conjunction of all propositions having the property of being contingently true? One possible answer is that a given candidate for a proposition should be innocent until proven guilty. We have seen it proved. 1. There is a technical reason why we are talking of photons here. It is possible for two or more photons to share the same physical state, a condition that would not be possible for electrons. To have a large cardinality of photons in a space-time such as ours would require that some photons be in the same place, and indeed in the same state. 100. Earlier that the conjunction of all contingent true propositions that are not subformulas of themselves is guilty, that is not a proposition. But the BCCF is still innocent. But even if the BCCF is problematic, one might, as Davy and Clifton 2001, note in their context, make Van Inwagen's argument work by restricting the BCCF. How exactly we would do that would depend on ontological issues. For instance, if one's ontology were one that included some workable notion of basic propositions, then we might let BCCF be the conjunction of both of the following. 48. All true contingent basic propositions, and 49. All logically uncompounded true propositions reporting causal relations. The crucial step in the Van Inwagen argument that does not straightforwardly adapt to this case is 43, which now would have to be the claim that the explanation of the BCCF, if it is contingent, must be a conjunct in the BCCF. Instead of this, one has to note that the explanation of the BCCF, if it is contingent, must be constructible out of the ingredients in the BCCF. After all, the explanation presumably is going to be a causal one of some sort, and hence it will be constructible out of the ingredients in 48 and 49. But one can then strengthen 36 to say that if Q explains a proposition P out of whose conjunct a proposition P can be in some appropriate sense formed, then Q explains P. The argument then continues as before, and it is plausible that some such modification of the Van Inwagen argument can be made even if the BCCF is not itself tenable. We can also find in Ross, 1969, a variant of the Van Inwagen argument that does not depend on a BCCF. In our propositional setting, this is as follows. Start with any contingent proposition P0. Then, by the PSR, there is an explanation, P1. This proposition is likewise contingent by 34, and distinct from P0 by 35. Applying the PSR to P1, we generate a proposition P2 that explains P1. And so on. We thus generate an infinite regress or a vicious circularity. Then, use the additional premises. 50. The obtaining of an infinite chain of non-self-explanatory propositions is non-self-explanatory and contingent. 51. The obtaining of a circular collection of explanations is non-self-explanatory and contingent. 101. These are eminently plausible, once we explain what exactly we mean by explaining a chain or circle of propositions, for instance, by saying that by this we mean explaining their conjunction. 2. Thus, the PSR enjoins us to find an explanation of the obtaining of the infinite regress or circularity. And then we need to find an explanation of that. And so on, ad infinitum. We cannot escape from the infinite chains of explanations, which are truly vicious, where a regress is vicious with respect to a certain and EIFF with each step of the regress E is unattained, and even if the regress is infinite E is still unattained. The E in question is its being the case that every contingent fact is explained, Ross. 1969, p. 364. Or, if we do not like to have to distinguish vicious from non-vicious regresses, we might instead use the approach of the Putnam-Meyer cosmological argument here, see section 3.1. That approach has the disadvantage, however, of using heavy-duty set theoretic constructions. Whereas as noted previously there is no set of all contingent propositions, and it is therefore not clear whether these constructions can be made to work in this setting. Finally, A variant form of the argument can be found in Rowe, 1975. Rowe asks us, what explains why there is a positive contingent state of affairs at all? Rowe defines positive states of affairs as states of affairs that entail the existence of a contingent being. A necessary state of affairs cannot explain why there are positive contingent states of affairs, since there might have failed to be positive contingent states of affairs. Let us grant this assumption for the sake of argument. Thus it must be a contingent state of affairs, and it will also have to be a positive one. But this seems to be viciously circular. But Van Inwagen's formulation is superior to Rowe's. Rowe's argument assumes the principle that if it is contingent whether a state of affairs of type F exists, then no state of affairs of type F can explain why there are any states of affairs of type F. But this is false. Consider horsey states of affairs, namely, the ones that entail that there is at least one horse. It is contingent that there are any horsey states of affairs. But now consider the following proposition: P, a mammal of type A evolved under circumstances C into a horse. This proposition explains why there are horses, and hence it also explains, and does so non-circularly, why there are any horsey states too. Rowe, 1984, p. 363, works in terms of states of affairs rather than propositions and simply talks of the contingent state of affairs that this rather than another infinite or circular chain obtains. 102. Of affairs. The state of affairs that P reports, however, is a horsey state of affairs, since it entails the existence of horses. Sometimes, thus, a type F state of affairs can non-circularly explain why there are any type F states of affairs at all, implausible as this might seem a priori. 3. 6.3. The nature of explanation. The defender of the PSR has no choice, it seems, but to question 34 or 35. I will argue that there is reason to deny both of these premises. The general structure of the response to the Van Inwagen argument will be that first I will show how one can avoid the negative conclusion by arguing against 34. Next, I will do this in the case of 35. This will be sufficient to respond to the Van Inwagen argument. However, in Chapter 7, I will take up in greater detail the explanation of libertarian free actions and argue that a plausible libertarianism has to hold that libertarian free actions are not counterexamples to the PSR. Because libertarian actions cannot be explained by citing prior conditions that determine the effect. This will provide another argument that at least one of 34 and 35 is false. Finally, in section 7.8 it will be noted that even if all of these arguments failed, the defender of the principle of sufficient reason could retreat to a principle of good explanation that is still quite non-trivial. For instance, it, too, implies the existence of a first cause. 6.3.1. Could a necessary proposition explain a contingent one? 6.3.1. The entailment principle. Premise 34 says that a necessary proposition cannot explain a contingent one. There is a natural subsidiary argument for this. 52. If Q explains P, then Q entails P. 53. But if Q is necessary and entails P, then P is also necessary. Since the second of these propositions follows from basic axioms of modal logic, indeed from the system M, which is much weaker than S5, it is on the entailment principle, 52, that criticism should focus. In favor of 52, one might cite the very term principle of sufficient reason. The sort of explanation that the PSR envisions is an explanans that is sufficient for the explanandum. If the explanans fails to entail the three. See also two different attempts at counterexamples in Smith, 1995. 103. Explanandum, then it is not sufficient for it, the explanans could hold. even though the explanandum does not. However, the word sufficient can be read in two different ways. The reason given can be logically sufficient for the explanandum, or it can sufficiently explain the explanandum. If the reason is to be logically sufficient for the explanandum, then one would do better to talk of the principle of logically necessitating reason, PLNR. Admittedly, when Leibniz and Spinoza used the PSR, they took it to be in some sense equivalent to the PLNR. But we need not follow them. In this, we could see them as having an incorrect view of explanation. A view that made them think that a sufficient explanation entails the explanandum. However, there is some reason to think that a sufficient explanation will entail the explanandum, and in the context of the PSR we mean sufficient explanation by explanation. When we explain a proposition, we try to clear up a mystery about the explanandum. We need not clear up the mystery completely, because some of the mystery may transfer to the explanans. Thus, while explaining why Jones died in terms of a bullet's entering his brain is quite legitimate, one's puzzlement about the matter then transfers to the question why a bullet entered his brain. However, if we have a sufficient explanation, then everything that calls out for explanation in the explanandum is either completely explained by the explanans or else transferred to a puzzlement about the explanans itself. To formulate this principle more precisely, we need the idealized notion of an ultimate explanation. An ultimate explanation of a proposition leaves nothing unexplained and does not itself call out for further explanation. Then, if Q sufficiently explains P, the proposition Q is such that were we to have an ultimate explanation of Q, we would thereby have a complete or ultimate explanation of P. But suppose now that Q fails to entail P. Then the possibility is open that we will know exactly why Q happened without thereby knowing why P happened as well. For there is a puzzle that is not cleared up by explaining Q, namely, the puzzle of why P followed from Q. However, this line of thought, though attractive, may well be confusing explanation with prediction. We shall see soon that there are reasonable forms of explanation that do not satisfy. 52. Forms of explanation that have an ordinary language claim to be giving sufficient explanations. 6.3.1.b Leibniz's response. Leibniz, on the other hand, has a way out of this argument through his moral/metaphysical necessity distinction. For Leibniz, a proposition is metaphysically necessary if it has a finite proof and 104. Morally necessary if it has a proof, finite or infinite. Corresponding to this distinction, we can also distinguish moral entailment and metaphysical entailment. Q morally, metaphysically, entails P providing that Q proper superset symbol P is morally, metaphysically, necessary. Thus, Q metaphysically entails P if a finite proof can go from Q to P, and if the proof is infinite or finite, then there is a moral entailment. Leibniz could then grant, 52, in the case of moral entailment. Leibniz would then grant, 53, in the case of moral entailment and moral necessity, or metaphysical entailment and metaphysical necessity. Combining the preceding with all the premises of Van Inway Gen's argument with the modalities being disambiguated as moral ones, will yield an argument for the claim that the BCCF is morally necessary. Leibniz accepts this form of fatalism but does not see it as problematic. Our intuitions about contingency should be taken as dealing with metaphysical contingency. If we are unwilling to make Leibniz's distinction, of course, then this solution is of no help, however. 6.3.1.c An ad hominem response. But now consider a refutation of 52, on the assumption that the PSR is actually false, which will show that the opponent of the PSR should not herself agree with 52, but owes us a special argument for why the defender of the PSR should accept it. Suppose the PSR is false. Then, by the plausibility arguments in section 3.5. And the sections leading up to it, it is possible for events to occur without causes. But we certainly allow the following form of explanation: E did not occur because nothing capable of causing E occurred. Sometimes the explanans will give several examples of causes of E that did not occur. The dog did not bark because it did not see a stranger, and no other cause of barking took place. But note that in this explanation, the explanans only entails the explanandum if it is impossible that E occur causelessly. Thus, the PSR's opponent should allow this as a case in which the explanans does not entail the explanandum. The only downside of this ad hominem refutation of 52 is that in chapter 15 it will be argued more thoroughly that acceptance of these sorts of explanations commits one to the truth of the PSR, and so the PSR's opponent might stop accepting these sorts of explanations once she learns this. This argument, thus, is purely ad hominem. 6.3.1.d Is an explanans always a proposition? A radical way to question 52 would be to claim that the explanans of a proposition need not itself be a proposition. Following Aristotelian agent causation intuitions, 1 might say that the cause is always an explanation, but the cause does 105 not entail the existence of the effect, since the cause is not categorically the sort of thing that enters into entailment relations. When I move the stone, there is a causal relation between me and the stone's movement. But it would be nonsense to say that I entail that the stone moves. Strictly speaking, only propositions entail. However, this answer seems to confuse causation and explanation. While causation is explanatory, it is not the cause that explains the effect, but a proposition reporting something about the cause that explains a proposition reporting the effect. Alternately, one might try to formulate the thesis that the explanans is a substance by saying that the explanans explains the explanandum, in the sense that understanding of the explanans allows us to understand why the explanandum took place. 4 Since both propositions and worldly entities can be understood, this allows the explanans to be a substance. Or one might try to translate Aristotelian agent causation into an explanatory relation between propositions. One attempt to do so might be to say that if a substance X causes an effect E, then the proposition that X has certain causal powers explains the proposition that E has occurred. If there being such causal powers is not sufficient to entail that E has occurred, then this will be a counterexample to 52. But it is not completely clear that this is a genuine explanation. Surely, a genuine explanation requires more than just mention of causal powers. Perhaps, then, the Aristotelian can say that the proposition that E has occurred is explained by the fact that some of X's causal powers have been activated and that X has such and such causal powers. This furnishes a counterexample to 52, only if the causal powers are such that their activation does not entail a particular result, and it is precisely then that one might object that an explanation has not been provided by the Aristotelian claim. To strengthen the Aristotelian account, one might say that giving the complete cause of an effect is paradigmatically giving a sufficient explanation of the effect. It is not required here that the complete cause should logically necessitate the effect, just that it be the complete cause. And in paradigmatic cases of agent causation, which are the most interesting instances of substance causation, the agent and her powers are the complete causes of the effect, without there being any entailment relation. Furthermore, if one takes statistical explanations to be genuine explanations, then one must admit that the explanans need not entail the explanandum. That Jones has syphilis and that most people who have 4. This suggestion is inspired by remarks by Peter Forrest. 106. Syphilis are periodically in pain explains why Jones is periodically in pain. That Spot is the offspring of 2 Dalmatians and that most offspring of 2 Dalmatians have spots explains why Spot has spots. However, in neither case does the explanans entail the explanandum. It is also worth noting that while the 2 preceding cases had the explanans making the explanandum more probable than 1/2, the defender of the PSR should not insist on this as a necessary condition for a genuine probabilistic explanation. In fact, she should probably not even insist on the explanans as making the explanandum more probable than it otherwise would have been. If there is indeterminism, and the statistical counterx amples to 52, are only going to be satisfactory answers to Van Inwagen if in the end there is indeterminism and the probabilities are not merely due to our ignorance, then it is quite probable that sometimes an improbable event will happen. More precisely, given enough indeterministic events, while some of them will have been highly probable given antecedent conditions, others will not be thus probable. Even though it is unlikely in any given spin of the roulette wheel that the number 17 should come up. And hence we can probabilistically explain the number 17's not coming up in terms of its having a low probability given the initial conditions of the spin. Occasionally the number will come up. The defender of the PSR, if she accepts indeterminism, will then have to say that despite the low probability that the initial conditions conferred on the roll, the roll's outcome is to be explained in terms of a low probability probabilistic process. We will discuss this issue further when we talk about the quantum mechanical challenge to the PSR in Chapter 8. 6.3.1. E Cateris paribus laws. As a somewhat different counterexample to 52, consider Cateris paribus laws of nature. These are indeed explanatory, and we do not usually make it an explicit part of the explanans that the Cateris were in fact paribus. Cateris paribus, an apple dropped on earth. Given present laws of nature, falls. The falling of the apple is explained by the law of gravitation and the initial conditions. But the law of gravitation and the initial conditions do not entail that the apple will fall. The apple might have very high positive electric charge, and the ceiling of the room might have very high negative charge, and so the apple might instead fly upward to the ceiling. This is a possibility consistent with the explanans. We do not, however, generally pack, and do not need to pack, into the explanans all the negative facts such as that the apple was not electrically or magnetically attracted to the ceiling, that the apple was not repelled from the ground by a power jet of air gushing out of the floor, that no 107. Alien force 5, a force that does not in fact ever occur but could occur if an object had an alien property, namely, a property not instantiated in the actual world, occurred, and so on. Note further that if Newton's law of gravitation had turned out to be correct, then Newton would have had a perfectly good explanation of why the apple fell even if Newton had no knowledge of the laws of electromagnetics, which he would have needed to state some of the negative facts that would need to be packed into the explanans to make it entail the explanandum. One might object that the explanans, besides stating the initial conditions and the law of gravity, is assumed to have implicit within it some clause such as these factors are the only relevant ones operative, and the explanans then starts to entail the explanandum. But to what are the factors supposed to be relevant? There are many other forces acting on the apple besides the gravitation, and they are highly relevant to various other things. To the apple grower, the influence of decay is relevant. To the person doing aerodynamic experiments, air resistance and the resulting slowdown are relevant. What the clause means is that the initial conditions and law of gravity are the only factors relevant to the effect in question, that is, relevant to whether the apple falls or not. But that, too, is not quite right. For suppose that the apple has high electric charge opposite to that of the floor. Then, even in the absence of gravity, the apple would have fallen. Thus, the apple's electrical attraction to the floor is relevant to whether the apple falls or not, precisely to the extent that gravity is relevant. But we do not need to cite this electrical attraction in the explanation. In a case of overdetermination, any one of the overdetermining explanations is a sufficient explanation. Rather, then, the implicit clause allegedly in our explanans is prism. Ably something like this. 54, and no factor sufficient to prevent the apple from falling is present. But an explanation including a clause like this is not very far from the non-explanation. 55, the causes needed for the apple to fall were present. After all, the absence of causes needed for the apple to fall would itself be a factor, albeit a negative one, but negative factors, such as the absence 5. I am grateful to Peter Forrest for this case. 108. Of mass in the apple, must also be ruled out, sufficient to prevent the apple from falling. Note that it will not do to have as the implicit clause. 56, and no factors sufficient to counteract gravity are present. For we can only talk of counteracting the other factors relative to some effect. There might be a slight movement of the air. This is sufficient to counteract the force of gravity in respect of the apples falling straight down, but not sufficient to counteract the force of gravity in respect of the apples falling. In fact, presumably, there will always be factors that are sufficient to counteract the listed factors in respect of some effect. The difficulty then is that if the implicit clause specifies too clearly that there is no factor present that prevents the explanandum from resulting, the implicit clause begins to do all the explanatory work on its own. But if the clause is not relativized to the effect, it becomes false. But perhaps the implicit clause can take the following middle course. 57, and no factors are present sufficient to counteract the effect of gravity with respect to whether the apple falls or not. This formulation neither tells us by itself that the apple will fall nor is too general to be true. It simply says that in this case whether the apple falls or not is sufficiently determined by the other factors. However, 57 is ambiguous between 58 and no factors are present that jointly in fact suffice to counteract the effect of gravity with respect to whether the apple falls or not. And 59, and no set of factors is present that is such as to be cateris paribus sufficient to counteract the effect of gravity with regard to the question of whether the apple falls or not. Unfortunately, neither option will do, for suppose first the implicit clause is 58. Take a case in which a very strong jet of air shooting up from the floor pushes the apple upward more strongly than gravity pulls it down. However, the force of this jet is completely balanced by the fact that the apple has a strong magnet in it and the floor is iron. Then, 58. Together with the citation of the force of gravity is sufficient to imply that the apple will fall. But if the only force we have mentioned is the gravitational one, then we have not in fact explained why the apple fell just by citing gravity, the initial conditions, and 58. There was in fact 109. A strong counteracting force, a force sufficient on its own to counteract the force of gravity, and this force ensured that an explanation of why the apple fell would have to cite both gravity and magnetism. Now I submit that when we find ourselves thinking that the explanation only in terms of initial conditions and gravity is incomplete in the original paradigmatic case, this is because we think that the explanation should report all relevant factors, including relevant negative factors, such as the lack of an air jet pushing the apple upward. In other words, we think that the explanans should be sufficiently strong to entail the absence of any possible counteracting factor. But 58 is not strong enough to entail the absence of any possible counteracting factor because 58 is logically compatible with the earlier scenario in which there are counteracting factors, albeit counteracting factors that are themselves counteracted. What if we move to 59 instead? Then, our explanans must cite, if only cursorily or in summary, every factor or combination of factors that would have, ceteris paribus, suffice to counteract gravity. But that demands much too much. Suppose that the air jet underneath the apple is switched off. Suppose that the switch for it is a big button on the ground. Above the switch a big framed picture is hanging. Then the following quadruple of factors is ceteris paribus sufficient to prevent the apple from falling, the air jet machineries being under the apple, the buttons being under the pictures being suspended over the button a couple of seconds before the apple was dropping, and gravity's pulling the picture toward the button. If these were all the relevant factors, the picture would have fallen, pressed the button, turned on the air jet, and prevented the apple from falling. Therefore, this scenario fails to satisfy 59. However, to spell out the case further, what prevents all these factors from preventing the apple from falling is the fifth factor, that the picture is nailed to the wall. But it is absurd to say that all these 5 factors enter into an explanation. If the air jet was not in fact functioning, then the force of gravity is enough. Thus, 59 is too strong as a proviso since it rules out some genuine cases in which we have an explanation, namely, the scenario with the air jet, button, and nailed picture. In frustration, we might simply say that the implicit clause in a ceteris paribus gnomic explanation is one that says that we have given a good enough explanation. But this is ambiguous between saying we have given a good enough explanation in stating everything other than this clause and saying that with this clause we have given a good enough explanation. In the former case, the clause is not essential to giving an explanation. Since ex hypothesi the other clauses are sufficiently explanatory, and we 110 do indeed have a counterexample to 52 in the ceteris paribus gnomic explanation as desired. Consider then the latter case. On this view, the explanation that the apple fell looks like this. 60, the apple was suspended in midair. 61, the force of gravity was pulling the apple down. 62, implicit propositions, 60, 62, explain why the apple fell. Note that claim, 62, is essentially self-referential. Bertrand Russell would say that this itself is reason enough to claim 62 to be meaningless. This is not obvious. The proposition that all propositions are true or false is self-referential in the sense that it also says something about itself but is not logically problematic. However, there are also problematic self-referential statements. The most famous is the liar paradox. 63, proposition 63, is false. Claim, 62, does not seem to be problematic in this sense, it does not seem to generate such a paradox. But while the liar proposition, 63, is problematic, so is the truth-teller proposition. 64, proposition, 64, is true. It is not that we can derive a paradox from 64. Whether we take 64 to be true or take it to be false, no contradiction ensues. The problem, rather, is that 64 is not a proposition. There is no fact of the matter about whether it is true or false. We can equally well stipulate it to be true as to be false, and we cannot see what kind of a claim about reality 64 makes such that if we could know whether reality is thus and so we would know whether 64 is true. The reason 64 is meaningless is that it is a putative proposition that attempts to bootstrap its meaning out of itself. As we read 64, we realize that to see what content it has we must already have a grip on it. Under the description content of 64, before we finish reading, 64. It is a putative proposition such that to grasp it we must have already grasped it. In brief, much of the content of 64 arises from its very self-referentiality. And 64 is disanalogous in this way to the bona fide proposition that all propositions are true or false, because we do not need to have grasped what the latter proposition means before grasping what it means. Claim 62 is a slightly less clear case of meaninglessness than 64, but it shares the same bootstrapping feature, for if 62 is anything more than the claim that 60 and 61 explain why the apple fell, and we have 111 supposed it to be more, then this additional content itself must derive from the very self-referentiality of 62. Both 62 and 64 are putative propositions that try to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. If we did not already know what additional content 62 adds to the claim that 60 and 61 explain why the apple fell before reading 62, we will not know it afterward. One might, of course, try to make 62 be non-self-referential, but then it will collapse to the claim that 60 and 61 explain why the apple fell, a claim that does not sustain this objection against the caeteris paribus gnomic explanation counterexamples to 52. What is ultimately wrong with these attempts to save 52 by introducing an implicit clause is a failure to recognize that the claim that the explanans explains the explanandum need not itself be a part of the explanans, and adding it to the explanans is pointless, because then either we will get vicious self-referentiality or the addition will add nothing. Alternately, one might claim that caeteris paribus gnomic explanations are only partial explanations. To give a full explanation, we would need to include additional conjunct in the explanans, cf. Rowe, 1984, p. 369. N18, perhaps conjunct that we do not actually know. Thus a full explanation of the apples falling would invoke all the forces of nature, together with initial conditions that entail that only the force of gravity is relevant, together with a claim that the forces of nature cited are all the forces there are. This is, however, not a natural way of talking. We want to say that upon discovering the force of gravity, one could explain why the apple fell. It is not necessary to know about the electromagnetic force to know all about why the apple fell. 6.3.1. F-theism. Finally, one might object as follows to the idea that the notion of explanation requires 52. A notion of explanation should not presuppose that traditional theism is false. But a part of traditional theism is the doctrine of omnipotence, which is generally taken to imply that God is not bound by the laws of nature. If this is so, then consider the following explanation of why the apple fell. Let L be a conjunction of all true propositions of the form, it is a law of nature that. Assume further that the laws are all deterministic. Let I be a conjunction of all the initial conditions when the apple is being dropped. Then, clearly, in the ordinary case, L and I explains why the apple fell. But L and I does not entail that the apple fell. That entailment would require a further proposition that God did not work a miracle. But it is not very plausible to suppose that the theist needs to add to every gnomic explanation the codicil and God 112 worked no miracle. 6. Note that there are two ways L and I might fail to entail that the apple fell. The first way might be that the theist's notion of a law of nature might be such that it is a law of nature that P need not entail it is the case that P. The second way, taken by C.S. Lewis, 1960, is that laws of nature have the caeteris paribus clause in the absence of other causes. And God's express miraculous intervention is just such a clause. Note that this argument does not presuppose the truth of traditional theism. Rather, the point is to show on the supposition that theism is true, a supposition. That seems coherent. It is quite natural to say that L and I explains why the apple fell even if L and I fails to entail that the apple fell, and hence, 52, does not follow from the notion of explanation. 6.3.1. G. Fred died because he died of being shot. The sentence Fred died because he died of being shot sounds very strange. Instead we would say, Fred died because he was shot. In ordinary language, then, the explanans is that he was shot. Suppose we take this seriously, and not as merely a pragmatic matter or an instance of our dislike of reduplication. This means that in general knowing the explanans is not sufficient for knowing why the explanandum holds, for, plainly, a necessary condition. For knowing why the explanandum holds is knowing that it holds, and knowing the explanans is not sufficient for that, since many people are shot but do not die. Moreover, it is not even enough to know both the explanans and explanandum to know why the explanandum holds. For I may know that Fred died and that Fred was shot without knowing that Fred died because he was shot. Nor is this simply because being shot does not entail dying. For suppose that there is a set of laws L whose conjunction with the proposition, Q, that Fred fell from a 10-story building onto concrete entails that, P, Fred died. Plainly, L and Q explains P. But nonetheless knowledge of L and Q and of P is insufficient to give us knowledge of why P holds, for, as we all know, Fred might have instead been shot to death on his way down, and might have died of being shot, and we may suppose that we do not know that this did not happen. Thus, we can know L and Q and P without knowing that L and Q explains P, even though we know that L and Q entails P and even though L and Q does explain P. It thus appears that to know why P holds, it is not enough to know the explanans, Q or even P together with the explanans. It is necessary to know 6. That some of the pious say, in future tense statements, God willing, does not mean that they include and God was willing in explanations. 113. That Q in fact is the explanans for P. This has some useful consequences for the defender of the PSR. First, even if the entailment principle were correct, the stronger claim that 65, if Q explains P, then Q entails that, Q explains P, appears to be false. Now, the entailment principle, 52, is actually no more plausible than 65. The intuition that gets us to assent to the entailment principle is that we would not know why the explanandum is true if the proposed explanans could be true without the explanandums being true. One of the best ways to back up this intuition is to observe that the thesis is a principled way of saying what is wrong with certain insufficient attempts at explanation. For instance, that Bob drank a liquid is, according to the entailment principle, not enough to explain why he died. Something is missing from the story. A plausible principled way to show that something is missing is to note that one can drink a liquid and not die. And indeed we all want to know what it was that he drank. However, suppose that we have this additional information. Thus, we know that Bob drank concentrated arsenic, and we know that this fact, conjoined with some relevant laws, L, entails that Bob would die. We have seen that it is still not the case that knowledge of the explanans is sufficient for knowledge of why the explanandum holds. We do not know why the explanandum holds if we do not know that Bob was not shot to death before the arsenic took effect. To know why the explanandum holds, we need something beyond the explanans, we need the claim that the explanans is the explanans. Now suppose that instead of adding the laws L and the fact that the liquid was arsenic to our explanans, We look at whether we know why Bob died. If we know that Bob drank a liquid and died because of that liquid, I think the answer is actually positive. We do know why Bob died. He died because of drinking that liquid. Now, there is much that we do not know. For instance, we do not know why drinking that liquid caused his death. But we do have an explanation of why Bob died. Once we see that, to know why something happened, we in general need to know not only that the explanans holds but also that the explanans is the explanans. We will, I think, become more liberal than Van Inwagen about what counts as an explanation and allow the entailment thesis to be violated, for the entailment thesis is intuitively just a special case of the prima facie plausible claim, 65, which is in fact false. 114. 6.3.1.h without the entailment principle. But even if the defender of the PSR manages to show that 52 is unwarranted or false, the Van Inwagen objection can be pursued in a different way. Suppose we grant all the premises in the Van Inwagen argument other than 34. Then, the argument shows that the BCCFP of the actual world is explained by some necessary proposition Q. Because Q is necessary and P is contingent, it follows that there are possible worlds in which Q is true but P is not. Thus, although Q explains P, there are possible worlds where Q is just as true but where P is false. If the defense of the PSR up to this point was acceptable, this is not a problem. The ceteris paribus laws of nature and some of the initial conditions can explain the occurrence of some event in the actual world, even though there are possible worlds where the laws and conditions hold, and the event does not occur as a result of some other cause. However, the defender of the PSR tends to believe, more strongly, that the PSR is a necessary truth. Write PW for the BCCF of the world W. This is the conjunction of all contingent propositions true at W, with logical redundancies removed. If we grant as conceptual truths all the premises of the Van Inwagen argument other than 34, it follows in exactly the same way that PW is explained at W by some necessary proposition QW. Now, either the proposition QW is the same proposition for every possible world W or it is not. If it is the same proposition, then we have the absurdity that one and the same proposition Q equals QW can explain every possible contingent state of affairs. For, given any possible proposition R, there is a possible world W at which R holds, and hence such that R is a conjunct of PW, which is explained by Q, so that R, too, is explained by Q by 36. A universally explaining proposition Q, which for any contingent proposition R can explain both R and R, depending only on which of R and R happens to be true, seems rather absurd, so this alternative does not seem tenable. Therefore, there will be two possible worlds, W and W, such that QW is not the same as QW, and such that QW explains the BCCFPW of W and QW explains the BCCFPW of W. But the propositions QW and QW are both necessarily true. Thus, we have a pair of worlds W and W, and a pair of mutually incompatible propositions A and A such that A is true at W and A is true at W, and a pair of propositions B and B true at both of the worlds W and W such that B explains A at W and B explains A at W. And one may think this absurd even if one did not think it absurd that some proposition B that actually explains a proposition A is true at another world at which it does not hold. Consider the reason for not thinking the latter absurd. 115. B might be a bunch of reports of ceteris paribus laws of nature together with initial conditions, and then B might hold without a holding providing that we are in a world where the ceteris are not paribus. But in the latter world, there is an explanation for why A holds. This explanation involves the citation of some additional causal factor that overrides the presumption in favor of A's following from B. But this additional causal factor does not occur in the actual world where B does explain A. However, in the new absurdity, all the resources for explaining why A happened are available at the world at which A happens, and vice versa. This seems quite absurd. 6.3.1. First look at libertarian free will. However, there is a way of looking at libertarian free will that would allow for this kind of a situation. Suppose that Jones has two strong incompatible desires, one for ice cream, and the other for a steak. Consider two possible worlds, W and W. At W, Jones eats ice cream at T. At W, Jones eats steak at T. Consider the following two propositions. 66. Jones had a strong desire for ice cream and freely chose what to eat. 67. Jones had a strong desire for steak and freely chose what to eat. It seems quite compatible with ordinary usage to say that at W proposition, 66, explains why Jones ate ice cream, and that it is true at W that, 67, explains why Jones ate steak. In fact, we might even say that at W proposition, 66, explains why Jones ate ice cream rather than steak, and that it is true at W that, 67, explains why Jones ate steak rather than ice cream. This may seem to be a misunderstanding. Surely if we say the preceding things, then at W Jones had a stronger desire for steak than for ice cream, and it is this that explains why he ate steak, whereas at W Jones had a stronger desire for ice cream. But it is by no means obvious that we have to suppose this. Let the two desires be equal or incommensurable. We still will ordinarily say that the reason Jones opted for the ice cream was because of his desire for ice cream, and there is no reason to take this to have the hidden implication that this desire was stronger. In any case, that this is so is an epistemic possibility, at least until we examine free will more carefully, as we shall in the next chapter. To see how an explanation of a BCCF could be given following this suggestion, suppose that there necessarily exists an essentially good God. A good God might be thought to be moved by good reasons when trying to decide what kind of a cosmos to create. This God then surveys the possible worlds. But the first thing he finds in the survey is that no world 116 is best of all. Some worlds are better because simpler. At the head of this list is the world in which God is the only being, and others are better because more diverse. Some are better because they contain less vice, and others are better because although they contain more vice they also contain the virtues that vice makes possible, such as courage in the face of persecution. In the end, for each pair of genuinely possible worlds, let us suppose, there is some consideration because of which the first is better than the second, and there is another, equal or incommensurable, concede a ration because of which the second is better than the first. Worlds whose values are strictly dominated by those of others will on this hypothesis be impossible. On this picture, for each world W there is a set RW of reasons in favor of actualizing W. These reasons might be, for instance, simplicity, complexity, balances of simplicity and complexity, and they may even be, for instance, containing the dearly lovable Mr. Jones. Indeed, each possible person might count as a reason in favor of creating those worlds in which she exists. If God is motivated by love for any possible world W, then, were W actualized, the BCCF of W could be explained by some proposition of the form QW, God appreciated the reasons in RW and chose what to create. Now, the curious fact is that each of the QW is a necessary truth, since it is a necessary truth that God appreciates all the reasons there in fact are. But while each of the QW is a necessary truth, it is a contingent truth that one of the QW in fact has explanatory oomph, a contingent fact explained in turn by that very QW. There is, however, an objection to be made against this account. 1. Might think it is a conceptual truth that if Q explains P, and R is any other true proposition, then likewise Q and R explains P. If this is correct, then this approach collapses into biting the bullet and allowing that the very same proposition can explain incompatible propositions. For suppose that QW explains the BCCFPW of W for every W. Let W and W be any two worlds. Then, let Q be QW and QW. By the conjunctiveness principle earlier, Q explains PW at W and Q explains PW at W. Indeed, generalizing to the case of infinite conjunctions, if Q is the conjunction of all the propositions QW, then necessarily Q explains every contingent true proposition. And this we thought before was absurd. The absurdity can even be seen in the preceding example. Surely that Jones has both a desire for ice cream and a desire for steak, and that Jones chooses does not explain why Jones eats ice cream. 117. But perhaps the claim that if R is true and Q explains P, then Q and R explains P is suspect. Although an argument is not made invalid by the addition of an irrelevant true premise, explanation is not the same as proof. Explanation has a pragmatic aspect. Adding irrelevancies to the explanans can obscure matters, and perhaps it can obscure them to the point at which we no longer have an explanation. Comparing explanation to causation is helpful. Even if there were conjunctive events, it would not always be the case that if C causes E and D occurs, then C and D causes E. It is not my sneezing and conviction by the Athenian court that caused Socrates' death, it is the conviction alone. One might, however, respond that my having sneezed and the Athenian courts having convicted Socrates does explain why Socrates died, it just does not do so as perspicuously as the explanation in terms of the conviction alone. And, furthermore, if the notion of explanation involved in the PSR is such that that lack of perspicuity vitiates a putative explanation, then we have no reason at all to think the PSR true. For while it might well be plausible that everything has an explanation, it is rather unlikely that matters are so nice that everything has a perspicuous explanation. Yet, the addition of obscuring factors may vitiate some kinds of ordinary language explanations. Suppose John drank some poison and consequently died. That John drank the poison explains why John died. Suppose that there is one more piece of information. Jennifer immediately ran to him to try to induce vomiting. However, she did not get to him before he died. Then, that John drank the poison explains why John died. But, plainly, that John drank the poison and Jennifer immediately ran to him to try to induce vomiting does not explain why John died. Once one adds the second conjunction, one also needs a third to have an explanation, and she did not get there in time. It might be objected that Jennifer's running to John to try to induce vomiting vitiates the initial explanation of John's death in terms of his drinking poison. Thus, John's drinking poison does not explain his death. This goes back to the discussion of cateris paribus gnomic explanations. We do not require such an explanation to cite the absence of a factors preventing the explanandum from following in the usual way from the explanans. Nor is Jennifer's running to save John's life even one of the factors the cateris paribus clause in the law those who drink poison die excludes. If it were one of the factors excluded, then its presence would indeed have to be cited in an explanation, and its defeater would further have to be cited. But what the cateris paribus clause excludes is the induction of vomiting, not someone's running to induce vomiting. 118. The disadvantage of the preceding way out of Van Inwagen's argument is that it relies on a rather anthropocentric notion of explanation. Perhaps explanation should be understood as a more idealized concept, one on which we take cateris paribus nomic explanations to be mere sketches of a full explanation that the speaker cannot or does not want to supply. The more anthropocentric our notion of explanation, the less probable the PSR becomes. Yet, at the same time, our anthropocentric concepts are all we have. Perhaps we should not try to jump out of our skin. Moreover, although an ordinary language argument can be given that the cateris paribus nomic explanations are in fact taken to be sufficient explanations, one might also worry that this is stretching the word sufficient too far. If so, then the preceding is a defense of something a little weaker than the PSR, a principle of explainability or reason, rather than a principle of sufficient explainability or reason. 6.3.1.ja parallel. What all my responses have to defend is the claim that a necessary truth such as Q can sufficiently explain a contingent truth such as P. Once this claim is granted, the defender of the PSR need not be embarrassed by any further question about what explains why Q explains P. The additional explanatory burden of this question can be borne by adding some conceptual truths to the explanans, as we shall see in the next section. But of course we have not yet done much to defend a view of free will on which a necessary truth about a God's reasons could explain a contingent truth about what God chooses. The parallel to this discussion in the sphere of causation is the claim, famously defended by Elizabeth Anscombe, that while the effects depend on the cause, they need not be determined by the cause. For example, we have found certain diseases to be contagious. If, then, I have had one and only one contact with someone suffering from such a disease, and I get it myself, we suppose I got it from him. But what if, having had the contact, I ask a doctor whether I will get the diseases? He will usually only be able to say, I don't know, maybe you will, maybe not. But, it is said, knowledge of causes here is partial. Doctors seldom even know any of the conditions under which one invariably gets a disease, let alone all the sets of conditions. This comment betrays the assumption that there is such a thing to know. Suppose there is, still, the question whether there is does not have to be settled before we can know what we mean by speaking of the contact as cause of my getting the disease. Anscombe, 1993, p. 91. One might respond, however, that we all intuitively believe in determinism. Thus, we do not need to find out empirically that there is a 119 necessitating set of conditions. Rather, we believe this a priori, and hence we assume that if the contact with the sufferer is a partial cause of the disease, then we can add enough conditions to make for necessitation. It is not obvious, however, that we do all believe in determinism. Is it at all intuitively clear that if we knew the initial conditions of a coin's being flipped we could predict how it will go? Is this not an empirical discovery, if it is true at all, one that might well not have turned out to be so? But, yet, we do accept that the contact causes the disease prior to having any warrant for thinking that we could give a necessitating set of conditions. That includes the contact. Note that we do not even require the contact to make contracting of the disease highly probable to be sure that there is a causal connection. Consider also any paradigmatic instance of macroscopic causation. 7. One billiard ball strikes another and causes the latter to move. Do we not, pace Hume, perceive the first ball as pushing against the second, with the pushing being a causal concept? And even if this is not granted, do we not feel pushed along 8 or scraped 9? Yet if indeterministic quantum mechanics is to be believed, then there was a tiny but non-zero probability that given the same initial conditions the second ball should rest immobile. Yet this does not deprive us of confidence in saying that in this case, the case in which the second ball did in fact move, we have a genuine instance of causation. Likewise, when Jones in fact chose to have ice cream, this is explained by his having chosen freely while having a desire for it. 6.3.1. What explains explanatory claims? Consider finally the following issue already raised by Ross, 1969, and more recently by Franken and Geerson, 1999. Suppose we do indeed have a case in which some necessary proposition Q explains the BCCFP. What, then, explains YQEP, where E stands for explains? This seems to be a further explanatory problem. Since it is contingent that QEP, this proposition is itself a conjunct in P. Thus, Q must explain YQEP, since Q explains every conjunct in P. But if it is contingent that Q explains P, then how can Q explain YQ explains P? Its being contingent that Q explains P while yet Q is necessary shows that in fact Q is not sufficient to explain YQ explains P. However, it is not obvious why Q cannot explain both P and QEP. Consider first an unproblematic case of explanation. Suppose that L is the 7. This argument is also inspired by one in Anscombe, 1993, but more remotely. 8. This observation is due to David Armstrong. 9. Cf. Anscombe, 1993. 120. Conjunction of all true propositions of the form P is a basic law of nature that holds universally, that J is a report of the initial conditions, and further that L and J evidently entail A, the proposition that the apple fell. Then certainly L and J explains A. Let N be a conjunction of all the conceptual truths about the nature of explanation, truths such as that laws conjoined with initial conditions are explanatory, together with the necessary truth that L and J entails A. Then, L and J and N also explains A. Getting clearer on the nature of explanation does not obscure a particular explanation. But note that the claim, L and J N, EA now need not be thought of as a further claim to be explained. It is already sufficiently explained by L and J and N. Once we know that L and J and N, we have all we need for explaining A and for explaining Y, L and J and N, EA. Observe, too, that here it is also the case that, L and J and N, EA is contingent, since it entails A, which is contingent. Thus, there are cases in which the same proposition Q explains both P and QEP. In fact, it is quite plausible that this happens more often. If Q explains P, then Q and various conceptual truths should also, at least in many cases, make it clear to us why Q explains P. Take the free will case, and suppose we are talking of a free choice by a necessary being, and our explanans is of the form, Q, God appreciated the reasons in RW and chose what to create. If we accept Q as an explanation of Y, P, God actualized world W, we will likewise accept Q conjoined with some conceptual truths about explanation as explaining why QEP, for Q explains why God actualized W. But we understand why Q explains this. Q explains this because God necessarily acts on the basis of reasons that incline but do not necessitate. And because such reason-based explanations are in fact good ones. To the extent that this seems unsatisfactory, it seems unsatisfactory because we may not be convinced that in fact Q explains why God actualized W, given that Q could have been true without God's actualizing W. But once we accept Q as giving a bona fide explanation, then presumably we have no further mystery as to why it gives such an explanation. The facts about explanation that get us to accept Q as a genuine explanation explain why it is such. We can see this more clearly by considering the relation of putative explanation. A proposition Q putatively explains P if and only if Q would explain P were both P and Q true. When we claim that Q explains P, we can be seen as claiming that Q putatively explains P and both Q and P hold. Now, in the case in which Q is necessary, taking all necessary truths, stipulatively if needed, to be self-explanatory, if Q explains P, then Q explains why both Q and P hold, simply because Q explains why P holds and Q explains why Q. 121. holds, by self-explanatoriness. So, the only remaining thing to show is how Q explains why Q putatively explains P. But in the previous case, given that God necessarily acts on reasons, if I am right about its being a conceptual truth that God's appreciating the reasons in RW and choosing what to create would explain why God actualized W. If God in fact actualized W and in fact appreciated the reasons in RW and chose what to create, it is a necessary truth, and hence one that does not require explanation since it is self-explanatory, that Q putatively explains P. Observe that this does not apply to all cases of explanation. For instance, in a cateris paribus gnomic explanation, it is not a conceptual truth that the explanans putatively explains the explanandum. There are possible worlds where there is gravity, the apple is dropped, and the apple falls. But gravity does not explain why the apple falls. For instance, gravity might be counteracted by something else while the explanation of why the apple falls might lie elsewhere. However, this argument applies in the case of the free will explanation of God's action if this is a good putative explanation. 6.3.2. Could a contingent proposition explain itself? 6.3.2. A paradigmatic self-explanatory propositions. If the response to the Van Inwagen argument through questioning the claim that a necessary proposition cannot explain a contingent one fails, then there is only one way out for the defender of the PSR. She must acknowledge that there are self-explanatory contingent propositions. The explanation of the BCCF of the actual world needs to be itself a self-explanatory contingent proposition. The difficulty here is that our most clear paradigmatic examples of self-explanatory propositions are propositions that are also self-evident and necessarily true, that 1 equals 1, that material objects take up space, that nothing is both true and false at the same time and in the same respect, and so on. The explanation of the BCCF will not be necessarily true, we have assumed. It is also most unlikely to be self-evidently true. 10. 6.3.2.b. What is a self-explanatory proposition? We could say that a self-explanatory proposition P is a proposition P such that P explains P. But that would not tell us anything. What could it mean for P to explain P? It is tempting to define a self-explanatory proposition negatively as 10. 122. A true proposition such that as soon as one grasps its truth, one grasps that seeking an explanation for it is mistaken. But that is not quite right. Suppose the PSR is false and there is some contingent proposition P that happens to have no explanation. Then, let P be the proposition. 68. P has no explanation and P. As soon as one grasps P, one grasps that it cannot have an explanation. That one would be mistaken to ask for its explanation. But, plainly, P is not self-explanatory. If it were, then P would have an explanation, too, and hence P would be false. More positively and plausibly, one might say that a self-explanatory proposition is a true and understandable proposition such that, necessarily, as soon as one understands it and believes it to be true, one has explained why it is true, or at least one has the resources to explain it. There is no more mystery. Therefore, any true and understandable proposition such that as soon as one has understood it one has to know that and why it is true will be self-explanatory. Hence self-evidently necessary claims such as that 1 equals 1 or the principle of non-contradiction will be self-explanatory. However, it is not completely obvious that these kinds of propositions exhaust the class of the self-explanatory. Lest it be said that the claim that 1 equals 1 is a mere unexplained brute fact, compare the reaction one might have to the claim that 1 equals 1 and some complex mathematical claim P that I know to be true but whose proof I do not know, say, that there are no finite skew fields. I could be genuinely puzzled by P in a way in which I would not be by the claim that 1 equals 1. Suppose that God then told me that although P is true, the published proofs are invalid and in fact P is a Gödelian non-provable proposition. I think it would be reasonable to continue to find P mysterious in a way in which the claim that 1 equals 1 is not. An appropriate way to characterize the situation would be to say that P is a brute fact. But 1 equals 1 is not a brute fact, there is no puzzle, not even an insoluble one, as to why it is true. Once you see that 1 equals 1, what is there to be puzzled about? 6.3.2. See the causal objection. One might object to the notion of a self-explanatory contingent proposition as follows. All explanation of contingent propositions is causal. If a proposition is self-explanatory and contingent, then it must causally explain itself, that is, the worldly state of affairs it reports must be a causa sui. But the notion of a causa sui is clearly self-contradictory. However, this assumes that all causal explanation of a proposition is in terms of something's causing the reported state of affairs. 123. But perhaps causality is implicated in a more complicated way in the explanation of a self-explanatory contingent proposition. Let us hold on to the idea of explanations being causal. This suggests that when we seek an explanation of a contingent proposition, we seek an explanation of the form, C causes E. Could this be self-explanatory? That would require that C causes E should explain why C causes E. Inter alia, it would seem to require that C causes E should explain why C existed or took place. This is absurd, the causal activity of C cannot explain C. Thus, the existence of C must not be the sort of thing that demands an explanation. If C is a being or the causal activity of a being, then that being will have to be a necessary one, because even if there are self-explanatory contingent propositions, a self-explanatory contingent being would be too much to swallow. Moreover, that this being causes E will itself have to be a contingent fact. There is on the books one candidate for this kind of a self-explanatory proposition, and this is a proposition reporting a libertarian free action of a necessary being. In fact, I think it will be clear from the preceding that only something like a report of a libertarian free action will do here. On a Jamesian libertarian view, one can argue that Jones freely chose A sufficiently explains why Jones freely chose A, modulo the explanation of Jones's existence and freedom. If so, then there are contingent self-explanatory propositions when the existence and freedom are necessary. On a different libertarian view, that Jones freely chose A for R sufficiently explains why Jones freely chose A for R. Again, this would let one have contingent self-explanatory propositions. If one of these ways of looking at libertarian free will can be defended as a logical possibility, then, 35, is false, and the Van Inwagen argument is refuted. A defense of these ways of looking at free will is given in the next chapter. 6.3.2. Implications for contingent self-explanatory propositions. The considerations arising from the analysis of why we do not say that Fred died because he died of being shot, section 6.3.1.g, also help the defender of the PSR on the present horn of the dilemma, that of holding that there is a contingent self-explanatory proposition, for if there were such a proposition P, it would not have to be implausibly true that knowledge that P is true is sufficient to know why P is true. Rather, on our more generous view, for P to be self-explanatory, to know why P is true it would have to be enough to know that P is both true and self-explanatory. Now observe that while there is some plausibility that knowing that P is true is never by itself enough to know why P is true, on this view we are not claiming that. 124. We are, instead, claiming that to know why P is true it is enough to know that P is true and that it has the special property of self-explanatoriness. The burden of telling us why P is true is not borne by P's truth alone. To be concrete, suppose we wish to know why a necessary being freely chose A for reason R. it is perhaps not enough to know just that the necessary being freely chose A for R. Instead, we may need to add further conceptual claims about free actions being self-explanatory, and this may provide some traction. Note that, furthermore, we may be able to explain why free actions, or at least free actions of a necessary being, are self-explanatory, cf. section 6.3.1.k. Free will. 7.1. How to explain free actions. 7.1.1. The problem. Suppose Jones freely chose A. Why did Jones choose A? The libertarian cannot allow there to be any prior causes that necessitated Jones to choose A. In fact, it seems, the libertarian cannot cite anything in the explanation of why Jones chose A. Thus, free libertarian choices appear to violate the PSR. In the preceding section, it was suggested that several accounts of free will might yield a way out of Van Inwagen's fatalism objection to the PSR. If any of these accounts works, it will also give a way out of this objection. There were three accounts offered. The first said that a proposition of the form Jones had desire D, or perhaps Jones was aware of reason R, can explain why Jones chose A even if it does not necessitate it. The next suggested that Jones freely chose A can be self-explanatory. And the last suggested that Jones freely chose A for R can be self-explanatory. 7.1.2. A Jamesian account. We will start by looking at the account that Jones freely chose A is self-explanatory. This account makes no mention of reasons for the choice. A free choice is self-explanatory, pure, and simple. Consider first the following claim that does involve reasons. 69. A proposition of the form Jones chose A for reason R, if true, sufficiently explains why Jones chose A. This is a claim deeply embedded in our ordinary practices of explanation. Saying that an action in fact done for some reason was done for that. 126. Reason sufficiently explains why the action was done. It need not be a complete explanation, of course, because in general it fails to explain why Jones was free or why Jones existed at all, but it is a sufficient one. Claim 69 is something that a libertarian of any stripe can accept and that a compatibilist can also accept, though they may disagree whether that Jones chose A for reason R entails that the reason was such that Jones could have chosen against it or not. But suppose now that a choice is made for no reason at all, it is just freely made. A libertarian like William James I insists that such things really happen, and it is in those cases that true freedom is found. In that case, there is no explanation of the form Jones freely chose A for R. In the next two sections, I shall argue that our libertarian will have to be committed to the claim that 70, that Jones freely chose A for no reason at all, if true, sufficiently explains why Jones chose A. Our libertarian is committed, first of all, to the negative claim that the explanatory role that reasons have in 69, for the compatibilist who thinks the reasons determine the action is not taken over in the case of a reasonless choice by anything other than perhaps Jones's freely choosing A. For imagine that the role that reasons play in 69 is taken over by some cause C outside Jones's freely choosing A. Then, this cause C will negatively impinge on Jones's freedom, the libertarian will insist, because if something outside Jones's choice has an explanatory role in the choice, a role of the same sort that reasons have in a reasoned choice, then we do not have a truly libertarian choice. 7.1.3. A condition on a libertarianism to be plausible. Thus, if the Jamesian libertarian is correct, then that Jones freely chose A for no reason at all is the closest we can come to explaining why Jones chose A. It still might be, however, that although this is the closest we can come to explaining why Jones chose A, it is still not a sufficient explanation of this. However, this also will not do. To see this, I will need a certain conceptual construction. For this construction, I will need to assume the PSR to be false. If the PSR is necessarily true, then this will have the character of a per impossibile counterfactual. Suppose we have some situation S involving, among other things, the activity of some cause Cs1. The characterization of this view as Jamesian is due to Richard M. Gale. 127. Bringing about an effect E. The construction I want is the surgical excision of C from S. This is a situation in which everything happens qualitatively just as before, except that C does not occur and E occurs causelessly with no explanation at all. I will assume it makes sense to talk of such excisions if the PSR is false. Excision is a very Humean operation. We just imagine a space-time where everything is as before, except there is no C, though the effects remain. However, if an object A is constituted by an object B, then the excision of B removes A. This should give one enough of an ostensive hold on the notion to allow one to understand it. I now claim that any plausible form of libertarianism is committed to the following claim. 71. If we have a situation S in which an agent counts as acting unfreely because of the freedom-canceling causal role that some cause C has in his action, that is, because of C's violating the condition that the action be ultimately self-originated as the libertarian insists, then the agent also acts unfreely in the situation formed by the surgical excision of C from S. In other words, if some cause takes away freedom, and that cause is replaced by indeterministic randomness or some brute unexplained fact, freedom is still lacking. Indeterminism is not sufficient for freedom. This is, of course, universally acknowledged in the free will literature. 2. If your freedom were cancelled by an overwhelming desire, then the random formation of that overwhelming desire would likewise cancel out your freedom. Nor will it do for a libertarian to say that the difference between randomness and a free choice is that free choices are intentional, for once one acknowledges that a choice can be free even if it is random as long as it is intentional, there does not appear to be any reason to object to the compatibilist claim that a choice can be free even if it is determined, as long as it is intentional. Random phenomena are ones that one is no more responsible for than predetermined ones. If we took an agent who was unfree because of determinism's being true, and changed nothing in the situation except that we replaced the deterministic laws of physics by completely indeterministic ones such that 2. This does not mean that every libertarian rejects the idea that randomness may be at the heart of libertarian freedom. Robert Kane, 1996, has a powerful account in which quantum randomness is at the center of free will. However, Kane also thinks that there is more than just indeterminism at play here. That said, I do not know whether Kane's account does justice to 71. If not, then so much the worse for it. 128. By chance, with no explanation, everything happened as it would have. In the deterministic case, we would not thereby have made the agent any freer. As J.J.C. Smart notes, he would not consider himself freer, indeed quite the contrary, if a random brain event made him run to the garden and eat a slug. 3. The reason for this is that the libertarian's basic commitment is that an action must be up to the agent in a strong sense, the agent must be the true originator of the action. If this is violated by the impingement of some cause C on the agent's activity, then the agent is not free. However, to restore the agent's freedom it is not enough that C be surgically excised. Rather, to restore the agent's freedom, the agent or her free choice must be put in the place of C. An action is no more self-originated for being random. It is a standard objection to libertarianism that the libertarian is committed to actions being random rather than causally originated by the agent. Any plausible libertarianism must deny this, and the libertarian's principles commit her to the denial of this. 7.1.4 Commitment to 70. But now let us go back to the common ground. The libertarian and Anti-libertarian both accept that Jones chose A for R explains why Jones chose A, in the case of a choice that results from reasons. The Jamesian libertarian who believes that freedom is ultimately rooted in reasonless choices holds that the role the reasons, or perhaps Jones's awareness of them or their impingement on Jones, play in this explanation is freedom cancelling, or at least cancelling of the highest sort of freedom. By 71, the libertarian, however, is also committed to the claim that the situation in which Jones freely reasonlessly chooses A is not just the situation obtained by surgically excising the impingement of reasons from the case of reason-determined choice. This means that in the reasonless free choice case, the Jamesian must claim that the explanatory role that reasons played in the reason-determined case is not lost. If it were lost, then this would be a case of surgical excision of the impingement of reasons. Rather, the Jamesian must hold that all the explanatory oomph that reasons had is transferred to Jones and Jones's free choice. In other words, the Jamesian libertarian must hold that if 69 holds, then likewise 70 holds. 3. See Smart and Haldane, 1996. 129. 7.1.5. Libertarians should accept that free choices are explainable. In fact, we can more generally argue that if libertarianism is at all plausible, then there must be no insuperable conceptual difficulty about explaining why Jones did A in cases of libertarian free choices. For consider Jones's doing A, and suppose that it is free. Suppose there is some aspect of this that is not in fact sufficiently explained by anything, every partial explanation we can cite for it, let us suppose, falls short of being a sufficient explanation. We could then imagine a different situation in which some outside cause causes this aspect to occur. In fact, we could more generally imagine a bunch of outside causes, perhaps supernatural ones, filling in all the gaps in the explanation of Jones's doing A. For instance, if part of Jones's doing A is an unexplained indeterministic firing of a neuron, we can imagine some process that deterministically fires it instead. Thus, we can modify the situation of Jones's doing A in such a way that all the gaps in explanation are filled by outside causes. The resulting situation is one in which Jones's doing A does have a sufficient explanation. Now, either this is a situation where Jones is still free or it is not. If Jones is still free, then in fact freedom is compatible with sufficient explainability, though the libertarian will not choose this solution. Suppose, then, Jones is not free. Presumably, the reason he is not free is due to the freedom-canceling nature of these outside causes. They're ensuring that the action is not self-originated in the right way. But we have supposed that without these outside causes acting, the action was free. Thus, we have a situation in which surgical excision of the aggregate of these added external causes would make the action free, and this is contrary to 71, as generalized to a multiplicity of causes. See, a generalization the libertarian is committed to for exactly the same reasons she is committed to 71. Hence, the libertarian is committed to its not being the case that there is something unexplained about Jones's action. Consequently, the libertarian, whether Jamesian or other, is committed to the idea that sufficient explainability does not negate freedom. This opens up the door for a free will theistic explanation of the BCCF, with even God's choice to actualize the BCCF being explained, though the details will need to be looked at more carefully. In fact, it appears that if libertarianism violates the PSR because of an unexplainability in free choices, then libertarianism is untenable. While a libertarian need not be committed to the truth of the PSR, she cannot be committed to free will actions necessarily being violations of the PSR. And, obviously, compatibility Abilists are likely to think that freely willed actions are not violations of the 130 PSR, given that they tend to hold that free actions are explainable in terms of reasons and desires. Thus, the free will objection to the PSR fails, whether one is a compatibilist or not. However, it is only someone who thinks libertarianism is a coherent doctrine who can use the libertarian counterexamples to Van Inwagen's premises. Van Inwagen is a libertarian himself, of course. But that is only an ad hominem argument. The argument that libertarianism commits one to upholding the PSR as applied to our free actions will only impress a fairly committed libertarian. Indeed, because some libertarians think that the PSR is incompatible with libertarianism, these observations may lead them to conclude libertarianism to be incoherent as being incompatible with the PSR and yet committed to compatibility with it. To prevent this outcome, we need to look more carefully at how free will fits in with the PSR and with Van Inwagen's objections. 7.1.6 Why did Jones freely and reasonlessly choose as he did? We have seen the Jamesian libertarian to be committed to the claim that Jones's freely and reasonlessly choosing A explains why Jones chose A. But what explains why Jones freely and reasonlessly chose A? Presumably there is nothing more to explaining this than explaining why Jones freely and reasonlessly chose at all, and why, given that he freely and reasonlessly chose, he chose A. Suppose now that P is an explanation for why Jones freely and reasonlessly chose at all on this occasion. Let Q be the proposition that Jones freely and reasonlessly chose A. Then, P and Q explains why Jones chose A. In fact, however, P and Q explains more. It explains why Jones freely and reasonlessly chose on this occasion and why, given that he chose freely and reasonlessly, he chose A. Therefore, the Jamesian should say the following. 72. That P and that Jones freely and reasonlessly chose A explain why Jones freely and reasonlessly chose A. Now, there might be a puzzlement here over what kind of a proposition P can be. Can a libertarian allow that there is an explanation why Jones freely and reasonlessly chose? But surely she can. Being determined to choose freely and reasonlessly would not negate the freedom of a reasonless choice. Only being determined to choose some one particular way would be freedom cancelling. Think of existentialists who say we are condemned to freedom. That one is condemned to choose does not entail that one is condemned to choose A. 131. 7.1.7 The theistic case. Consider now the case in which we have a necessary being, X, which is such that it necessarily chooses what kind of a world to actualize. Then, that the being exists and that it chooses, A, is self-explanatory, if one takes necessary propositions to be self-explanatory, or at least, B, it does not demand an explanation from a PSR that concerns contingent states of affairs. If we take the second alternative, we will have to formulate the PSR carefully so as to exclude having to explain necessary propositions, as discussed in section 3.3. In any case, let R be the proposition that X exists and chooses. Let Q be the proposition that X freely and reasonlessly chooses to bring it about that P, where P is the BCCF. Then, R and Q explains P, and R and Q also explains Q by analogy with 72. If R is self-explanatory or if we stipulate that explanation does not need to explain necessary conjunct, we then conclude that R and Q explains R and Q, and hence we have a self-explanatory contingent explainer. Thus the Jamesian certainly has available to her a way of responding to Van Inwagen's fatalism argument. The preceding model of the explanation of the BCCF may not be entirely adequate, of course, depending on one's views of explanation and of the relation between X's will and that of human beings. As part of the explanation of the BCCF, one might have to say something about the Free choices of the human beings whose existence is explained by the necessary being's free choice to create them. 7.2. Reasoned choices. 7.2.1. The problem with the Jamesian account. The main problem in the previous account is whether there can be completely reasonless choices. Such choices do not seem to merit the dignity of the term free choice. They seem, pace the Jamesian's insistence, not to be actions at all, but mere twitches. Is not the distinction between a twitch and an action that the latter is done for reasons? Of course we are familiar with the fact that the libertarian need not buy this argument. The libertarian can distinguish actions from twitches simply in terms of causality. X is an action providing it is caused by a person qua person or by a person insofar as she has a will, or perhaps by the faculty of will of a person, or providing it comes from the right mode of causation, such as Chisholm's 1964, imminent rather than transient causation. A twitch, if we count it as caused by a person at all, is not caused by the person qua person, but by the person qua animal. Of course, the compatibilist could respond. 132. That what makes an action be caused by a person qua person is that the action arises from reasons that the person has, and the libertarian has no way of drawing this distinction. However, this neglects the fact that the libertarian is likely to draw the distinction metaphysically, in terms of the metaphysics of persons, whether this metaphysics be dualistic, hylomorphic, emergentist, or other. The details of how the distinction would be drawn would depend on the details of the metaphysics. And some who believe in really distinct faculties could simply make the distinction in terms of what the faculty of will causes. But even if the libertarian can make a distinction between actions and twitches, it is surely an undeniable fact about us that we do choose on the basis of reasons or desires. A reasonless choice does not seem to be a part of our experience, we are always assailed by reasons. Moreover, such a choice would be more befitting an animal than a human. 7.2.2. A Jamesian response. However, the reasonless choice, in a Jamesian framework, need not be made in a context in which there are no reasons. In fact, it can be made in a context in which there are too many incommensurable reasons. Virtue is inconvenient, what is convenient is vice. We need to decide between virtue and convenience. We have reasons, virtue and convenience are themselves reasons, but they are incommensurable, so there is no third higher reason that subsumes both and decides which has the higher weight. And thus we must choose which of the reasons we will allow to govern our actions, with which values we will identify ourselves. This choice between the reasons cannot itself be guided by reasons, because one is precisely choosing between all the relevant reasons, though one might admit that there are reasons and personal predilections that bias one and may skew the probabilities of various choices being made. On this James' view, what makes this a human choice rather than something that an animal does is not that it is done out of prior values. What makes it a human choice is the sort of things we are choosing between. We are choosing which incommensurable set of values to adopt as ours. 7.2.3. Concrete choices. Thus would speak the Jamesian. However, this does not ring completely true in light of our notion that free choice does not rest solely in the realm of abstract choices of what values to identify ourselves with, but instead also falls in the context of everyday practical choices, which choice 133. By choice form our character into the sort of character that is inclined to follow one set of values rather than another. When choosing between plagiarizing a paper and writing it, the student need not be thought of as always going through a two-step process. First, a choice whether to value convenience over virtue, and, second, action on the chosen value. Rather, The student chooses whether viciously to plagiarize or virtuously to apply herself. If she chooses the way of ease, we say that she chose this because of its convenience. If she chooses the road of sweat, she chose this because of its virtue. We do not usually posit an earlier stage in the explanation, a stage at which the agent steps back and decides whether to value virtue or convenience. Acquiring such and such a character, such and such a set of habitual value judgments, can well be a consequence of the action rather than a prerequisite for it. Now, it is true that the compatibilist takes the preceding fact to tell against libertarianism. There is an explanation of the action, and this is in terms of reasons, in terms of what the agent values, say, convenience or virtue. However, this is more than our ordinary way of thinking about. This gives us, when we say that she chose ease because of convenience, or that she chose sweat because of virtue, we need not be implying that the student had the sort of character that necessitated her to go for convenience or that necessitated her to go for virtue. To explain the person's actions in terms of convenience, we need not suppose that convenience is a stronger consideration for the person. Indeed, convenience is likely to become a stronger consideration for the person as a result of the action, as vicious actions breed a vicious character, but there is no reason to think it already was a stronger consideration. Given that our ordinary ways of talking about choice presuppose libertarianism as well, we come upon a view on which that Smith chose to plagiarize is explained by her valuing convenience, whereas had she chosen to work hard, this would have been explained by her valuing virtue, which facts are compatible with the claim that she in fact valued both convenience and virtue. This account supports a suggestion made earlier that in this context would be tantamount to saying that Smith values convenience would explain why she cheated were she to cheat, and that Smith values virtue would explain why she did her own work were she to act honestly. Which true proposition is in fact explanatory of the action ends up depending logically on what action actually takes place. 4. This is particularly clear in the quantum mechanical approach of Kane, 1996. 134. 7.2.4. Another principle about explanation. Suppose we then accept the following as embedded in our explanatory practices. 73. That an agent takes R to be a reason for doing A and freely chooses whether to do A is always, if she in fact freely chose A for R, a sufficient explanation for why she chose A. If we do not make the further move of requiring that the antecedent should specify that R is a reason taken to be stronger than all other available reasons, then acceptance of this plausible thesis about explanation gives a libertarian a way to accept the PSR. Note that in fact, 73 follows from 69, which was, of course, deeply embedded in our explanatory practices. And to get out of Van Inwagen's fatalism objection to the PSR, we need only suppose that the explanation for the BCCF, P, is that, necessarily, there is a being that takes some consideration R to be a reason for bringing it about that P and freely chooses whether to bring it about that P. This is not an explanation we know, or perhaps even can know, the details of. We do not know what the consideration R is, for instance. But the PSR does not say that for every contingent proposition there is an explanation that we can know. The main problem with this way out was already discussed in section 6.3, and it is that both the explanand sufficient to explain doing A and the explanand sufficient to explain doing non-A, namely, the agent's acceptance of some reason R for doing non-A, are true simultaneously, and one might take this to be unsatisfactory. One is likely to ask, but what explains why the agent acted on R rather than on R? What explains why the agent acted for the sake of convenience rather than for the sake of virtue? On this account, The answer is that it is the agent's acceptance of R itself that does the explaining. This is rock bottom, and the libertarian who takes this way out bites the bullet and admits that the reason of virtue was just as available, but it was not the one that in fact did the explaining, though it might have done so. However, this formulation, though showing the role of reasons, takes the agent's actual free choosing out of the explanans, where presumably the libertarian thinks it must be found. There is, however, a final option that combines the previous two, and this is to take it that propositions of the form X freely does A for R are almost self-explanatory. They explain everything that calls out for an explanation in the proposition that X freely does A for R other than the existence and freedom of X and X's taking R to be a 135. Reason. If X were a necessary being, necessarily freely choosing whether to do A, and necessarily taking R to be a reason, as well as taking an incommensurable R that weighs against A as a reason, then that X freely chose A for R would be self-explanatory, or at least self-explanatory modulo necessary truths. The advantage of this account is that both reasons and the agent's free choice are found in the explanans. As in the reasonless choice case, we can respond to Van Inwagen by citing a contingent self-explanatory action. That a necessary being freely brought it about that P for the sake of R. In saying that X freely chose A for R is self-explanatory, modulo existence, freedom, and appreciation of R, in the case of a contingent being, 5.1 is saying that the consideration R does play an explanatory role, though not a role sufficient on its own to explain the action, and X's free choice also plays a role, albeit a role conditioned by R ordinarily. Our search for explanation ends when we have found a person who freely chose something and when we have explained the reasons because of which she in fact chose it. We may not always know quite what to do about the availability to her of reasons against choosing the thing, but the natural thing to say in that case is that it was because of the attractiveness of the reason that she in fact acted on that she freely chose to act on that reason, and it is at least in part because of this attractiveness that she chose not to act on another reason, even if that other reason was just as attractive to her. Had she chosen to act on the other reason, then her action would be explained by her freely choosing to act in accordance with that other reason. It is tempting then to say, even in the context of ordinary life, that she chose to act as she did shows that she must have taken R to be more attractive than R. But the words must have betrayed the fact that this is a theoretical claim. Nor is it obvious that we cannot say that what makes true the proposition that she took R to be more attractive than R is just the fact she freely chose to act on R. To defend this account in full would require a complete account of libertarian free will, which would be beyond the scope of this book. Suffice it to say that it is by no means obvious that this account, or one of the previous ones, is incoherent, and this one, at least, does justice. 5. An explanation of P modulo Q is not a complete explanation of P. One might think that therefore something cannot be self-explanatory modulo something else, since if something is self-explanatory, it explains itself completely. However, a proposition might explain only an aspect of itself, in which case it is self-explanatory modulo another proposition. For instance, if P is any self-explanatory proposition, say that 1 equals 1, and Q is any non-self-explanatory proposition, then we can say that P and Q is self-explanatory modulo Q. 136. To many of our ordinary ways of speaking. And I have argued, further, that the libertarian cannot hold libertarian free choices to be violations of the PSR, for that would be succumbing to the randomness objection to libertarianism. 7.2.5 Counterfactuals. A point in favor of reason-based libertarian explanations is that arguably, as one would expect of many kinds of explanation, they have some robustness, they ground some counterfactuals about what would have happened under somewhat different conditions. To use an example of planting gauze, see Adams, 1977, had Curly accepted a smaller bribe, surely he would have accepted a larger one, barring special circumstances, such as those in which acceptance of the larger one would have put him in danger of a longer jail sentence. For a general class of examples, suppose that actually X chose A for R. Then, roughly, under the same historical circumstances at the same time, it seems that had X been even more impressed with R than actually, and no less impressed than actually with any of the other reasons in favor of A, and no more impressed than actually with any of the reasons against A, X would still have chosen A for R. Moreover, had the circumstances at that time been different in a way that did not affect X's mental state up to and including the time of the choice, X would have acted in the same way and for the same reason. Thus, someone who shot a gun into the bushes because it was fun to do so would still have shot a gun into the bushes, and for the same reason, had someone been hiding in the bushes. The previous formulations are rough and more work would need to be done to determine what exactly needs to be preserved in the antecedents of the conditionals, but the general picture should be clear. All of these claims are compatible with the statement that X was not determined to choose A for R, that she might have instead chosen non-A for R. Had she chosen non-A for R, then a different bevy of counterfactuals would have been true, such as that had she been more impressed by R and each of the other reasons in favor of non-A and no more impressed by any of the reasons against non-A, she would still have opted for non-A. Many libertarians might reject such counterfactuals. 6. However, some might well accept them. Even some, such as Robert M. Adams, 1977. 6. E.g., Thomas Flint has rejected them in Correspondence 137. Who are opposed to middle knowledge and subjunctive conditionals of free will in general, may accept these counterfactuals, because what grounds the truth of the claim that Curly would have accepted the greater bribe is the this worldly fact that he in fact accepts the lesser. And if one accepts these counterfactuals, then the plausibility of the claim that reason-based libertarian explanation is a genuine form of explanation is bolstered further. 7. At the same time, it's turning out that such counterfactuals are not in fact correct would not disprove the claim that reason-based libertarian explanation is a genuine form of explanation, for it does not seem to be a necessary condition on explanation that one be able to say that the explanandum would continue to hold had matters been different in such and such ways from what the explanans describes. After all, in some cases of genuine explanation the explanandum might well entail the explanans. The most obvious case is that of reductive explanation. Fred's being elected under the British system to Parliament may well entail that he got the largest share of the votes legally cast in the riding and is explained by this entailed fact. 8. 7.3. Objections to libertarianism. The constructive part of my defense of the PSR against Van Inwagen's objections involved the coherence and plausibility of libertarianism. Now, there are two major types of objections to libertarianism on the books. 7.3.1. Frankfurt. The first kind of objection is in examples of the Frankfurt, 1969, type. The libertarian's basic intuition is that for you to be free requires that you have been able to do otherwise. Imagine that a neurosurgeon watches over you all your life and has a detailed plan for you. When she figures out that you are about to will to do something that does not match the plan, then she moves your brain in such a way that you do will what she wants you to. Suppose that in fact she never interferes with you since. 7. For more discussion of such counterfactuals, see pruss, forthcoming. 8. Another possibility, one that a theory of explanation should not reject from the outset, is that it might turn out that something's arising ex nihilo can only be caused by God's creative activity. If so, then that a brick non-causelessly arose ex nihilo entails that God created the brick ex nihilo, but that God created the brick ex nihilo would explain why the brick arose non-causelessly ex nihilo. 138. As it happens, you were never in a situation in which you were about to act contrary to plan. In that case, surely you were free. But you could not have done otherwise than to follow the plan. This kind of an objection does not affect the arguments of this book. For even if one thinks that it is not the case that a free agent is able to have done otherwise, to respond to the Van Inwagen argument, all I need is that it be possible to have cases in which a free agent could have chosen otherwise, a possibility in no way affected by Frankfurt's examples. Even if the could have done otherwise condition is not necessary for freedom, it is at least composable with freedom, and hence libertarian free actions are a possibility. But one should not give so much credit to Frankfurt. As has been noted by a number of authors, there are alternate possibilities under Frankfurt-type scenarios. For instance, even granting the Frankfurt intuition that, in the situation as described, you can act freely, it still could have been the case that you did not act freely. Thus, supposing you freely helped a homeless person under the neurosurgeon's watchful eye, it was still possible that you did not freely help her, even if it was not possible that you did not help her. The alternate possibility of helping non-freely is open to you. For it could have transpired that the surgeon had to intervene and bring it about that you helped the homeless person, and were that to have happened, you would not have been acting freely. The surgeon's having intentionally brought about your action would have been freedom, cancelling even by the lights of many compatibilists any Frankfurt type example will lead to this conclusion, since precisely by positing the possibility of the surgeon's intervening, one is positing the possibility of one's acting unfreely. Furthermore, once one has the claim that it was possible that you not have helped the person freely, one can leverage one's way into the conclusion that your volitional state could have been different in some way. For what would have been different in the possible world where you did not help the person freely? Presumably, the neurosurgeon was able to tell that you are in a state with the counterfactual property that were he not to intervene, you would not help the homeless person. There are two ways the neurosurgeon could know this. First, he could be a deity that has middle knowledge, that is, knowledge of what an agent would freely do in non-actual circumstances. The philosophy of religion literature on middle knowledge is quite intricate. One of the serious difficulties with the notion is in the question of what it is about the cosmos that makes it be true that the person has a state of being such that she would do such. 139. And such in such and such circumstances. It cannot be any categorical feature of the person that makes this true, since then the person's actions, in those circumstances, would not be libertarian free, but determined by these categorical features. Moreover, it is quite obscure, even if there were such a state of affairs, how anyone, perhaps even God, could know it. Without relying on middle knowledge, the neurosurgeon must rely on some actual sign in her victim. Suppose that the neurosurgeon did in fact intervene and make you help the homeless person. Then there would have been something in you, say, a state S, which was such that were the surgeon to have left you alone when in S, you would not have helped the homeless person. Now, let us look carefully into where the surgeon needs to be infallible for Frankfurt's counterexample to the could have done otherwise to work. The surgeon does not have to be infallible in detecting that you have S for the scenario to work. She could in some physically possible worlds err on the side of caution and force you to help the homeless person even though you would in fact have helped without her forcing you. All that is required is that in the actual world, where in fact no interference has occurred, no such mistake was made. However, in order to have there be no possibility of your having done otherwise, the neurosurgeon cannot ever fail to detect a state you such that you would, if left alone, not help the homeless were you to be in you. Thus, it must be that whenever you are in a state such that you would not help the homeless without interference, the surgeon detects this. Consequently, there must not be a possibility for the surgeon to be wrong. When she makes her judgment that you would help the homeless without interference, for if she were wrong in this judgment, then she would be failing to detect that you are in fact in state U. Therefore, the surgeon actually needs to be certain not when she judges that you are in a state such that if left alone you would not help the homeless, but rather when she judges that you are in a state such that if left alone you would help the homeless. Thus, in the actual world where you do in fact freely help the homeless, as per plan, the neurosurgeon must know with certainty that you are in the state V of being such that it is nomically necessary that your being in V is followed by your helping the homeless. But now it is clear that there is something you could have done otherwise. You could have acted in such wise that you would not have ended up in state V, for in some of the possible worlds where you help the homeless only unfreely, forced by the surgeon, you were not in V, for the reason you were forced by the surgeon is that she did not think you were in V, and even though she need not have absolute certainty about 140. This, it is quite possible that she is in fact right, and for the Frankfurt example to work, she must in fact sometimes be right in such judgments. Since otherwise she will always be forcing you. Now, the standard criticism of this is that the state V is not morally significant. It might just be some twitch that infallibly indicates that you will choose to help the homeless. 9. However, to suppose the existence of such is to beg the question against a typical libertarian, for the libertarian typically believes that, absent the involvement of middle knowledge in the production of V, any physical state V that has the property that a human being's being in V of gnomic necessity, given the absence of external interference, is followed by her freely doing A must be a state that results from a free choice of hers. The best way to see how this works is to consider the first free choice made by a human being, and to note that the Frankfurt argument clearly fails there on libertarian grounds, for suppose that up to and including time t, the person has not made any free choices. At time t, on the Frankfurt scenario, she is in V and is nomically certain freely to choose to do A, absent external interference. But the libertarian will insist that if it is nomically certain given the state at t that a human being will freely do something, then some free choice must have already been made. A different way of putting this objection to Frankfurt is from the point of view of a libertarian denial of moral luck. The denial of moral luck holds that once you have willed your deed, how it falls out is irrelevant to assessments of merit or culpability. Attempted murder and murder are equivalent as regards blame, though there are good pragmatic reasons to punish successful murder more harshly in order to give the person who unsuccessfully attempted a murder an incentive not to commit a second attempt. A libertarian who subscribes to the denial of moral luck will say that whenever you are in a position such that were you left alone it is nomically necessary that you would do A, then any culpability or merit you would have for doing A is a culpability or merit you already have, and would have regardless of whether you were prevented from doing A. Therefore, since helping the homeless person would be meritorious when done freely, then being in state V is already equally meritorious. Thus, the Frankfurt objections to libertarianism fail on two counts. First, they fail to challenge the possibility of libertarian freedom, and that is all that is needed for me to answer Van Inwagen. Second, they fail to 9. See the discussions of these sorts of arguments in Fisher, 1999. 141. Show that the libertarian must allow cases in which you did not have an alternative possibility. 7.3.2. Hume. The second kind of objection to libertarianism, going back to Hume, is that a libertarian free action, because it is not determined by the agent's character, is not something for which the agent can be held responsible. As noted earlier, the libertarian can say that whether an action is attributable to the agent as an action depends on the metaphysical relation of causation between the action and the agent or the agent's will or the exercise of the agent's will. It is worth noting now that one idea that drives the undetermined action objection to libertarianism is a Humean view of causation as reducible to constant conjunctions, for on that view, it only makes sense to attribute an action to a person if it arises from a character whose possession is always conjoined with that kind of action. The libertarian's metaphysical answer is not compatible with a Humean account of causation. But in fact, as we have already noted in section 2.4, Hume's account of causation is in general not compatible with the PSR. Besides being implausible, it is likely that in fact no reductionistic account of causation along roughly Humean lines is compatible with libertarianism or the PSR, but such accounts are also likely to fall afoul of the explainability problem that Hume's account falls afoul of, that A's are always followed by B's does not explain why some token of A is followed by a token of B. 7.4. Sufficient reasons. 7.4.1. The objection. Of course, one might also object that the supposedly self-explanatory free choice reporting propositions, or else the necessary propositions that explain contingent ones, while giving causes or explanations, do not give sufficient reasons in the full sense of the PSR. Certainly this is true. If sufficient reason is taken to be a necessitating reason as in Leibniz. However, if we simply take sufficient reason to be a sufficient explanation, and let our ordinary practices of explanation be a guide to what counts as a sufficient explanation, then the PSR can stand. One can reasonably say that when an event is caused and when we have told all there is to tell about its causes, then we have given a sufficient explanation, even if we 142 could not have predicted the event from an account of the causes. If we accept an agent causation model of causation, then we can explain a free will action by saying that it was caused by the agent and by explaining the reasons which the agent was aware of at the time of the action. 7.4.2. The principle of disjunctive causation. 7.4.2. The principle. One response that can be made is that in the case of an undetermined libertarian free choice between A and B, the person or her will does not cause one or the other action. Rather, she causally brings it about that either she will do A or she will do B. Suppose she in fact does A. If the state of her will prior to the choice is not sufficient to determine which of the two she will do, then she or her will stands in a causal relation not to the doing of A but to the doing of A or B. What we have explained in the libertarian way is not why she did A, but why she did A or B. I have already argued that this need not follow. That it is impossible to predict from her state which she would choose does not imply that her causal relation to the action does not explain the action. However, there is a more positive argument to be offered here. It seems plausible that any immediate cause of a disjunctive state of affairs is also the cause of at least one of the disjunct, indeed, it is a cause of the disjunctive state by being a cause of a disjunct state or states. If so, then by being the immediate cause of her doing A or her doing B, the agent is the cause of at least one disjunct, it is not the doing of B, since X hypothesis she does not do B and one does not cause that which does not happen, thus, it is the doing of A that she causes. And stating the cause of something does explain it. The preceding principle of disjunctive causation, PDC, stating that one can only count as causing a disjunctive state of affairs by causing one of the disjunct, besides its innate plausibility, could be backed up further by a conviction that basically there are no disjunctive states or events in concrete reality, and hence they cannot stand in a primitive causal relation. Of course, we can then stipulate that when one causes it to be the case that P, one also causes it to be the case that P or Q, though this stipulative language will sound somewhat unnatural, it implies that by causing it to be the case that P1 causes it to be the case that P or P. The principle presupposes that it makes sense to distinguish disjunctive from non-disjunctive states. This requires some notion of the naturalness of properties, lest we decompose being massive into the faux disjunct tip property of being charged and massive or non-charged and massive. 143. However, such a notion is needed in so many areas of philosophy that this is not a significant liability. 3 objections can be leveled against the PDC-based argument. 7.4.2.b First objection, disputing the PDC's main claim. One might dispute the PDC's claim that one can only be the immediate cause of a disjunctive state of affairs insofar as one is causing a non-disjunctive one. We may dismiss counterexamples in which the causal influence is not immediate. By tossing a coin, I bring it about that it lands heads up or tails up. But of course I do not immediately bring it about. What I immediately cause is that my arm should move, or that the coin should go up. This answer presupposes that there is an absolute distinction between what I cause immediately and what I cause mediately, whereas it might be thought that every instance of causation involves an infinite number of intermediate steps, much as in the paradox of Achilles and the tortoise. However, even if this is so, then the PDC can be reformulated to avoid this. Whenever X causes a disjunctive state of affairs, it causes it only by at least as immediately causing at least one of the disjunct. A better counterexample is the following. Let P be the proposition that my arm moves up. Let Q be the proposition that there are aliens in the tau CD system. Consider the disjunctive state of affairs of its either being the case that P and Q, or dash, P and Q. My willing to raise my arm causes the state of affairs to be actual. However, I do not cause either disjunct, for there either are or are not aliens around tau CD. If there are, then I could only have caused P and Q, and I certainly did not do so, since I did not cause there to be aliens around tau CD. But neither have I caused there not to be aliens around tau CD, so the horn of the dilemma according to which the tau CD system has no aliens is no more tenable. In response, observe that it is true that I raise my arm entails that P and Q, or dash, P and Q. But that my doing A entails P does not mean that I bring it about that P. That I raise my arm entails that 2 plus 2 equals 4, but I do not bring it about that 2 plus 2 equals 4. 7.4.2.c Second objection, denying indeterministic causation. Alternately, an objector to my argument might grant the PDC. The PDC implies that if we have a case of something that immediately causes it to be the case that A or B, even without its being determined beforehand which it will be and with the two disjunct mutually exclusive, then the cause does in fact cause to obtain that disjunct which in fact obtains. But what if in fact there cannot be any such cases of indeterministic causation? If one believes 144 firmly enough that causation cannot be indeterministic, and one accepts the PDC, one will by modus tollens conclude that there cannot be a case in which something immediately causes a disjunctive state of affairs with its being undetermined which of the disjunct it causes. But note that this conclusion is incompatible with some indeterministic interpretations of quantum mechanics, for on these interpretations, we have cases in which an experimental apparatus causes, say, an electron to have spin up or spin down, without its being determined ahead of time which it will be. And note that the PDC as applied to this case implies that the experimental setup does cause whichever outcome in fact eventuates. 7.4.2.d Objection 3, Equivocation. Peter Forrest has suggested that the PDC-based argument commits an equivocation. While ordinary usage does allow one to say that, a disjunctive state of affairs cannot be caused directly but only through causing a disjunct, and it also allows one to say that, b, where there is a cause, there is an explanation, it does not allow one to say both simultaneously. In other words, cause is used equivocally between the two cases. An indeterministic roulette wheel's being spun with angular velocity v causes it to land on 14, Forrest grants, but it is not the sort of cause that entails the existence of an explanation. In the indeterministic case, the wheels being spun with angular velocity v does not explain the result, our intuitions say. However, note first that ordinary usage really has no problem with affirming A and B simultaneously. The sense of cause seems exactly the same in both claims. We can think here of our ordinary intuitions about causes being productive of the effects, and we will find A and B still quite plausible. What ordinary usage does tend to balk at is affirming A and B together with the explanatory claim about the roulette wheel. This suggests that if there is an equivocation, it is between the case of the roulette wheel and claims A and B. But this will not do either, for in the case of the roulette wheel there is no discomfort of any sort in saying that the wheels being spun with angular velocity v caused it to land on 0 0 or 0 or 1 or 2 or 36, those being all the options. One way to analyze our attitudes to the case of the roulette wheel is to argue that it is not just the explanatory claim that we find puzzling, but the claim that the wheels being spun with angular velocity v caused it to land on 14, when the result in fact was indeterministic. Thus, B is not needed to generate the worry. However, given the eminent plausibility of PDC, this should rather be a worry about how it could both be true that the wheels being spun with angular velocity v caused the disjunctive 145 result and that there was indeterminism as to the exact result. It is well known that intelligent people find indeterminism itself surprising and at times paradoxical. People find the adage that insanity is repeatedly doing the same thing while expecting a different result quite plausible. It would not be surprising if residual disbelief of indeterminism were to spill over into disbelief of some of the consequences of indeterminism. But we can do better than this. Take a case in which the PDC forces us to say that the cause C of A or B is also the cause of A. We ought not say that what makes it be the case that C is the cause of A is that A is the actual disjunct of the disjunctive event A or B and that this disjunctive event is caused by C. That would get the order of things backward and would be unfaithful to the insight that led to the PDC. The only way C could be the cause of A or B is if it were the cause of A, or the cause of B, in a more basic sense. The causal connection with the disjunct is the more primitive one in what Aristotle would call the order of nature. Thus, just as the PSR is a substantive principle that tells us that where there is a contingent fact there is an explanation, so too the PDC should be seen as a substantive principle that tells us that where there is an indisputable instance of causation of a disjunctive event, there must be a more basic instance of the causation of a disjunct. Since we have confidence that the roulette wheel was caused to land on 0 0 or 0 or 36, we therefore can infer that there is a particular number that it was caused to land on. In a more primitive sense of causation. From this point of view, it is a separate question whether this more primitive sense of causation has to be deterministic or not. If it turns out that our intuitions require it to be deterministic, because we balk at saying that spinning with velocity v indeterministically caused the ball to land on 14, then the PDC provides a substantive argument for determinism. In those cases in which we are willing to admit that the disjunctive event does have a cause. However, our discussion of libertarian freedom suggests that genuine instances of causation need not be deterministic. It seems genuinely correct to say that X is choosing on account of R caused action A. The discomfort present in the case of the roulette wheel seems much lesser. Here, perhaps because a reason R is cited, even if it is a non-determining reason. If the citing of a reason for action turns out to be essential to the acceptability of indeterministic causal and explanatory claims, then given the PDC or the PSR, the only place for indeterminism would seem to be in the actions of persons, and not in basic physics. But one need not accept that it is essential that a reason for action be cited. If we accept a Jamesian reasonless choice account of freedom, this 146 is clear. But even if not, there could be some analogy between the case of actions indeterministically chosen by persons and events indeterministically caused by physical phenomena. Causation may, for instance, be a primitive relation as some singularists suppose, and it might well be that the existence of this relation is always explanatory. Or a different analysis of causation might turn out to be right, one on which there still is such explanatoriness. In these cases, our balking at the claim that the spinning of the wheel with velocity v caused it to land at 14 could just be due to our failure to understand that sort of causation in the intimate way we Pace Hume understand our own causing of actions and the less intimate way we understand deterministic event causation. 7.5. An incredulous stare. Despite all this, it may just seem a little strange to say that some contingent proposition, of whatever sort, is self-explanatory. But recall from Chapter 1 the way of looking at explanation in terms of the removal of mystery. For instance, learning that X freely chose A for R leaves no mystery about why X freely chose A for R, though there might be a further question of why X took R to be a reason or why X took R to be a reason for doing A. But suppose that we have a case in which there is no puzzlement about why R is taken as a reason for A. Maybe we have a case in which the agent is of such a sort as to essentially be responsive to R, in the way that Aristotelian theories say a human being is responsive to eudaimonistic reasons, or that the ism claims God is responsive to the good, and where it is clear why R tells in favor of A10. Once we know that X freely chose A for R, there is no room for puzzlement about why this fact is so, modulo questions about why X existed, was free, and had the reasons she had. We can read off the explanation right from the fact. Note that if we look at explanation in this way, then we can subsume under the standard view of the explanans as being a proposition the idea of agents as explaining freely willed actions, for the libertarian agent. Causation theorist will agree that if one knows that X freely chose A for R, then there is no further mystery there to be dispelled. Reference to the agent has already been made. We are told the agent made an exercise of free 10 cases in which we are puzzled about a particularly evil action a person did are, I take it, often instances in which we are puzzled by what sort of a reason she may have acted on, or in which we do not know why she took a consideration to be a reason, or in which it is opaque to us how this consideration tells in favor of the action. 147. Will in favor of A under the non-necessitating influence of R. The crucial issue is that the libertarian of whatever stripe, whether an agent causal theorist or not, needs to say that once one knows who did A and because of what reason, there is no further mystery about why A was done for that reason. If there were, then the action's roots would in part be a brute mystery and not the agent's choice. 7.6. Contrastive explanations. A common objection to the preceding attempts at explanation is that, while they may explain why the agent did A, they do not explain why she did A rather than the incompatible action A for which she had reason R. 7.6.1. Rather than sentences. First I will show how the defender of the PSR can concede this. Yes. There is such a thing as contrastive explanation. Why is it that P rather than P? But there is also propositional explanation, explanation of P. Take a standard case. Why did Fred eat the banana? Without a contrast class. The request for explanation is ambiguous between, say, why did Fred eat the banana rather than the apple, and why did Fred eat the banana rather than sit on it? To the first, One might answer that Fred preferred the banana to the apple, and to the latter, that he was hungry and eating. Rather than sitting satisfies hunger. It is commonly alleged that there is something more to explaining why P rather than Q holds, something that goes beyond explaining why P holds and why Q holds. Moreover, it is alleged that Fred freely was impressed with R may explain why Fred did A, but not why he chose to do A rather than A, where there is some other reason, R, that Fred in fact was impressed by and that militate in favor of A. I could bite the bullet. That Fred was impressed by R explains why he did A rather than A. If he had instead freely chosen to do A, then although it would have been no less true that he was impressed by R, his doing A rather than A would have been explained by his being impressed by R. However, I can reject the explanatory demand by saying that it does not arise out of a demand for explanation of a proposition. I never claimed that every why is it that P rather than P, question about contingent matters has an answer. Rather, every why is it the case that P, question about contingent matters has an answer. Every contingent proposition 148 has an explanation, but that P rather than P is not a proposition or else does not express a different proposition from P and P. But if P is incompatible with P, then there does not seem to be anything more to explain in the proposition that P and P than just to explain P and show the incompatibility of P and P. The rather than has the pragmatic force of showing what kind of an explanation we are looking for instead of affirming a different kind of state of affairs. I now need to argue for the claim that what makes for the difference between P rather than Q holds and P and Q is not that they express different propositions, but either that the first does not express a proposition at all, or that it expresses the same proposition as the second but also has a force that goes beyond the expression of a proposition. Let us look at the distinctive force of P rather than Q. What are the truth conditions? It is clearly necessary for the truth of P rather than Q that P be true and Q be false. Can we say anything more? The following sounds very strange. 74. It is the case that the dinosaurs are extinct rather than that the moon is made of blue cheese. But is this false? First, observe that in some circumstances, and not once, that differ in respect of dinosaurs and the moon, 74, is assertable. For instance, suppose I tell you that exactly one of the following propositions is true. 75, that the dinosaurs are extinct. 76, that the moon is made of blue cheese. I then ask you which one and you might well respond with 74. At the same time, under ordinary circumstances, 74 does not appear to be assertable. But I will argue that it does not appear correct to say that under ordinary circumstances, 74 is false. For if it were, then we would have to say that under the circumstances in which you have been told that exactly one of 75 and 76 holds, it is no longer false. And were it false even under these circumstances, it would not be assertable then, except by someone ignorant of some relevant fact, and yet under these circumstances no ignorance of a relevant fact is needed for assertability. Hence, if ordinarily 74 is false, then 74 makes a non-trivial claim about the circumstances that goes over and beyond the truth of 75 and falsity of 76. Presumably this is some claim that implies that either subjectively or objectively there is some kind of a choice to be made between 75 and 76, that somehow they are alternatives. 149. In other words, it seems that if one takes 74 to be ordinarily false, then a partial analysis of P rather than Q is that it entails something like the proposition that 77, P and Q and the propositions P and Q are alternatives. But now consider the strangeness of saying, under ordinary circumstances. 78, it is not the case that 75, rather than 76, holds. But were you to have told me that exactly one of these two claims holds, then it would have been the case that the dinosaurs are extinct rather than that the moon is made of blue cheese. Yet on the interpretation we are now trying out, 78, is actually true under ordinary circumstances. Consider now my special circumstances in which 74 is appropriate. The following strange claim would then be true. 79, although it is the case that the dinosaurs are extinct rather than that the moon is made of blue cheese, this would not have been the case had we not spoken with one another. This is so because for had we not spoken with one another, 75 and 76 would not have been alternatives. Moreover, on this interpretation and under these special circumstances, to explain why 75, rather than 76, holds would require that I explain why it is that 75 and 76 are alternatives. Thus, an explanation of why 75, rather than 76, holds would be something like the following. 80, the dinosaurs became extinct because of a massive asteroid impact. The moon is not made of blue cheese because it came into existence out of rock-like material, and blue cheese is not made out of this kind of material, and you had told me that either the dinosaurs are extinct or the moon is made of blue cheese, but not both. Surely the phrase "and you had told me, but not both" is an interloper here. Note, too, that if we took 77 to be a complete analysis of P rather than Q, then interestingly, there would be no great difficulty in offering an explanation of why Frank did A rather than A. We would just have to explain why he did A and why it is that A and A were alternatives. Thus it does not appear that distinction between the cases in which 74 is or is not appropriate is marked by a difference in truth value. Moreover, we have seen that under ordinary circumstances, 74 is not false. If it expresses a proposition and is not false, then given classical logic, it is 150. True. Let us suppose, for now, that 74 does express a proposition. Then it is true. Generalizing, since nothing in the argument depended on the special structure of the example, it follows that the truth conditions for P rather than Q are the same as those for P and Q. In particular, the proposition that P and Q entails the proposition that P rather than Q. We can now make the following move. Suppose that R entails S, and we have a proposition U that gives a complete explanation of why R holds and why R entails S. Then it is highly plausible that U explains why S holds. This is not the case for incomplete explanations, ones that explain only one part of R. I cannot leverage an explanation of why Jane killed Bob and why it is that the claim that Jane killed Bob entails the claim that Bob existed into an explanation of why Bob existed. But that is because, typically, my explanation of why Jane killed Bob does not explain a certain aspect of the situation reported by the proposition that Jane killed Bob, namely, why Bob exists. A complete explanation of why Jane killed Bob would explain how every aspect of the reported situation came about, and hence would explain why Jane and Bob existed. If this is correct, then a PSR for non-contrastive propositions entails a PSR for contrastive propositions, and indeed we can construct explanations of contrastive propositions for free out of complete explanations of non-contrastive propositions combined with some facts about language that explain why P and Q entails that P rather than Q. An obvious objection, however, is that the whole point of introducing the contrastive propositions was to highlight the fact that in the cases of interest, complete explanations have not been offered. I can grant this objection, however, and offer another principle. Given An explanation of why it is that necessarily R holds if and only if S holds, and an explanation, even an incomplete one, of why it is that R holds. I can produce out of them an explanation of why it is that S holds. Since on the hypothesis currently under examination, P and Q has the same truth conditions as P rather than Q, this principle would also be enough to get us contrastive explanations for free out of non-contrastive ones. Again, however, there seem to be counterexamples to the principle. For instance, that Jane thought Bob was trying to kill her explains why Jane killed Bob, but we cannot leverage ourselves from this to an explanation of why Jane killed Bob and Bob existed, even though we know why exactly the truth conditions for the latter are the same as for Jane killed Bob. Here, however, it does not appear so painful to bite the bullet. For instance, we can say that Jane thought Bob was trying to kill her and that Bob existed explains why Jane killed Bob and Bob existed. Of course, we 151 have not explained everything there is to be explained. That is why this is an incomplete explanation, but we have done enough to get out of the apparent counterexample. Thus, the hypothesis that P and P rather than Q have the same truth conditions does give a way out of the difficulty for the defender of the PSR. Since the hypothesis follows from the claim that P rather than Q is a proposition, and since the difficulty does not arise if the claim does not hold, this is quite satisfactory. But let us suppose that the reader does not accept either my entailment or my if and only if principle. Is there any way out for the defender of the PSR? Well, consider that one natural way of making sense of what we have arrived at on the assumption that rather than claims express propositions would be to say that P and P rather than Q express the same proposition but differ in implicature. Thus, it is not appropriate to say P rather than Q when P and Q do not count as alternatives, but the proposition that P rather than Q does not say that they are alternatives. I would now like to argue that this natural solution is actually correct. For suppose it is not. Then, the claim that P rather than Q tells us something about reality, something else than the mere claim P and Q. It is intuitively clear that if this is so, then in fact the claim that P rather than Q is richer rather than poorer. It adds something of a propositional nature. Intuitively, what it adds is a certain kind of emphasis on P's occurring despite the real alternative that Q offered. But any attempt to state something like this would make the proposition that P rather than Q entail that P and Q are alternatives, and we have already seen that there is no such entailment. Since the claim, 74, needs to be taken to be true even under ordinary circumstances, assuming that P rather than Q is a proposition, our explanation of what it is that the claim that P rather than Q adds to the claim P and Q cannot rely on the assumption of some kind of a contrast between P and Q. Of course, we can try conditionalizing on this assumption and saying that P rather than Q means 81, P and Q, and if P and Q are some sorts of alternatives, then P occurred despite the opposition, epistemic or objective, of Q. This would mean that while 74 is true both under the ordinary and the contrived circumstances, it is true on account of different situations obtaining in the two cases. In the ordinary case, it is true on account of the facts that the dinosaurs are extinct while the moon is not made of blue cheese. In the contrived case, it is true on account of these facts together 152. With the fact that of the two alternative propositions you offered me, the first one was the correct one. This account is needlessly complex. It seems much simpler just to deny that there is a difference in propositions expressed between P and Q, and P rather than Q, and to find the difference in something pragmatic. Moreover, not only is the account needlessly complex, but it is implausible, for it is implausible to say under ordinary circumstances. 82. It is the case that the dinosaurs are extinct rather than that the moon is made of blue cheese. This would still have been so even if you had written down the two claims, 75, and 76, but it would have been true on account of something further than. It does seem, thus, that we should not mark the distinctive force of P rather than Q in terms of a propositional difference from P and Q. This is compatible with the claim, congenial to the defender of the PSR, that the two express the same proposition, and it is compatible with the equally congenial claim that P rather than Q does not express a proposition. 7.6.2. Isn't all explanation contrastive? But this response misses the point, it will be contended. All explanation is contrastive. Thus, it makes no sense to explain merely P. One needs to specify which aspect of P is to be explained. However, in defense of the existence of non-contrastive explanation, one can say that as long as one explains any one aspect of the proposition and transfers the other aspects to the explanans, one can count as having given an explanation of the proposition. The explanation will not be ultimate or even complete in this case, but it will be an explanation. For instance, one can explain why Fred ate the banana by saying that Fred chose to eat the banana because he was hungry. This is neither an ultimate nor a complete explanation, since it leaves unexplained why it was the banana that he chose to eat. But this point gets transferred to the explanans. Fred chose to eat the banana because he was hungry. The PSR restricted to propositions then applies once again to this explanans. And it may be that when explaining this explanans, one will have to mention Fred's preference for bananas over apples. In other words, one can say that one has explained a proposition, though neither ultimately nor completely, as long as one has explained one aspect of the reported state of affairs and transferred the mystery about the other aspects to the explanans. But then the propositional PSR can be invoked again for the explanans. In fact, by employing chains of 153 explanations in this way, one will end up explaining all the mysterious aspects just through propositional explanation. This suggests that the standard propositional PSR is really just as strong as a PSR calling for the explanation of all particular aspects of states of affairs and is meaningful if the latter is. Compare a similar argument made in the introduction. Nonetheless, it may be that neither is quite as strong as a contrastive PSR. The defender of the propositional PSR is free to concede that without going on to defend the stronger principle. 7.6.3. No concession. However, I need not make the concession that the version of the PSR that I am defending does not require contrastive explanations. I have already claimed that in the kind of case at issue, the proposition that the agent was impressed with R could be reasonably taken to explain why she acted on R rather than on R. It is true that had she acted on R, then that she was impressed with R would have explained why she acted on R rather than on R, and it is further true that she was impressed with both R and R. This way of talking seems quite consistent with ordinary language and is a part of ordinary language that a libertarian should retain despite compatibilist critique. She did this because of R, and if she acted otherwise it would have been because of R. At the same time, once one is dealing with contrastive explanation, one should not say that she was impressed with R and R explains why she acted on R. In the case of a contrastive explanation, the explanans must make for some contrast between the alternatives. But it need not be true, appearances to the contrary, that the explanans must be such that it would have been false had the relevant possibility alternate to the explanandum been true. This was on the account that it is the reasons that do the explaining. On the self-explanatory account, we can also handle contrastive cases. Take first the Jameshian case. Why did Fred do A rather than A? Well, Fred did A rather than A because he freely chose A rather than choosing A. Why did Fred freely choose A rather than A? This is self-explanatory. modulo the question of why Fred existed and was free, once you know that he freely chose A rather than A, you know why this happened. Our libertarian cannot admit that there is something unexplained here, because to do that would be to succumb to the randomness objection. And the same can be said about the non-Jamesian case, in which it is self-explanatory. Modulo existence, freedom, and antecedent value judgments, that Fred freely chose A for R. 154. Note that the modulo here is something that may require further clarification that we are now in a position to supply. An explanation of P modulo Q is a non-full explanation of P. It fails to explain one aspect of the state of affairs that P reports, the aspect being the state of affairs that Q reports. To get a full explanation of P, one needs to take the explanation of P modulo Q and add in a full explanation of Q. 7.7. The modesty of this account and some alternatives. 7.7.1. The modesty objection. This account of explanation appears to be rather weak. One might naturally say that the strength of an explanation, Q, of P is measured by the conditional probability P, PQ. But, as Peter Forrest has noted, my account of explanation allows for this probability to be quite small, and the explanation afforded is thus quite modest. For instance, suppose God chooses to create some one world from a set B of worlds of cardinality kappa, but has no reason to prefer one to another. This seems to be a coherent possibility, and it appears that on my account of explanation, God's making a free choice about what world from B to actualize will explain why W0 is actual. If kappa is infinite, then the probability that W0 would be actualized is going to be infinitesimal, however, and so the explanation is very modest. However, whether this would indeed count as an explanation on my account depends on whether one takes the reasonless model of free choice or not. The Forrest objection applies only on the reasonless model, since on the reasoned model, to explain why W0 is actual, one would have to state what reason favored W0 over the other worlds, and so the reasoned model of free choice explanation rejects the possibility of a situation as described by Forrest. One might think that this is so much the worse for my account, since the situation Forrest describes is plainly possible. But that possibility is not completely obvious. One might think that, objectively, each possible world would have some distinctive considerations in its favor and some distinctive ones against it, and God could choose to actualize W0 on the basis of the reasons in favor of it. We will discuss related issues in Chapter 9. But here it is worth noting that the reasons could be analogous to artistic ones. An artist could choose between two potential works of art she could create, not on the grounds of one work's being overall better than another. 155. But simply on account of one work of art's exhibiting such and such a valuable feature, in a wide sense of valuable, that the other does not exhibit, even if the other work exhibits other features, equally or more valuable. Thus an artist producing an abstract painting may choose to exemplify rectangularity in some position because of the unique value that the rectangularity serves, a value incommensurable with the value that circularity would have served there. Had this artist chosen to exemplify circularity, the unique value that circularity served would have been the reason. And the explanation in terms of this value is a genuine explanation, even if there are infinitely many other values that could have been served. Why this feature and not another? Because of the value of this feature. 7.7.2. Could we require high probabilities? On either model of free choice I need to bite the bullet and insist that the sufficiency of an explanation has little to do with the probabilities induced. I am defending the necessity of the PSR. Suppose Jones chooses to do A on account of reason R, and we have a very strong explanation, so that the probability that given the antecedent conditions he would choose to do A is very high. Still, on libertarian grounds we need to say that in the same circumstances he still could have chosen not to do A. The probability of that choice would, then, have been very low. But a PSR that has necessity would require that it be given an explanation, and since the action was free, the explanation would have to involve Jones's improbable free choice. It does not seem, thus, that a libertarian can coherently accept a PSR that involves a high degree of probabilistic connection between the antecedent conditions and the eventual action. One might try an account that is careful about choosing on what the probabilities are conditional. Thus, suppose that when Jones chooses to do A, it is on account of R, while not doing A would have been on account of R. The choice is made in circumstances C in which Jones is impressed by both R and R. Then, we can insist that the explanation involves just Jones's being impressed by R and does not at all include C. Thus, what is high is P, Jones does A, Jones is impressed by R. But while it would be incoherent to say that both P, Jones does A C, and P, Jones does not do A C, are high, there is no incoherence in saying that P, Jones does A. Jones is impressed by R, and P, Jones does not do A, Jones is impressed by R, are both high. Thus, perhaps, the condition of high probability can be coherently required. However, this only pushes the problem further back. To counter the fatalism argument, we are interested in the case in 156. Which Jones is actually God and the choice is the first free choice ever made. Now, the only way that P, God does A, God is impressed by R, and P, God does not do A, God is impressed by R, can both be relatively high is if P, God is impressed by R and God is impressed by R, is relatively low. 11 But what, then, explains the conjunction of God's being impressed by both R and R? Since the probability is low, the conjunction is a contingent claim. Since the choice whether to do A or not is the first choice in the explanatory order, we cannot explain this contingent claim in terms of an earlier choice. Nor can we simply say, it is explained by its being probable, since it is not probable. Thus, the defender of the PSR must insist that what gives sufficiency to explanations is that mystery is taken away, for example, through the citing of relevant reasons, not that probability is increased. Observe that mere high probability does not take away mystery. For there is nothing innately more mysterious about a low probability event than a high probability event. It is no more mysterious that Smith wins the lottery than that he loses it. 7.7.3 Morris's PSR. Consider the following version of the PSR, inspired by ideas of Forrest, that he in turn attributes to Thomas V. Morris. Say that Q is a maximal explanation of degree 1 of P provided that Q is a strong explanation, that is, one in which the probability of the explanandum given the explanans is at least 1 epsilon, where epsilon is an infinitesimal. Then say that Q is a maximal explanation of degree n provided that Q explains P at least modestly, and there is a maximal explanation of degree n1 for why there is no stronger explanation, if n1. We say that Q is a maximal explanation if it is a maximal explanation of degree n for some finite n. Again, the strength of explanation is measured probabilistically. Modest explanation here is the term for the kind of explanation I defend in the context of the PSR, though I do not endorse this description. The maximal PSR. 11. Let B be the event that God does A and let D and D be, respectively, the events that God is impressed by R and by R. Then P, B D, equals P, B D and D, P, D and D, plus P, B. D and D, P, D and D, and P, B D, equals P, B D and D, P, D and D, plus P, B D and D, P, D and D. Without loss of generality, suppose P, B D and D, less than or equal to 1/2. The argument in the opposite case is essentially the same, but with starred and unstarred events interchanged and with B and B interchanged. Let P equals P, D and D. Then, P, B D, less than or equal to, 1P, plus P/2 equals 1P/2. Thus if P, B D, is high, say, 0.9, then P must be low, in this case no more than 0.2. 157. Then states that there has to be a maximal explanation of each contingently true proposition. However, the notion of a maximal explanation does not seem to fit well with intuitive notions of informative explanation. Suppose that we are in a possible world of musicians and painters where each couple, when conceiving a child, decides indeterministically, through direct biological control over genetic material, whether the child would have a strong love for music or a strong love for painting. Surprisingly, parents' choices have no correlation with their own artistic preferences. Both kinds of children have probability 50%. The children then make a career choice at age 18, and 90% of the time choose in accordance with their love for the particular kind of art, whether music or painting. Now, Bob and Jane's son chooses music despite having a love for painting. He does so on account of his appreciation of the objective value of music, an appreciation that is weaker than his appreciation for painting. What I have just given is surely the most informative explanation that can be given. But it is not the strongest in the probabilistic sense, since it is a 10% probability explanation, while if we take the situation back to just before the child's conception, we can give a 50% probability explanation, since at that time the probability that the child would become a musician was 50%. The latter explanation is stronger, but it is surely less informative. It does not enlighten us as much. This is yet another aspect of the fact that explanation is not prediction. 7.8. Conclusions. Seemingly, I gave 3 accounts of how to reconcile libertarian free will with the PSR. But only 2 of them are substantially distinct. On the one hand, we have the Jameshian reasonless choice account. On the other hand, we have a perhaps more satisfying reasoned choice account. This account has 2 versions. Either we say that X freely chose A for R is self-explanatory modulo the explanation of why X existed, was free on the occasion, and was impressed by R, or else we say that X freely chose A is explained by some claim such as that X was impressed by R or that X chose freely while impressed by R. The 2 versions amount to the same thing. They both say that once we have said that X freely chose A for R, then the only thing left that is unexplained is why X existed and was both free and attracted by R. The difference between the 2 versions seems to come down to a preference for the way one phrases explanations. But there is a substantial difference between a reasoned choice model and a 158 reasonless choice model. And while one can defend the compatibility of both with the PSR, the reasoned choice model appears more satisfying explanatorily. Note, however, that if the defender of the PSR insists that we must opt for the reasoned choice account, not just because, as seems very likely, it is a better account of free will, but because only it is compatible with the PSR, then it seems she will have to dismiss the possibility of indeterministic effects where there are no agents involved and would also ultimately have to acknowledge that the PSR plus the denial of fatalism entails the existence of God. If one wished both to acknowledge the fact that X freely chose A is unsatisfactory as a self-explanation and leave open the door for indeterminism in cases in which there is no agency, one could, however, say that the reason X freely chose A is unsatisfactory as a self-explanation is that we know that the sort of causation involved in freely doing requires reasons, and this knowledge makes us request a reason, whereas in non-agential cases we would not need to. Now, even if all of what I said about free will is disputed, if it is insisted that in fact we do not give a sufficient reason in the full sense by giving an indeterministic cause even in reasoned choice models, one can give one final response: we can rename the PSR as the principle of good explanation. In any case, even with these provisos on the understanding of explanation, provisos ensuring that libertarian free will explanations are recognized as explanations, the PSR remains a non-trivial principle. Indeed, it would arguably be a principle strong enough to imply the necessary existence of a creator along the lines described in Chapter 4. Thus, we can escape the apparent incompatibility between the PSR and libertarian free will either by renaming the PSR or by accepting one of the concrete proposals for the way libertarian free actions can be explained. Alternately, instead of accepting a concrete proposal, we might accept that the libertarian account of free will is true and also accept the argument that a libertarianism incompatible with the PSR would be deeply implausible, as it would succumb to the randomness objection. 159. 8. Quantum mechanics. Since all experiments are subjected to the laws of quantum mechanics, the invalidity of the law of causality is definitively proved by quantum mechanics. Heisenberg, 1927, p. 197, Trans in Stern, 1969, p. 132, 1. 8.1. The problem of indeterminism. If quantum mechanics is correct, on whatever interpretation, there are experimental setups such that no amount of observational knowledge of the initial system could possibly predict the outcome. An electron goes through a magnetic field in the Stern-Gerlach experiment in a superposed spin state up plus down. It will take an upward or downward path through the magnetic field, and if quantum mechanics is correct, no observation of its physical configuration prior to the performance of this kind of experiment can possibly reveal which it will be. The standard indeterministic interpretation of quantum mechanics has it that not only can no observation of the prior physical properties of the system, including of the electron, allow us to predict the outcome of the 1. It is interesting that the argument Heisenberg has in mind for this conclusion may in fact be quite fallacious. Heisenberg writes, in the sharp formulation of the law of causality: when we know the present with precision we can calculate the future, not the conclusion is wrong, but the premise. On principle we cannot know the present in all its determining factors. Heisenberg, 1927, p. 197, Trans in Stern, 1969, p. 132. But a conditional is not falsified by the falsity of its antecedent. Of course, to be charitable, on positivistic grounds one might well think that the impossibility of knowing a fact of the matter sufficient to determine the future entails the non-existence of such a fact of the matter, and Heisenberg does right. One might be led to the conjecture that behind the perceived, statistical world, a real world is hidden, which is governed by the law of causality. But such speculations seem to us sterile and meaningless, and we wish to emphasize this opinion. Physics is only supposed to describe the connection of perceptions in a formal way. Ibid. 160. Experiment, but that the system lacks any physical properties, observe, able or not, such that were they known ahead of time, we would know what the outcome is. In other words, on this interpretation, two quantum mechanical systems that start with exactly the same intrinsic properties can behave in different ways. This is indeterminism. It is seen as challenging the PSR for exactly the reason libertarian free will is, but more deeply because the defender of libertarian free will can allow for indeterministic explanations involving the reasons for one action rather than another. The problem, then, is that it seems we cannot explain why the electron goes one way rather than another. There is an additional problem, however, in that, as we shall soon see, quantum mechanics involves correlations that do not appear to have a causal explanation. 2. 8.2. Rejecting indeterminism. One response is to reject the indeterministic interpretation of quantum mechanics. An interpretation of quantum mechanics is an account of the reality described, perhaps only partially, by the physical theory, consistent with all the observational predictions that the theory makes. A different interpretation of quantum mechanics will be just as compatible with the observational predictions, and hence there will be no observational reason to prefer one to the other. The simplest way to reject the indeterministic interpretation of quantum mechanics is to argue that this interpretation is logically untenable. If an electron will take the upward path in the experiment, then the electron has the property of being such that it will go upward. While this is correct, it misses the point of the interpretation and is useless as a defense of the PSR. For the proposition that the electron has this property says nothing other than that the electron exists now and will go up, a proposition that can only explain why the electron will go up if it is self-explanatory, at least given the electron's existence, that it will go up. But this proposition is not self-explanatory, and hence the PSR is not saved by this argument. Moreover, this objection against the indeterministic interpretation fails because it neglects the fact that that interpretation said there was no intrinsic property of the system in virtue of which the outcome could, in principle, be predicted. 2. I am grateful to Peter Forrest for pointing out to me that this is a separate challenge to the PSR. 161. 8.2.1. Dispositions. One might, however, offer a different alternative to the indeterministic interpretation. The electron, let us suppose, will in fact go up. Then, it has the dispositional property of being such that were the experiment done, it would go up. This dispositional property, if the proposition that the electron has it is not taken to be a mere restatement of the proposition that the electron will go up, certainly seems to be the sort of property the having of which can figure in the explanation of why the electron will go up. Or, instead of positing a bare property of being such that were the experiment done, it would go up, a property that might be thought to have too much of a resemblance for scientific respectability to the virtus dormitiva explaining why opium makes one drowsy, one might come up with a more elaborate theory of the internal unobservable properties of the electron in virtue of which the electron is such that were the experiment done it would go up. David Bohm's interpretation of quantum mechanics claims to provide such a theory. 8.2.2. The EPR problem. It would seem that none of this should be a problem. At the very least, we could cheaply posit the bare dispositional property, the tendency for upward movement through the Stern-Gerlach experiment. One might have some verificationist objections, but a verificationism that does not allow for dispositional properties has little chance of being right anyway. The real problem is that if we are not careful, positing such dispositional properties will in fact lead to different experimental predictions than standard quantum mechanics, predictions that in fact have been experimentally falsified. Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, EPR, proposed a certain scenario, in an attempt to prove quantum mechanics on the standard interpretation incomplete. Considerations based on this scenario have been used in conjunction with Bell's inequality to oppose the dispositional property solution. Following Merriman, 1981, 1985, a simple setup for EPR correlations can be described as follows, as consisting of three disconnected and widely separated pieces.